I know what you're asking yourself, dear audience. You're asking why. Why do we keep doing it? Why do we keep revisiting the Matrix? Is it because we're doing it for something more than our survival? Could we tell you what it is? Do we even know? Perhaps it's for peace or freedom or truth. Could it be for love? Illusions, you would say, dear audience, vagaries of perception, temporary constructs of a feeble human intellect trying desperately to justify an existence without meaning or purpose, and all of them as artificial as the Matrix itself. And so you would ask yourself, dear audience, don't we see it now? Can't we see there's no point in to keep going? No point in persisting? So why do we do it? Why do we persist? It's because we choose to. Hi, I'm Sparks Whitty, and welcome to the Pick Nerd Podcast, where we're revisiting The Matrix Reloaded and The Matrix Revelations. And I'm joined, of course, by my friends Ryan Eliopoulos.
Choice.
And Brandon T. McClure.
I am the winning cum.
Excuse. Congratulations.
And the squealing laugh bag is Ben Magnus, and we are here to discuss The Matrix 2 and 3, but also really just one
Reloaded and Relotions. The parody. Welcome.
Plus, I guess.
Okay, so I texted Ben prior to the show. I said, should I do this bit? Because we watched this TikTok video where this cop is, it's a fake, it's not a real cop, it's just like talking down a mugging by saying like, do you know how like weird it is that we're like, you were one in a million. You were the cum that won. You're the winning cum. And like, I was like, should I say that? When Sparks introduces me, and he said, do it. So I did it.
I feel like it doesn't matter how many F-bombs we drop. I think we're explicit now.
The miracle of life is
also,
mature.
I just noticed that my water bottle's definitely in the Matrix.
Hell yeah.
Oh, damn, it is. It is part of the Matrix.
The haterade.
I regret nothing. All right. We've got links.
Oh, I'm gonna swear this whole episode now.
All right, we got links. Ben.
Yes.
Real quickly, Ryan, you didn't do upgrade this week for Downright Annoyed.
Nope, and check it out next week.
Ben, though, you were on Grayson Live's YouTube channel once again for Mario Kart.
You're half right. You're half right. Yeah, the series has begun. He and I recorded a whole bunch of episodes for Super Mario 3D World. Those are going to be coming out periodically on his channel. I think he's going to do like either every other day or every 2 days. I don't know exactly what his uploading schedule is. All I know is that we have a lot recorded and they're going to be coming out. So check out his channel to watch us play some Super Mario 3D World. It's a fun game.
There are 2 episodes up right now, and both are linked below.
Yeah.
I was busy this week. I have 3 articles that were released this week. I don't believe I mentioned it on the podcast before, but I am the website editor for Kaiju Ramen. We got this whole plan to make this idea of like putting out articles on the website to kind of get them more traffic to their website when there's no magazines out.
I like it.
So I'm helping them with that, and I'm doing that. So part of my duty there was to put out an article with breaking news, which we'll talk about today. It's about the MonsterVerse TV show. But that article is up on Kaiju Ramen, kaijuramenmedia.com, and you can find that link below. I also put out 2 pieces on Atomic Geekdom, which one was just kind of me spinning my wheels about the Andrew Garfield rumors that Sony is looking to bring back Andrew Garfield in some way. Just kind of explaining the rumors and kind of my thoughts on what that could look like and what that could be. And then at my second part, or technically my 49th part, because I'm going down, of revisiting the Infinity Saga, Peter Parker's inclusion in Captain America: Civil War. That's up now.
Love it.
So those are all 3 of my those are all 3 of my links. But our channel also put up some content this week, such as Basement Arcade, pause menu. Technically, it's just whatever. Basement Arcade pause menu with Dearest Abby.
Yep.
Ben. That exists as both a video file and an audio file. Those are up. Those are both linked below. Ben, you want to talk about that?
Yes. So, Dearest Abby is a friend of mine from Instagram of all places, not from Twitter. Unlike every other person who almost every other person who goes on that show with me. She is one of the top female players of Donkey Kong, the classic arcade game, and so we just talked about classic arcades and how awesome they are. So it's a good conversation. Definitely check it out.
They are awesome.
And Mortal Kombat Part 2, Mortal Kombat X Part 2 is up now for Basement Arcade proper. That was exciting.
Yeah.
The combat kids are pretty cool.
They are. They're really cool characters. I was rewatching that. I was like, man, Jackie Cage.
I like that. Can't wait to get to.
Yeah, me too.
Endgame, the Mortal Kombat Endgame.
We got a couple more of those episodes coming up, so stay tuned. And last week we talked about The Matrix and the Animatrix. That exists now as its own video. You can watch just our discussion of The Matrix and the Animatrix independently, and that's also linked below. So check out all those links. Check out the description. Yeah, that's it. Who wants to go first of the week?
I'll do it.
It's gonna be Sparks.
I finished the Scream series. Hey guys, if you want to watch that MTV Scream series, watch seasons 1 and 2. That's it.
Oh no.
Don't watch season
There
3.
is no season 3.
I don't
Was
think
it
it's
that
really
bad?
worth. It's not that it's that. It's just there's absolutely no levity in it, which is just weird for Scream.
Mhm.
It's very dour. The characters' relationships don't make a lot of sense. The motivation of one of the killers is really bad because it basically does boil down to I'm a sociopath and I like horror movies, so I made my own horror movie. But they did all of this work to make Ghostface his own thing in this version of the universe. And I'm like, if that was going to be the motivation, then just have Stab exist. Like, why? Why did we do all of this extra work that didn't amount to anything? Anyway, it's mishandled and misguided and doesn't totally make sense and sadly falls flat.
That's too
I
bad.
think. Yeah, I wouldn't watch it again. Where I would watch seasons 1 and 2 again at some point, if someone wanted to. But I don't see the value in season 3, which really shocked me because it's like a 6-episode limited event, and I'm like, so this should be pretty tight and like have a lot of good character, and it just doesn't work. Which was a bummer. I watched the first 2 episodes of Naomi.
I forgot that came out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
out.
Yes, it is. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
I don't have anything of high praise to really say about it right now. I think there are some scenes that are written very well for like Naomi and her friends. Like it's very good banter dialogue and very tight. And there are also some scenes that are really just awful, like the most standard teen lines and dialogue and scene setups I've ever seen. And like, it's a mix of both those things so far already. And
Is it an origin or does she already have
it's
her
an
powers?
origin. She has her powers, but
It's
she
like-
doesn't know she has her powers.
Oh, okay.
So she's learning that she has her powers.
Okay.
She technically already had them. And it's got a cool look. There's a really nice, I think what they're doing with the whole military brat community thing is a nice added spin in comparison to like other shows like it, both CW like superhero shows and just like teen shows. I think it's added nice color. It's 2 episodes. It's very early. Just like, I'm not saying, oh, it's bad, but like, there's nothing that's like grabbed me about it yet. I think the actors are talented, but the writing's only there about half the time.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I didn't know it came out, and I'm on Twitter all the time, like with like superhero people. So like,
Right.
that's not the best site. Not to say it's like the worst thing ever, but like I haven't heard anyone.
There's
say anything.
also very little superheroic stuff in the first episode.
Yeah.
Practically none at all.
I kept waiting for a proper trailer to talk about on the show, but none ever came.
Yeah. There's something in like the pacing of the show that's just off, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I'm hoping it finds its footing. We'll see. But it's perfectly fine right now. It's just perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I think it's a talented cast, so hopefully it'll get there. I watched Encanto again. That's just a
Nice.
great movie. I did
Yeah.
that while I wasn't feeling very well. Book of Boba Fett. I watched it. I enjoyed it overall. There's some things that are definitely starting to like creep up where I'm like, woo, getting a little nervous here. Woo. But we'll see. But so far I'm okay. I'm still enjoying it. Hey, a new chapter of Dragon Ball Super came out. It was real good. I don't know where that story's going right now, but I like it. They're definitely hinting at some stuff with Bardock that's kind of interesting, and I'm like, yo, what's that all gonna be about? We'll go find out.
That's his daddy.
That's his daddy. Well, actually, he was his father, but he weren't his daddy. That would be Grandpa Gohan. I want to talk about these last two with Ryan because I did them with Ryan. So real quick before that, I watched the first 2 episodes of How I Met Your Father that dropped this week. I think that the first episode, cool, Brandon, you can totally jump in on this as well. I thought that the first episode was pretty good, but it definitely like had to do a lot of like, unlike How I Met Your Mother, where when you get to the first episode, the entire friend group outside of Robin all knows each other. Like there's 3 different factions of the friend group who are just meeting for the first time. Yeah. And they're all coming together in that first episode. So there's a lot of like everybody having to kind of like get to know each other kind of thing. And it was like a little stilted in how it was doing that, but overall still enjoyable. The second episode really just like shot off and I thought did great. Very much like if you enjoyed How I Met Your Mother, there's a very good sense of tone and spirit in How I Met Your Father, but obviously like some stronger sensibilities because this is being spearheaded by a female writer this time. So some of the gross stuff about like, you know, how Barney hasn't aged very well at all. And the treatment of women as side characters to begin with, like that is not going to be a part of the show. So
I was literally, there was an episode that was on downstairs. They were like talking about strippers and just like not a way we talk about strippers anymore.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh yeah, it's aged a little bit.
Yeah. And just certainly like the way that I don't think that you're going to see like the, like just sea of face of meaningless character bit girls who fall for Barney's plays. Like there's not going to be any of that kind of stuff in the show, I think.
Is it at all related to the show?
Yes, absolutely. At the end of the first episode, you find out that 2 of the guys that Hilary Duff's character has met, they actually bought the apartment from Marshall and Lily in How I Met Your Mother. So they have the same apartment.
Okay.
How'd you feel about that, by the way?
I loved it. I thought that was a great trick. I also really love that it's not Hillary's apartment, it's their apartment, so you're not going to be there all the time. She lives in a different space, so she has her own space to define, but like that space can still be acknowledged, and I thought it worked. There's a couple of other little like very subtle nods, and you are in the same world. I like it. I think it's got a good vibe. My biggest complaint about it is that whereas Bob Saget was always a voice and you were seeing the kids when you were in the future, you are now seeing Hilary Duff's character Sophie, older, played by Kim Cattrall. You are visually seeing
Kim Cattrall's in it.
Yes, she's the future Hilary Duff.
Oh, I'm now watching it. Okay,
which is great. My only problem, and already in the second episode it seems they're dialing it back, but in the first episode they tend to cut back to her a little too often. I think I don't want to cut. I can hear her voice, but I don't need to visually see her talking to her son on the phone. All the time. And that's the only part where I was like, this just isn't working for me the way the Bob Saget stuff did.
Yeah. I felt much the same way. I thought it was strange though that we didn't use McLaren's as the connective tissue. We used the apartment. Yeah,
well, because one of the guys owns his own bar, so they wanted to establish a new bar. But it is funny when you realize they own the guy who owns his own bar lives in the apartment above McLaren. So, but I do like it. It's very clear Hilary Duff got to bring a lot of like the things she cared about in Lizzie McGuire. There's definitely like fashion choices she's making with Sophie that I'm like, this is what adult Lizzie McGuire would have looked like. Like she's putting a lot of the adult Lizzie McGuire stuff she wanted to do into the energy of Sophie on the show.
This could be our Lizzie McGuire like sequel.
It really is. Like it really is. And I'm all here for it. I think it's got a good voice.
When you hear about some of the things and she talked about it openly this week about what happened with the Lizzie McGuire reboot. Even like before, she was devastated to lose that show. She wanted to bring so much to that show that Disney just wouldn't let her. So I think when she got this, I strongly got the sense, and I'm glad to be right, that she brought what she wanted to do on that show to How I Met Your Father.
Yeah, and I think that's very, very true. And I'm really glad to see that voice. I'm really glad that this is a show that's kept in the family of How I Met Your Mother, but not the same lead writers, and that there's a female writer running the show. I think is great. So I'm all I'm all aces about it right now.
Love it.
I watched 2 other shows this week though. I started Peacemaker. Peacemaker's really good, guys. Peacemaker's really good. I understand now. I've been hearing the tweets where like people are like, I can't believe Warner Brothers let them do this, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. And it's great. I'm really glad. It's a bummer that Snyder cultists and the like have to be so rigid in what they like wanting the DC universe to be a specific tone, and I'm like, but that's the whole thing, is you don't want it to be like the MCU where it's all one tone. Isn't it great that this is in the same world as the thing you like?
Yeah.
And it can be something else and it's also great. Like, it's a win-win. I don't know why we have to fight about it.
The thing that I love about the show is like, not that it's just like it is a crazy rated R like superhero show, but like it has excellent character work. Like truly excellent character work. And like episode 4 just came out this week, which is the one you're not.
I have not seen that.
That is, I think, the best episode. It has the strongest character work. And I'm like no matter how big and silly it can get, like it still comes down to like he wanted to write about these people and how like these broken people are trying to become better people. It's just an excellent show. And like I get Vigilante in this show is not like the comics. In this show, he is an insane, like skinny, weird boy. And I totally get fans not liking that approach because he's normally much more like a cool dude. But like, that's so boring. That is so boring for him just to be like a cool mercenary guy. Like the Adrian Chase in this show is diabolical in a way that like a lot of characters aren't, where he's just unhinged in a way where he's like, there's a line that I love so much. He's like, listen, do you think I feel bad that I kill people? You know, when I have to like take out like murderers or people who steal stuff or people who do graffiti, do you think I feel happy that I have to like bust their brains out? Yeah, I love it. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's insane. But he's also like a good person at heart, which is the thing of the show, is how are these bad people good people?
There's a sense that I always get when it comes to comic book characters like Vigilante, who, let's be real, hasn't been in a comic book in a long time.
He's been dead. Like the real one's been dead for a long time.
So like when we're long past the time where like Firestorm made it to 150 issues, right? We're not doing that anymore. It's been more than 20 years since this character has shown up in a comic book. Yeah, you can have some liberties to reinvent the character to fit your story.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even more than that, like, I don't give a shit as long as the story is good.
Yeah.
And the story's good.
Yeah.
Like Peacemaker is telling a great story. I think Peacemaker is going to make me like the previous film. I already like that movie, but I'm going to like it even more because of this. I'm just so pleased that Warner Brothers let this happen. This is exactly the direction that I want Warner Brothers to go. Not necessarily like everything should be like Peacemaker, but the fact that like something like this can exist, and they're also coming out with Shazam 2 and Aquaman 2, and those films exist in the same universe. And even if they don't, like, just keep making things that just work as these things. Yeah. I don't need them all. Like that's Marvel's thing. They own that now. Like clearly they've got it. They're doing it. But like all of the rest of this can just give me good shit.
Like every episode, 4 of the 6 episodes are directed by James Gunn. But he wrote all of them.
Right.
But like the total control that he has over this product, like Brandon, like when you watch a show, the references they throw out, they're like that's something they would save for like a Final Crisis.
Yeah.
But they're throwing out like characters that are just like willy-nilly and like, oh wow, they're just making that character canon like it's nothing. And it's like really cool that it's just like, because it just feels like natural to the world. This is the most like lived in like movie or TV show I've seen it of like a comic book universe. Like we're just like, yeah, Batman's in this universe. Like everyone knows that. They don't make a big deal about it. And it just like, it's also extremely violent in a way that it's like, sometimes it's really fun to just see people explode.
I think that's a great point, is like Peacemaker is the first TV show outside of the Disney Plus and now kind of retroactively the Netflix shows, but like that has existed, or even give you Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., that has existed in the film universe alongside the films. And Peacemaker, I think, is doing a great job of integrating like the feeling of the film and the feeling of the character being true. And it's not, I don't think that it's undoing the work of anything by existing.
Not at all.
It's only contributing, and so I'm like, yeah, A+. Happy with Peacemaker. Yeah.
I was gonna watch it, but sorry, I had to leave for the weekend, so we didn't get the chance. Hopefully this week.
Luckily, it's not a Netflix binge. It comes out once a week, so you have time.
Yeah. And
then lastly, I started, for Ryan's Ryan's rewatching, but I started with Megan Midnight Mass, and we're 4 in.
4 out of 7.
4 out of 7. Yeah, it's Mike Flanagan, guys. So of course I'm gonna say it's great. I'm really loving it. I pinned down what was going on pretty early, but the reveal was absolutely completely satisfying. So it's not like I was like, dang, saw that coming. I was like, that's exactly what it was supposed to be, and I'm real glad that I paid attention.
Yeah, they definitely give you like enough clues, I think, where like for the audience, it's like you're catching on, right? Like, yeah.
They're not hiding it from you. If you want to like piece it together, you'll piece it together before they show it. But it's like, oh, all right, cool. Happy for it to go this way. I like it. I like it. There's a lot of really incredible visual choices. There's a lot of really amazing editing. I was having this conversation, not a conversation, I just made this note to you while we were watching it, but I couldn't stop looking at it because it was this really intense scene where one of the characters is having a conversation with a girl and he's talking about things that make him deeply uncomfortable. So his gaze is constantly like trying to stay focused on her, but shifting away. And every time his gaze shifts away, they change the angle. And the cuts are so smooth, and what it's saying about how he feels in the moment. Like he whenever he looks away, he becomes completely alienated. And then every once in a while he'll look back at her and then you'll get to see like part of her shoulder in the shot. But then most of the time he'll look back away and it'll cut back again and it'll be that alienating shot. And it's really good. Like it's just really well thought out.
It's really
well put together. I really, really like it.
Rewatching it again, the thing that I remember that made me love it so much was like I gravitate towards like sad shit, right? But like in entertainment, because like I think that's what brings out like true like emotion, and but like this is one of the most like vulnerable shows I've ever watched in my life, where everybody is going through something and they're just talking about it. And like whether you're going to an AA meeting or going to church or you're just talking to your ex-girlfriend, everyone's just kind of always pouring their soul out, because like these are people who live on this dead-end island with dead-end lives, and it's like this incredible things happening on this island where miracles are happening left and right, and like religion is popping back up, and it's like to see like these broken people like come back to life through whether it's religion or something supernatural. It's really fascinating, and it's so well acted. Like again, it was my favorite thing of last year, just because again the characters in the show are so good. The main not antagonist, but like the main priest guy, he's so intense, and the way he gives these sermons, like if I went to church and he was my pastor, he'd make me believe in God, like for real. Like the way he makes the supernatural believable, and like the way it makes it like relatable, like why God is the way he is while all this bad shit happens to you, and the normal elevated to be like, these are God's gifts to you, the normality of life. Like it's very compelling. It's well written and it's well performed. I'm super glad to be rewatching it. I will be talking about it with the Downright Nerdy crew sometime in the future, so look out for that.
Yeah, really enjoying it. I'm
glad nothing was spoiled for you.
Me too, and I recommend Midnight Mass. If you're a person who's uncomfortable with dog violence on screen,
it's hard.
Be careful of episode 2.
It's a rough one. Emotionally,
that was tough.
Oh yeah.
Brian, do you want to go next?
I would love to go next. So I watched Chloe Zhao's Marvel Studios The Eternals for a second time, because it's on Disney Plus, and I'm like, cool. Funny thing, if you watch that in because now Disney Plus offers the IMAX format, it's really funny watching movies that were edited afterwards when they weren't all shot in IMAX, because there's one specific action scene where it's widescreen, full screen, widescreen, full screen, widescreen, full screen, widescreen. I'm like, oh, these were clearly reshoots, and it really, watching it on my TV really messed me up, but it's still a good scene. But I was just like, oh, maybe just watch it regular. If you have a regular TV, just watch it in regular. I like this movie a lot more the second time I watched it. I don't love it. I'm not in the love it territory, but I certainly connected with the main character in a way I didn't in the last time. I do think there are still too many characters that they don't all get serviced. I still think the deviant stuff is pretty awful. I actually like it even less now that I know more about it the second time. Mm-hmm. But there's just something about Cersei and Icarus that I got this time that I didn't last time. And I'm like, oh man, this is pretty good. And at the very, very final battle, like when they're fighting, and it does the time loop of them from the very beginning of the movie, and like, oh, they've had this history and love and defeat. And I'm like, oh, this does work. This is really good. And like the action is really, really good. And like it doesn't look like another Marvel movie. So like I definitely like it a lot more. Still don't love it, but I'm glad I gave it a second chance. I think it looks pretty cool, and I'm really excited for the future wherever those characters show up. I still don't think they should kill those characters. They're eternal. That's really stupid. They better bring back Gilgamesh. I'm just saying.
Oh my god, so much.
What a mistake. I watched this movie that I know you guys have seen called Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I did not know this is one of the few times in my life where I didn't know a single thing. I didn't know who was in it. I forgot Kristen Wiig was in it, right? So I turn it on, and the opening happens with the boy singing the song and the paper, and I'm like, oh, this is my jam. And then he goes to an Austin Powers supervillain layer, and I'm like, what the farts? So that's like the closest thing to like an Austin Powers movie in like 20 years.
Yes.
In terms of like stupid comedy. It's like MacGruber. It reminded me of MacGruber.
Yeah.
It's like a long lost SNL movie. Like you either love that movie or hate that movie. I don't think there's an in between.
No, I don't think there
that
is.
movie's so good.
I was Sparks told me to watch it after he I think he rented it, Sparks, and he said you should watch it.
I rented it out of curiosity on Prime.
Much the same way, I had no idea what it was about, so I was lost, but in the best way.
Yeah, Kristen Wiig is so good.
I remember watching that opening with Megan, and like once he got into the lair, we were like, "What? What is this?"
Are we watching the right movie?
Yeah, like it definitely feels just like a movie. Like, well, let's just have some fun. Let's just make a fun, silly movie. But then I looked at like the script, and like, no, like they wanted to write this, and it's got like a big budget, and I'm like, no, this is actually like a passion project. And I'm like, who
plays the guy? Jamie Dornan.
Jamie Dornan, yeah. The best thing he's maybe ever done, which is a crazy thing.
His breakout musical moment.
Yeah. I don't want to tell you anything about it, Ben, because you haven't seen it, right? I just recommend you and Fanny watch it. Maybe have some edibles, some dudes. Definitely that type of movie. Just have fun for 2 hours, because like I was just like I was like almost like insulted how stupid it was, but it's like in the right way where like they're just leaning into it. Where I'm like, man, she's riding some sea turtles, and I'm all about it. It's fine, whatever. Great stuff. I thought about it all week, and I'm like, I'm glad that dumb shit like that gets to truly exist.
Yeah.
And then I did some stuff with you.
Yes.
I played a little bit of Avengers, and I don't know why. I want to give that game a chance, but it's just not doing anything for me.
I will say, like, you've given that game.
I have.
Like, you've given it more of a chance.
It's just like most. I keep coming back every week, and there's like nothing new, and I'm like, why am I doing this? It's because like I'm a shill for the Avengers. Mm-hmm. So like playing the game's still fun. Like the gameplay is always why I go back, but I'm just like, man, that Spider-Man had it like DLC had nothing but Spider-Man. I'm like, that's a bummer.
I think honestly at this point, like the key that's needed is like group play to really bring something.
But like there's like nothing to do in the game. That's the thing.
Yeah,
even if I play with all you guys, you guys have a lot of content to do. But like that would be stuff that I've been replaying for an entire year. Uh-huh. So like they need like a huge expansion, but like it takes so much time to make an expansion.
Right.
So like they're at a loss.
It's so unfortunate because it is such a good campaign.
It is. I'm glad. I could just replay that again. Now that I got the PS5. I think that's pretty much about it, because I did Midnight Mass and I did Peacemaker. That's it. Yep. Passing it along.
Ben?
All right. So media-wise, I didn't do a whole lot, but there was an anime I caught up a little bit. I'm still like halfway through, and that's Demon Slayer. I'm in the entertainment arc now. Demon Slayer is great. I've said it before. There's not much to say without spoiling. I don't know where you guys are at on Demon Slayer, but season 2. I'm loving season 2 so far. It's pretty damn good. So there's that. Yesterday I didn't. Throughout the week, Brandon and I play like maybe 1 or 2 rounds of KO City just here and there. So that was most of my.
I had a lot more than that. We were up till 4 a.m. one morning, dude.
Oh yeah, time, man, it's weird. Yeah, so we were playing.
We kicked ass though. We did good.
We did kick a lot of ass. That was good. Yeah, so Brandon and I played some KO City, and other than that, Saturday was a very busy day for me because I had 3 shows to record. 2 of them are pause menus are going to be coming out eventually, but one of them I'm actually excited to talk about because I was a guest on a show called the Lack of Genius podcast. For those of you who don't know, it's hosted by 2 guys, John and Kevin, and the basis of the show is they show their lack of genius by quizzing each other on things that they themselves are very knowledgeable on. I was invited to be on the show for retro video games, and of course, I give them a very broad quiz, and they invited me back to. So eventually, I'm going to go back and kind of pinpoint another retro video game thing or video game quiz for them. that was really fun. It gave me a great excuse to try and go through like some of my video game books to try and find questions. And then it was like, I am drunk with power. And then it's like, well, shit, there's like so much to talk about now. How do I narrow this down? So I just kind of like dartboarded it.
It's cool.
The Warner Brothers approach.
Yeah. So once that comes out, I'll be posting that and letting you guys know. I'll be posting it everywhere. And today was a more chill day. And to all my sports fans out there, except the ones living in Tampa Bay, praise be to the LA Rams, for we shall not see Tom Brady in the Super Bowl this year. Glory be the Rams' name. Amen.
Raise your hands if you're a
Patriots.
sports fan.
Patriots
Now tweet at me and tell me who did that, because an honor system.
did it.
I did it.
I say like the audience.
Oh, the audience. Okay, audience. All right.
Ben brings it up. Down with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers as well, by the way.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers got knocked out by the San Francisco
By the
49ers.
49ers.
Dude, so
Captain
3
Anti-Vax.
games of the divisional this weekend was the divisional round. 3 games were decided by field goals. The Rams, Patriots, the 49ers, the Packers, the Tennessee Titans, and the Cincinnati Bengals. And dude, I was watching the Bills-Chiefs game before we were recording today. That thing went down to the wire. Chiefs came out on top of the Bills. Unfortunately, I was kind of hoping the Bills would win, but we don't have to see Tom Brady in the Super Bowl this year. Thank you, Sports Jesus. I appreciate that.
It would just be
Sparks.
football.
Sparks, you mentioned the 49ers, right?
I did. Like they are my father's team, so now I will be insufferable.
Well, so when I was young, when I was quite a bay, I was told you have to have a sports team. You have to be a fan of a sports team. You have to be a fan of a sports team. So I was like, okay, the 49ers. And let me be honest with you. Let me put it on record today that the only reason why I said that is because of the Scooby-Doo villain, the Minor 49er.
49er.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the only reason why I did that.
And the only reason I can never get the math problem 7 times 7 wrong is because 7-7 went to a football game. Who they go see? The 49ers.
Oh.
My dad was always a 49er fan, so now I will carry that mantle.
I mean, hey, we don't have to see Tom Brady and the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl this year. LA Rams advanced, which is good for them. That's going to be one hell of an NFC championship game between the Rams and the 49ers, because the Niners throughout the regular season beat the Rams twice. So that's going to be an interesting game to watch.
Sure is. I won't be watching it.
Yeah,
Right.
but besides that, my mom came over earlier today, and we just sat down, had coffee, and we just watched football together and bonded. It was really nice.
Nice.
We should live stream the Super Bowl.
Hell yeah, let's get banned.
Just the 4 of us getting drunk / high.
No,
Live stream.
no, not the 4 of us. The 3 of us minus Ben.
What? That's so mean.
The people least competent to do this.
Sorry, Ben. I don't make the rules.
These two know football. These two know football.
I do know football. I know more than I've ever let on.
I know
I just don't care
football.
anymore.
I know what a football is.
Wait, what was that,
Big
Spark?
skin.
I know football.
Oh yeah, I know football as well.
On it.
All right, Ben, is that it?
Yeah, that's pretty much my week.
All right. Well, like Sparks said, How I Met Your Father, I watched that. I enjoyed it. I will continue to watch it. I'm happy for not Lizzie McGuire, Hillary Duff. I'm very happy for Haley Duff's sister. That's an old ass story I used to tell. All right, so I watched The King's Man. I went to the theaters to go see The King's Man, which is the prequel to The Kingsman: The Secret Service. I don't think it's worse than the second one.
Okay.
I think the new setting helped a lot and like kind of making it feel refreshing. I did like the new characters, and best part, Shimon Hansu does not die. And he plays a really cool character.
I endorse.
Right?
I'm totally okay with hearing that spoiler, because if Jimon Hansu was going to die in this movie, I was going to be pissed.
Unfortunately, he plays cool characters all the time who end up dying before the end of the film, and this is not one of them.
He's like Sean Bean in a way. Sean Bean plays kick-ass characters, and he always dies.
A Quiet Place Part 2 felt personal for some reason.
It did.
Because it was just out of nowhere and dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, wait, we got a Gmon quota. Ah, damn it!
Well, it was because he was safe, and then they're like, we're gonna make him do a stupid thing so that
at the end of the movie, friend of the show, Michael of Downright with Nerdy, whatever the thing he's on.
Yeah.
He hated it. He said
I'm
it was
sure.
awful.
I'm sure. But like I said, like I think that like for me, I was pretty burnt by Golden Circle. Like the more time I've gotten away from it, the less I've liked it. So I think going into this one and kind of not having to deal with Eggsy and Harry really just put the movie over a notch for me that I was just going to be okay with.
Mm-hmm.
And there is, but it's not close to the first film. And I don't know what about that first film that Matthew Vaughn has apparently peaked, but I am disappointed.
Tell him to stop making sequels.
That must be it, because it's
Like,
the only
really?
movies that have been bad.
Yeah, for real. Stop it, man.
He's got a new co-writer. There's really stupid things in this movie that really deter it. It's really mean for some reason, and I didn't think the Secret Service was. So I don't know if like he's just becoming a more cynical person and he just wants to put that through the Kingsman lens, and I don't think that's the place to put it.
Yeah.
And those are what stop it from being pretty good. But Ralph Fiennes is good. I think Matthew Vaughn is a really good action director, especially because he actually choreographs the action and moves the camera with the action like the early Wachowskis did. I think the action is really good. Who plays Rasputin, the lizard? Rhys Ifans.
Yeah, Rhys Ifans.
Excellent as Rasputin. He's so fun.
Good.
Aaron Taylor Johnson is in the movie. Don't expect him to be in a lot of that movie for some reason. But
I still remember for like a month we were all convinced he was Rasputin.
He was Rasputin.
What character change for that guy? No.
I still kind of wish that was true just for him. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, I want you to have that kind of win.
Yeah.
So when we were watching, when we were doing the Amazing Spider-Man movies, and I saw Rhys Ifans, and I found out that he was playing Rasputin. I was watching Amazing Spider-Man 1, and then later on in that week, I saw a thing for Kingsman with Rasputin, and I'm thinking, there's no effing way that's Rhys Ifans. There's just no freaking way, and yes, it is.
I see it. He does the Rasputin has a specific way of fighting that's called like ballet martial arts or whatever. It's really fun to watch on screen, and he does it with. He's a really cool, fun villain to in the movie.
I'm awaiting for the YouTube video of his fight scene to Rah Rah Rasputin.
They already that was the trailer.
They did the 1812 overture for his fight scene.
Yeah.
I think that the ending sets up a far more interesting movie that I wish I watched, and I'll leave it there. But you know what? I liked it still.
That's good.
I'll watch it when it hits whatever streaming service I have.
That's smart. I rewatched Tomorrowland for the first time since probably theaters. Honestly,
Ooh.
That movie rules.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that movie. It's like Brad Bird's final attempt at live action. Was not received well by critics. Michael Giacchino is on top form with that score. If that film had done well, that would be an iconic score. It is so good. The theme of the movie of like dreamers, like making the world better, and like the way it visualizes Tomorrowland and all the technology and such cool, crazy concepts of like the Eiffel Tower turns into a spaceship. It's awesome movie.
I really loved it because like, and I'm glad that like our pop culture is mostly moving away from this, at least interpreting it in different ways. But it came out at the time when like everything was at the peak where like every young adult novel was about a post-apocalyptic world that teens were having to live through, and all the movies were adapting from those books, and that's what everything was about. And like the whole message of Tomorrowland is like, why y'all gotta look at the future and think it's so bleak?
Yeah.
Why you all gotta be interpreting that way? Why you gotta make it that?
What does the
And, like,
future have to suck? Let's make it better.
The
Right.
twist at the end that I didn't remember because it's been so long with Hugh Laurie and what the tachyon machine is like actually the purpose for it is. It's such a cool reveal. I was like, oh dang, I forgot. Super cool. Love the cast. George Clooney is so good in it. Yeah, love it. Love rewatching it. Highly recommend anybody who saw it the first time and didn't like it, give it a second chance. Because I do think the time we were in colored people's perception of the movie. And I think nowadays you'd probably come out with more appreciation for it.
It's 2015's Eternals.
And yeah, it's unfortunate that Brad Bird never got to do another live action film. I watched Dragon Ball. What's the title for this one? Sleeping Princess and Devil's Castle.
Sleepy time, princess. Bye bye.
It's the second Dragon Ball film. It adapts. It loosely adapts when Krillin and Goku try to train with Master Roshi. It's not good. I did not care for it one bit. It's super dumb in a way that I just think dumbs Dragon Ball down. It's inconsistent because it's trying to be like, this is in continuity with the first movie, but also the TV show. But don't worry, he doesn't know the Kamehameha wave yet. But this is also like it's trying to like play up things, because for example, when Goku turns into the Great Ape, Yamcha says, "Oh no, he's doing it again." But that didn't happen in the first movie. That happened in the show, but not the movie.
Right.
But it's also supposed to be. It's a mess. It's a mess, and I did not care for it.
Hey man, sometimes continuity doesn't matter.
That's
but
true.
Brandon is not the person.
No, I know, but I mean, like back then,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
did not care.
No.
I cannot tell you how many times I saw the Pokemon movies and I watching the anime. I was like, so when are they gonna mention the events of the Pokemon movie? They never did.
To be fair, I am really just buying my time to get to the Dragon Ball Z movies, which I prefer because they're just new stories.
And so Mag is in the chat. Hey Mag, how's it going, bud? He says, wait until you watch the third Dragon Ball movie.
Look, man, I may bail from this quest of watching all the Dragon Ball movies.
You've only got two Dragon
Don't be
Ball
a quitter.
movies, and one of them I can guarantee is at least good to watch.
Path
The
to
other
Power,
one
right?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the next one is like more entertaining than Sleeping Princess.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than the bizarro interpretation of Tien and Chaozu.
You know what I'm interested in rewatching? I want to know how I feel about Tree of Life and Dead Zone again. I haven't seen those movies in a very long time.
Tree of Life you'll probably like more, and Dead Zone you might like a little less.
Yeah.
Now, you
I'm
know what
curious.
Dragon Ball movie I need to rewatch desperately?
Bio Broly.
Broly.
Bio
Broly.
No one needs to rewatch Bio Broly, Ryan.
I thought you were messing with me, to be perfectly honest. I didn't know Bio Broly was a thing.
It's the
Bio
third
Broly
Broly.
is
It's the
the
third
Sometimes
Broly
you just
movie.
need to say no.
Also, I want to watch the Cooler movies again because I really liked the Cooler movies.
Ben,
Cool is the best.
don't you want to watch the movie where Broly gets resurrected as a goo monster that has to fight Goten, Trunks, 18, and Hercule?
Oh, yeah. Reminding me about this movie.
I mean, the second you said Goo Monster, I instantly went no, but then you told me the lineup. I'm like, kinda.
Goo monster.
It's a weird one. They did that after, I guess he died at the. I never saw the second one. He dies at the end of that one, right?
Yeah.
They just pull
Yeah.
up Matrix Resurrections on him. He's Bio Broly.
Anyway, so yeah, there are 4 Broly movies in total. Only one of them matters.
I mean, only so many characters can take a Kamehameha away from Goku, Gohan, and Goten and live.
This is the Holy Trinity.
True. And I finally watched The Raid. Gareth Evans immediately started second guessing it. The Raid, I loved it. It's so cool.
Yep.
Everything Ryan has said about it is true. So I don't feel the need to regurgitate a lot of it, other than to say I'm really sad I didn't watch this earlier. The action sequences are so good, and I did find the beginning to be a little bit slow, but it's like a lot of setup. But like once it gets going, it moves, and it's such a fun ride, and it's so gory and bloody, and the action is stupendous. It was awesome.
It's true, all of it.
Now you gotta watch that second one, and then watch The Night Comes for Us.
Yeah, I actually really want to do that because of what you did on the Downright Annoyed. And then finally, I'll just say I watched The World According to Jeff Goldblum. The final 5 episodes of season 2 aired this month. I believe this week. I rewatched those, and I found them delightful. I do think he's spinning his wheels. I don't think they thought that the first season was going to be as successful as it ended up being. But it is interesting to see Goldblum have a topic like backyards.
No. Come on, Jeff. Gotta get that paycheck, huh?
No, I love it. I love that. I love that for him.
But
I
like
love
he
that
go-
it's like the Matrix is grabbing you.
Yeah.
there's tiny things, which is actually a really interesting one. We talked about like our fascination with like small little things, and does like the thing. The first half I did find better because there's more interesting episodes like magic and things like that. But then he does like puzzles where it's like it's really just an excuse to talk about escape rooms and then talk about like, air traffic control. I was like, I guess this is a type of puzzle, and you can tell that the director of the show said to the person he's talking to, "Hey, mention how like a puzzle this is," and so they have to work in a way like so. It's very much like a puzzle, Jeff. And so like the backyards one is like when they're like, okay, now let's go to like a forest, and you can talk to these people about forest, and then someone can say, "Hey, it's like the backyard of America is this forest."
Give it 2 or 3 more years, and he's just going to be Bill Nye the Science Guy.
But like Jeff Goldblum is a really fun guy to watch just in general. So like I'd watch that guy do anything. And I found it to be a very fun watch. Regardless, Ben, you should watch the one about motorcycles because it is genuinely a very good episode.
I need to watch that one. When you told me about that, I was like, "There's one about motorcycles. I need that."
And he doesn't try to find ways around not talking about motorcycles. It's like all about motorcycles. Very cool. Like motorcycle culture. He's a very cool guy. That's it. Shall we get into our bread and butter then?
Yes.
B&B is what I need.
All right. I guess we're sad news up top.
A lot of sad news.
Louis Anderson passed away this week. He was an actor and comedian. I think a lot of people will probably know him from Coming to America. He passed away this week at the age of 68 due to non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
Whew. Yeah, man. He most recently was on a show called Baskets,
Right.
where he got like critically acclaimed and like awards and stuff. Where like he had a whole career of being like a really like obscene funny comedian, and then he went to like do this dramatic turn. And that's really cool. I didn't watch a lot of his stuff. He hosted like Family Feud for a little bit. And I did watch him there, but yeah, it's a bummer, man.
I was thinking, Matt, because he mentioned a Life with Louie, and that was his cartoon show. Because I remember seeing commercials for it, but I just never watched it. But
yeah,
I mean, that cartoon character of Louis Anderson's like, you know who that is. It's like, oh, I recognize that guy.
Oh yeah, he's on every TV show as like a guest spot that you can think of. Yeah.
Gaspard Ulliel. I apologize if I mispronounced that last name. He's an actor from a very long engagement. I know him from Hannibal Rising. He played the young Hannibal, and
oh man,
Yeah, and he's going to be in Moon Knight.
Oh man,
and he's going to be in Moon Knight, the upcoming Moon Knight series. He passed away this week at the age of 37 because of a skiing accident where the other guy was perfectly fine.
That sucks.
That is awful. Yeah, man, Hannibal Rising, not like the best movie, but that dude's like pretty good.
He's very good in it, yeah.
And he's gonna. Oh man, that's 37. Man, have at least positive look going out doing something fun, right? That sucks, man.
Yeah.
And like a lot of people a lot of news reports report him as a Moon Knight actor, and that is true. He is going to be in Moon Knight coming up. A pretty prominent character, but his career is vast and incredible stuff all around.
I think Moon Knight was, it's a big deal because
The next big thing.
Well, not only the next big thing, but something that might have put him on the map for like a really big career.
Yeah.
And that's just fun.
Yeah. I loved Hannibal Rising though. Like, I'll be honest, like I mean it's better than Hannibal. That movie's pretty bad.
Not your take. My cat is on my top shelf right now.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But she shouldn't be. It's fine.
And I don't mean to say the TV show Hannibal. I mean the movie Hannibal.
No, yeah. I saw Hannibal Rising once in theaters, way too young, so like I don't remember.
Never seen.
Yeah. I'll always remember when he cut open a guy's cheeks and started eating them.
Oh,
and then finally Meatloaf, world-renowned singer, actor Meatloaf, passed away at the age of 74. At the time, no cause of death was given.
So before there is a rumor, and I don't know if it's true. It's not substantiated yet, that he died of COVID because he was anti-vax. So
Ooh.
we don't know if that's true. I'm happy to think that like I got to live my entire life loving Meatloaf, not knowing that. So I hope that's not true.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're not the only one who heard it, because when because I was listening to the radio on my way to work when it was announced that he died, and they did say that he died of COVID. I mean, they didn't mention him being anti-vax. They just said he died in a hospital with complications of COVID.
So now I did look this up after the fact, and I want to get into like him in a minute, but like I did look it up after the fact after I wrote this, and I was thinking like, okay, what was this cause of death given, since I put the link in there, and the only places that I could find were from tabloid news.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, I'm gonna just say no cause of death and just assume that it was whatever it was. You know, he went out not being a dick.
I mean, cause of death aside, he was definitely one of those actors and singers. I mean, Bad Out of Hell is one kick-ass album.
Oh, dude, I absolutely love that album.
Yeah, I can only assume you were blasting that sucker after when you heard the news. And then me growing up was like, oh wait, I do know where Meatloaf, because he was in like movies like
Fight Club.
Fight Club, and also he
Rocky
was
Horror.
in Tenacious D in the Pick of Destiny as the ultra Christian dad in the first song Kickapoo.
Yep. Yeah.
So, I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of Meatloaf's music growing up, but I weep for those who like Ryan, who did grow up with his music and they lost one of their favorites.
He's the thing that's about Meatloaf is like he was a dude who did not give a shit about like how long or what type of song he made. He was a dude who like every song was like a ballad, and every song was like 5 to 20 minutes long. Like that dude is not someone who just put a 2-minute song out. He's like Paradise by the Dashboard Light, one of my absolute favorite songs, is like 7 minutes long, and there's just like 2-minute interlude of him having sex with his girlfriend, but it's the baseball reporter going, all right, he's on first base going blah 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 blah, and it's like just 2 minutes of that. And I'm like, that didn't need to be in this long ass song, but it's
I remember watching him in a movie. It is this weird, like I think an old Netflix original, like straight to DVD or whatever, straight to VOD, where he plays the principal of a high school that is putting on a kabuki version of Phantom of the Opera. And it becomes like a horror movie, and I'll never forget him in that role for whatever reason. Like that sticks out to me. Also his role in Fight Club, obviously, but like still, like, for whatever reason, I always remember like, oh right, I remember this weird kabuki horror movie.
Yeah, fun fact about the baseball thing, Ryan, because I was listening to the radio and they were talking about that. They had like a guy who like dissects songs like track by track, like the drum track and everything. Apparently, the dude who was the old baseball announcer who did that had no clue it was supposed to for a sexual innuendo.
he just record this and it's for something.
Yeah. He thought it was like, oh, okay, this is it's baseball terminology. This is what I do for a living. And then he hears it on the track. And he's like, wait, are they talking about the sex? What's going on here?
So I want to talking about the sex. I just want to real quickly bring up Mag's comment. Only knew him in Rocky Horror. You should definitely watch Fight Club if you haven't, Mag. It's a great movie, regardless of what film bros tell you.
It's crazy because like he only did like select film roles, but like he's so iconic in both those movies.
Yeah,
as like Bob, like the Bob with the big boobies, Bob, and then Eddie from Rocky Horror, the motorcycle dude who lives in like an icicle.
He was also in Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, yeah. Larger than life, like literally and metaphorically, just like a true performer, like a dude who loved like the craft and like just loved belting, and like he had a voice for it. Good for him. Yeah. I
feel no shame, especially at this point, in saying that I would do anything for love. Is one of my favorite songs of all time.
Oh, it's a classic. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you can interpret it whatever way you want.
That's true.
What is it you won't do for love? Who knows?
Full blown agree.
All right. So this bit of the show won't take long. Aristocats getting a live action movie.
Cool.
Yeah. What'd you say, Ryan?
Lion King.
Effing Lion King.
God, yeah.
Ruined it for everybody.
This is meant to be in the vein of Lady and the Tramp, so they might use real animals.
I love that movie, man.
Yeah, it's a great
that's
movie.
not one to do this with.
That was literally one. That's one of the ones where I sat there and I'm like, there's just no reason to
even more
do it again
than Lion King. It's like there's no reason to.
Not
do
only
this.
that, like you're just taking away like all of the artists. I highly doubt that they'll put the thought and care into it for like the representation of jazz that it was. Like it's just not.
Oh,
not gonna
yeah,
be
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like, it's just gonna be
Yeah.
crap. Like, I don't care.
It literally just made me want to go put that.
The original is wonderful, and the original should just. Some things just don't need to be done again. Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to be written by Will Gluck, who wrote Peter Rabbit 2, and Keith Boonen, who wrote Onward.
Okay.
I mean, I really like Onward, but still, yeah, I agree with
I don't know
Sparks.
if these are a bunch of. I don't know if these are a bunch of white people, but they sound like a bunch of white people. I'm just saying. That's not who. That's like not who I would want in the 21st century Aristocats to be starting from the top.
Yeah, I can't say for sure, but I mean, yeah, Peter Rabbit 2 is pretty good though. Real quickly, I want to bring up Mag's comment. I'm guessing they might even redo The Rescuers and Black Cauldron. They will not do Black Cauldron because they would never do a movie that flopped.
See, here's the thing. I see them doing Black Cauldron more than any other one because that is one they can do whatever they want with, and they can
Right, but that's the reason why they won't do it.
They could turn it into a whole fantasy series.
Yeah, the Rescuers. Yeah, that's the rats, right?
It's the might. Yeah, Rescuers Down Under is one of my favorite Rescuers movies, or it is my favorite.
To Rescuers' defense, there are human characters that are pivotal to that story. So there's at least a little bit more impetus to do that one than there is to do the Aristocats. There's no reason to do a live action Aristocats, just like there was no reason to do a live action Lady and Tramp.
Yeah.
Or Lion King.
Or Lion King.
All right.
Well, unless you did Lion King differently, but they didn't.
I mean, just to throw my 2 cents in, I kind of want to see what they would do with the Black Cauldron because the Horn King is freaking scary.
Of course.
They could have done so many cool things with Black Cauldron and they didn't.
But that's the thing. Like, they won't do something interesting. That's why they won't do Black Cauldron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In like 2097, when they're truly out of ideas, someone will like be looking through a file, Black Cauldron, and then that's it. Give it some time. So
I went on a tour of the animation studios at one point, and they have a hall where they have like one piece of art on the hall from every film, every Disney animated studios film. And so you're just going through and they're all chronological. And believe it or not, I was like, damn, they really did put Black Cauldron in here.
Oh,
I'm really impressed. I honestly thought they wouldn't.
Nobody gets left behind.
So at least they acknowledge it within their own hall.
that's true. And it is on Disney Plus. It is on Disney Plus.
It is there.
Okay. You know that guy who gets yelled at by Obadiah Stane in Iron Man? And he showed up again in Spider-Man Far From Home?
Yeah.
Well, he was in A Christmas Story. We all know this. Christmas Story Christmas is coming. It's going to be a direct sequel to this film with Peter Billingsley, the actor that I mentioned, returning to the role. This is going to be directed by Clay Kaitis, who directed The Christmas Chronicles, the first one, with a screenplay by Nick Schenk, who wrote Gran Torino and The Mule.
When I think of Christmas wholesome fun, I think of Gran Torino and the Mule.
Yeah, right? I thought that was funny.
Yeah, you think of like really sad, depressing Clint Eastwood films, sure.
He has like multiple threesomes in the Mule, just so you guys know.
I know.
He's crazy. He's in the Mule? Crazy, man.
Bored of threesomes.
Christmas Story is a great movie. Everything comes back eventually. Like, fine, sure. Like
Ralphie.
I'm not particularly interested in this one, to be honest.
I mean, to be fair, I'm sick of A Christmas Carol. My brother has it on every Christmas for the 24-hour marathon on TBS.
Don't you mean Christmas Story?
What did I say?
You said Christmas Carol.
I love A Christmas Carol. How could I do that?
Who are you?
This close to
changed,
go to you.
You've
Brandon, I was this close to getting in my car and drive to you. I'm like, what have you done with the real Brandon?
I'm sorry.
We're in the Matrix.
Yeah, A Christmas Story. I don't care.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
It's literally on every Christmas day for 24 hours from midnight to midnight. I'm shocked you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I watched
I
watched the Claymation 60 movies instead.
I mean, that's the better option.
It's just fine.
Yeah.
At least I've seen Home Alone finally, and that took me over 30 and a half years.
Star Wars Ahsoka officially cast Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Sweet.
I love her. I love her.
I love her very much.
Speculation.
Not Afra.
No. Somebody posted on my Twitter, and I forget her name, like Barriss Oren. She's like a Jedi lady with like diamonds like right here on her face, and they say people don't know what happened to her. And I'm like, I don't remember who that is in Clone Wars. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, the great way to introduce a character.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. I love Mary Elizabeth Winstead. So like
Same.
she can be a nobody, which she probably will be, and I'll be happy about it.
I'm excited for Ahsoka anyway because of my fondness for Rebels. So and yeah, Mary Elizabeth Winstead is a great addition. I love her. I hope it's a substantial role.
Yeah, bring her into the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Godzilla is coming to the small screen.
So tiny.
A new series set after Godzilla 2014 is coming to Apple TV Plus. It's written by Chris Black and Matt Fraction, of all people. Comic book superstar Matt Fraction. This will follow a family after the events of Godzilla 14 as they uncover the secrets of the Titans and their mysterious connection to Monarch. And that's all we know at this point.
So this is like super hard into development because the guy, we'll talk about him later, who's writing the Captain America comics. He's like, yeah, I tried to get on this writing team for months, and Fraction got it, that bastard, as like a joke. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And like everyone was like trying to get onto this thing because like it seemed really cool. And Matt Fraction is one of like the greatest like character writers that we have today. So like they believe in this thing if they're getting someone with like that kind of caliber. I think it's cool. It's really cool.
Yeah,
this is Legendary Entertainment is going to do this, so this is like legit. And Toho officially like put it out there also, so this was like, yeah, Godzilla's in this. We made a deal. Godzilla is in the show, and I was like, damn, okay, because you can very easily just be like, oh yeah, they just kind of follow Godzilla. We never see him, but like he's in it. But not a lot.
The dorsal fin, maybe like at the very last episode.
So like the thing about is the monster like after Godzilla Kong, like is the MonsterVerse still continuing, or was there that thing of like we weren't sure? Because this makes me think they're making a big budget TV show that it's going on for a while.
Well, we have the Kong animated show on Netflix that's coming.
Ooh.
Yep.
Which is also in the MonsterVerse.
Okay.
But they haven't said anything about like forward momentum past Godzilla.
There was the talk. I think someone said that they are developing a fifth MonsterVerse movie, but it's never been officially said by Legendary. It was mostly just kind of speculation or rumor.
Because like this is like happening, which makes me think they're not putting all this budget and all this lore building into a Godzilla universe if they're not going to do something with it. In my opinion, right? Sure. So like, this is only a good sign for the future, I think. Which
Godzilla versus Kong did very well during the pandemic. It's a good sign, and I'm very excited for it. Like I hope it's the show that I really want it to be, which is like this character focused show set within the MonsterVerse. And getting to see Godzilla on the small screen is super cool. I'm excited. And like this is really the only place you could put it, because like after this the technology gets so out of hand that the budget would explode.
Yeah, you have to do like Apple or HBO. Like you can't do this on like a smaller network, unless you're truly doing it like low budget. Like there are no monsters in it, but like no, there got to be monsters in it.
Yeah, and surprising it's Apple TV Plus, but like
that means the budget is there.
Yeah,
they got money.
Very excited.
It's cool. That's again. It makes me more. I'm excited for this show, but it's like, okay, they're not giving up on it yet. Makes me even more happy.
Sure. Yeah.
Me too. Don't think it's happening, Mag. Pull up Mag's comment.
Yeah. Ben? Mag says hope they introduce alien races in future Godzilla films. I mean, I would love to see Space Godzilla, but
I agree. Won't. I agree in future Godzilla movies, but this show takes place like after the first movie, so they're not going to be doing that stuff in there.
Much more grounded in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
We gotta wait till we get to Godzilla versus Kong.
Before we get to the interplanetary rings where we can put our axes to radiationally charge my weapon.
Yeah.
And all that shit.
Also, Amy B's comment, we're not talking about Resurrections today. That's next week.
That's true.
Thanks, Amy.
Brandon did just put the Matrix sequels, which kind of implies that we'll talk about Resurrections.
Oh, you're right. But like they're generally just called the sequels. I'll change that.
They were until the new one came out.
All right. Anyway. That was the most exciting thing that happened to me this week. Well, one of. All right. Weird. The Al Yankovic story. Jesus.
There you go.
Is officially in development. This is a biopic about Weird Al Yankovic. Daniel Radcliffe has been cast to play him.
That's awesome.
Inspiring.
That's so cool.
Daniel Radcliffe is having such an interesting career, just doing whatever he wants, whether it's being a crazy billionaire who kidnaps artists to a dead body who farts a lot. It's really cool that he's like not like phoning it in. He could have phoned it in after Harry Potter. He's like, no, I'm an artist, baby. Weird Al is such an interesting, cool dude, and I don't know his history very much besides just listening to his work. So like, I'm actually very interested to see this crazy guy's life.
So the story actually gets a little bit weirder. Well, I mean, like it builds off the weird. That's still weird, but like it builds. Okay, so this film is going to be written by Eric Apple, who was one of the staff writers for Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I actually thought he was also like a showrunner towards later. And Al Yankovic, Weird Al Yankovic, he's directing it. Apple will direct this film, and this is based on a short film called Weird: The Al Yankovic Story that had Aaron Paul play Weird Al, written and directed by Eric Apple.
So I guess it was like a proof of concept with Aaron Paul. That all right.
It took that. It's been 12 years since that short came out.
12 years,
man. Aaron Paul's such a funny choice because all I imagine him is Jesse from Breaking Bad.
Yeah. So he did that for Comedy Central, and now Comedy Central is kind of bankrolling this one, but this will just go to Roku. By the way,
it's going to Roku.
Going to Roku.
Yeah. Interesting. My.
It's definitely going to get bought and shown somewhere.
I hope so.
Mm-hmm. And Mag is talking about check out UHF if you have you have time, or his cameos in Naked Gun movies. UHF is hilarious.
UHF rules, absolutely.
Yeah.
He had a cameo in Gallivant, where he played one of the singing monks.
That episode. I love that episode of Gallivant. I was actually thinking about Gallivant the other day. I really need to rewatch that. That so good.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Radcliffe. This is good casting.
Yeah, I'm happy for Weird Al. He seems excited.
You can't see it, but it's Aaron Paul as.
Oh yeah, look at that.
It's the hair that does a lot of it. Yeah.
Can we watch that on YouTube, or do we have to go
probably?
I don't know. All right, Microsoft has bought Activision Blizzard.
Oh boy! All right.
Ben, real quick,
yeah.
I almost wanted to talk to you and make this like a Basement Arcade Pause Mini special because this is the biggest news in like entertainment history and modern entertainment history, and I don't think we're gonna have enough time to properly cover how truly insane this thing is because it's not just about video games. But I'm so glad we're here to talk about it because I spent too many hours listening to podcasts about it against my will, not because I chose them, but because I listened to so many video game podcasts. This is all they talked about all week long. Right. So I'm prime, baby. Woo.
So I want to say this first and foremost about this acquisition. I pray and I hope to whatever God will listen that this acquisition helps end the harassment and the sexual and all the sexual wrongdoings that's been going on in the Activision Blizzard offices of late. I have
information on that.
Okay, but I hope that Bob, what's his face, is shown the door and given the boot on the way out.
Ben,
yeah.
Initial reports suggested that the CEO Bob Kotick will stay on indefinitely, but now it's being reported that he'll leave at the end of the year when the deal is finalized, which will give him a nice $390 million paycheck.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about people in power. When you eventually become rich enough, nothing can happen to you, and the only thing that will happen to you is you get even richer to get you out of the situation. Yeah. So his 0.5% stock in Activision will get him $400 million to retire, which is incredibly shitty. That dude was already a multimillionaire, so it's just adding to the pile, which is even grosser. But like anything to get that asshole out of there. Phil Spencer, who is now the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, he got a big old upgrade after this one because he's the one who helped this deal get finalized. We've talked about for months about how Microsoft are doing all these big deals to be like the next like they want to be like the Netflix of gaming.
Real quick, Ryan, Amy is also saying Microsoft is buying up everything. I do enjoy that huge offer on Game Pass, and Bob gotta go. He's going to need that check for his court fees.
Oh man, he has enough money to buy every lawyer in the world, unfortunately. Man, like.
The thing is, he's not. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's bigger than this. But like he is not being let go because of the harassment. He is being let go because he is no longer needed.
Right. Well, I think that's part of the ickiness of the whole situation is because this is happening while the U.S. government is like currently working on case
That's
with
the
Activision
huge
Blizzard, which
thing.
would be the thing that would take Bobby Kotick out.
Yeah.
And he's getting a big paycheck to get out the door before that would happen.
The big worry, the big worry is because there are multiple investigations, lawsuits happening at this company. It's like this company is getting bought. Are these things going to just go away? And that's the thing we don't have the answers to. We'd like to think because Microsoft is a better, as we know, a better corporation, better run than Activision is. That like Phil Spencer gave this great interview, and he's one of the most open people on the planet, and like he is really like after this deal like one of like the most important businessmen like on the planet, and like the things that he talks about, he's like, listen, this is the future that we are living in. Like people get bought up, and like you just have to wonder, like you have to say, who do you want to own these properties? And I think Microsoft owning these properties will be a benefit instead of a hindrance. And he's just like, yeah, like I want all these properties. Of course, it's gonna make us lots of money. Hell yeah.
So after, real quick, Sparks, after because the day after this news broke, of course, Twitter was aflame. Console wars broke out again. But Phil Spencer came out and he tweeted, and I'm going to be paraphrasing here, but he tweeted out saying that he just got off the phone with Sony executives and he is going to honor the agreements that Sony made with Activision Blizzard beforehand. And of course, their most famous franchise, Call of Duty, which has been multi-platform since its bloody inception, will still come to other consoles. He once again acknowledged that Sony is a major part and a huge part of the video game industry. So of course, he's not going to cut that off just because Microsoft technically owns Activision Blizzard now. So Phil Spencer is really one of like the coolest guy in games right now, because he's straight up saying, is like, look, I know that even though Microsoft technically owns them, we're not going to hinder people playing these franchises that have been multi-platform. And also, if he were to make it Xbox only, he's cutting off millions, if not say $1 billion or so dollars from other platforms.
Realistically, I don't think anybody really ever needed to worry about that, because Microsoft has been entirely all about being for sharing on different platforms. It's Sony who's restrictive. Like Microsoft is like, yeah, play it on whatever you want. I don't give a crap. Like that's not part of the concern. I think what does suck is that, and I cannot reveal who I know, but I do know someone who works at Blizzard. I know I'm very close to their son, and they talked, their son told me that like they've been, like the people at Blizzard who have been working on dealing with what's been happening over this past year in terms of like what's been very public and these past few months, and what they're trying to do to make it better, and unionization happening within it, and building a fund to make that happen, had the rug pulled out from under them with this news. Nobody was, there was no warning. There was no foresight in this plan, and it's put a big old wrench into what they're trying to do to boost people's morale, people who want to stay with the company, to push for unionization because of the change hands, and it's creating a more complicated conversation there, which really sucks. Even if this is a really nice altruistic thing that Microsoft is doing, which I don't know, but even if it is that it's going to be there to help these people to clean up the company, it's maybe the worst timing ever.
And that's the thing. That's the only reason that Activision Blizzard, the single biggest independent video game company on the planet, was able to get bought, is because their culture inside is so toxic that nobody wants to work there and everyone hates them. So that's the only way that Microsoft is able to make a purchase like this, because like, oh man, we need to get bought because like our stock is shit. When this happened, real quick, Brandon, when this happened, Sony's stock dropped 13%. Their market share dropped $20 billion in a single day. Yeah. This is how big this deal is. This is not Microsoft fighting Sony. This is Microsoft fighting Amazon and fighting Google. Like this is a bigger deal than people seem to realize.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, and also like there's a question of how much is the government going to get involved, because the government, because they are still doing like currently, and it took them too long to get to it, but they are currently still going through the cases with Zuckerberg and Facebook over the purchase of Instagram and the way that went. And that is still happening. Yeah. So people are wondering if that's going to cause them, because of the complicated natures that are coming up in that conversation, to see the writing on the wall with what this situation would be as an oligopoly. And prevent it, especially because their attention's already over there in a sense because of the investigations into Blizzard and Activision.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Ryan. That's the thing that you were talking about. Yeah, Microsoft is fighting them. Microsoft is now actively in the same realm as Facebook, Amazon, Disney. Like that's where they're sitting now. So that's where the attention is going to be. So it's almost kind of like, well, yeah, the attention might be off of Activision for the sake of this deal for now. It's not going to be off Microsoft.
Yeah.
No.
And Microsoft now has a bigger target on their back because the government is looking for people like them.
Yeah, and once again, the deal's still not finalized. The government can look over this and decide that no, this is a monopoly. You can't.
Well, no, they've already approved the deal. So the deal, that's a different department.
Okay.
The deal has already been approved,
Mm.
but then it's got to be reviewed. But the deal can still go through as it gets reviewed. That's why the Instagram thing is just coming up now, because they've just now opened that investigation.
Okay.
So we talked about like there's a lot of business stuff, a lot of like kind of like scary behind the scenes stuff. But like if we look at it from a positive point of view, like when Disney bought Marvel and when Disney bought Star Wars, a lot of people freaked out. I was on the positive side of saying these are franchises that I think will be improved by getting a different pops, a different mom and dad, right? Overwatch 2, World of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, all of these billion-dollar franchises are right now in the dirt. Activision sabotages every single property. Guitar Hero, Call of Duty, all of them. They sabotage every game they put out.
They're classic games. Pitfall. What was it? There's Pitfall. There was a $1.5 billion other Dragster. Yeah, and now of course Toys for Bob and Activision owns Spyro the Dragon and Crash Bandicoot. And what happened after Crash 4, a game that was critically praised and sold well? What did Activision do? They pulled Toys for Bob and put them on Call of Duty. However, as great as that sounds, Ryan, there's one thing I do want to push back on. Mm-hmm. Remember when Microsoft bought Rare and people thought, oh, this is going to be great? And Rare hasn't really done much or in terms of Banjo-Kazooie or Conker or any of those classic characters that people want. Phil Spencer has said that Microsoft wants those characters back. It's Rare that's deciding not to do it. So Activision still has the power to say, no, we're not going to make a new Spyro game. We're not going to make a new Crash Bandicoot game. We're not going to do anything with our classic
not
games.
anymore.
We're still going to, they still technically do. It's Rare, even though they're owned by Microsoft, they're not making a new Banjo-Kazooie game.
Ben, you can't play with that kind of language when you don't know what the difference between the contracts are.
Yeah, they're
just
totally different.
Because that's what Rare is doing doesn't mean that's what the deal Activision
also
have.
Rare has like multiple games coming out, and they're currently working on Sea of Thieves, which is one of the Xbox's like biggest accomplishments, and like makes them millions of dollars every month. So like they don't want. Also, companies shouldn't have to be beholden to making the same exact thing. What if they don't want to make those old games anymore? They shouldn't have to. Right? Like if somebody doesn't want to make Call of Duty 14, they shouldn't have to. That's the whole point of this conversation, right?
Yeah, but
that's the whole thing that Phil Spencer was talking about. He's saying, I want to take these developers off of Call of Duty and put them back on games they want to work on. He said that in an interview. And like you can't just say that, Phil, because those are really big words, my guy. So like the next couple of years are going to be truly fascinating, and like things like Pitfall could make a comeback. Like World of Warcraft coming to consoles.
I would love to see games. I would love to see the games like Pitfall make a comeback. I would love that. Problem is, it's still the way it's still up to Activision. They's like, okay, we're gonna make a Pitfall game.
Well, I think the only thing you're running into here, Ben, is that you don't know the differences in their contracts. Like Activision is a much bigger company than Rare, so they probably they're also losing their CEO, which makes a big deal. Like it would be like if Ike Perlmutter left Marvel when Disney bought him.
It's just like, again, like Disney buying Marvel. Like they're not going to not make Spider-Man comics. They're going to use all the properties that they got. They're going to make as much money as they can possible. They're going to make Overwatch 2. They're going to put support on that to make that game come out. They're going to make World of Warcraft as good as it used to be. They're going to do everything in their power to break those brands, billion-dollar brands again. That's why they bought them, because they're not what they used to be. That's why you buy something at lower stock to bring the stock back up. I guarantee you, we're going to see so many of these things come back in the next decade that under Activision Blizzard we would not have seen.
I will say, to Ben's point, it is interesting that Rare has the power to say, no, we're not going to do another Conker. And Microsoft can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
it's interesting that like Microsoft can't just like be like, no, do it.
Well, I mean, that is a situation for them, but like, hey, if
that's what I was just saying. I was just saying it's just weird.
I think that's great. Because again, like burnout is something that exists, whether it's just talking about podcast stuff or it's making the same game for 25 years. Sometimes like people don't want to have to do that. And it is nice to have very much the Matrix Resurrections thing. Like, hey, you have first dibs on if you want to make this movie or not. Like, okay, cool. They could make it. or they cannot make it, and they make it exactly the way they want to make it, right? And maybe they just don't want to, and I think
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
But like you think that. So, but you're saying you think that Activision should be beholden to what Microsoft says, like make this game, and they'll
no,
have to do
not
it.
at all. No.
Okay, sorry. I was hearing a lot coming there. That's what I thought you were saying with the by comparing. Like
that's what I thought. That's what I thought too. I mean,
I might be mixing metaphors.
All right, so let me clear myself up a little because I might have confused all of us. Would I love Activision now under the direction of Microsoft to come out with some classic games or redo some of the classic games while still making new IPs? Yes. I'm trying to say that we probably shouldn't be clamoring for these classic games and using Rare as an example because they don't want to make a new Banjo-Kazooie or a new Conquer. They want to continue with their new IPs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying that let's not because a lot of people on Twitter were trying to raise the flags like we're gonna get new Crash, we're gonna get new all these old franchises again. We might not. As much as us fans want to, as much as we go on Twitter and try to rally the troops to bring bring back Spyro, we may not get that because they want to make something else. As much as I would love to see new games, as much as I would love to see these classic characters come back, it's still up to the developers and the companies themselves to make them. So
very good point. Microsoft is now the third biggest video game company on the planet. They have thousands of people working for them. There are plenty of other developers, not the ones who originally made those games. You can get to make those games if they want to. Right. They can make their own. They can do it themselves in-house.
Yeah. Key phrase though, if they want to.
Yeah.
Real quickly, Ben. Real quick, Spikes. You were going to say something before Ben, did you remember what it was?
I was just going to say that I think the difference is that Activision Blizzard is more likely to do it regardless of if their contract is something like Rare's, where apparently they can have the no, or if it's going to be Microsoft's decision on the yes, whether they get to say like, okay, you make it, and if Activision Blizzard says no, then they're like, fine, then someone else makes it. I think that the difference is that Activision Blizzard has more high-profile billion-dollar franchise figures than what you're comparing to with Rare, where it's like Banjo-Kazooie. Like, yes, Banjo-Kazooie's cool. That's not breaking the
Nobody
bank.
cares about
and that's where the dollar sign difference. That's probably why they're allowing the no, where it's like, it doesn't really matter. But Microsoft will care about things that are worth more money, so they'll probably be enforcing more of a stand of, well, if we want it, we're doing it. Right. I think what is more interesting, and I don't really want to get too big into a thing about it, is just I think everybody's interested in what this will do with Game Pass over time, because Game Pass itself is kind of such an experimental territory, and how is this the thing that's going to balloon it beyond what it's capable of? We'll see.
And all these titles will be going to Game Pass.
They can't all go to Game Pass because some of them are PC exclusive. So I'm going to be curious how that works out. I'm very curious at what they're going to do with Warcraft, because if they can get Warcraft on the consoles, because that is a PC, it's hard to do with a controller.
Well, because they'll go to the PC copy of Game Pass.
No, but I mean, it's you still you need controller support to do that stuff, and there is no WoW controller support as far as I'm concerned, because you need 40 buttons to play MMOs. But if they can get WoW on the Xbox, that will change the world. That'd be crazy. That'll make all the money in the planet.
Chatter in the chat. So Amy's saying, Microsoft bought Minecraft and I was pleased with what happened. They bought Bethesda, which I'm hoping has generated more income / manpower for that studio to create new Elder Scrolls faster.
People love the Elder Scrolls.
Mag was saying something about buying the original copies. I want to say probably when we were talking about how classic games are, or they may or may not be coming back, those classic games again. I mean, you can Mag if you can find them and they're within your budget. And Amy again says COD is basically just a cookie cutter cash cow these days, right? No matter who owns it.
So COD is such an interesting place because the newest Call of Duty Vanguard was the first one to have a new campaign with a diverse team behind it, trying to do something. And this was the lowest selling Call of Duty they've ever had. That being said, the two highest selling games of 2021 were Call of Duty Vanguard and last year's Call of Duty Black Ops, not a 2020 game, right? Call of Duty Warzone, which is their Fortnite, makes $5 million a day. That is over $1 billion a year that one game makes. That now is going to Microsoft. People are really scared that Call of Duty is going to go to Xbox exclusive. They're not going to do that. They're not going to. Microsoft is a much smarter company about that. They're going to put it out to as many people as they want. Microsoft didn't become exclusive, right? They're not going to take away the games that are already out there. That's too silly.
No, plus Phil Spencer he said in a tweet saying that's not going to happen. Call of Duty.
Yeah, he's not going to divide communities, which is smart. Like, dude, he wanted to put Game Pass on the Nintendo Switch, and Nintendo's like, go screw yourself, buddy. You kidding me? Like, that dude just wants people to play games. And again, this is like the bigger ramifications of oligarchy and like monopoly and like, they are now like they've doubled their profits in one day. Like with the merger of Activision Blizzard, they have doubled their video game profits in a day. That's really scary. But also like,
especially like we're barely that far out from the Bethesda purchase.
And that was $11 million or $11 billion,
that was
right?
Pretty big.
And
And this one is Activision Blizzard was $68.7 billion.
Don't be a coward, Brandon. Say it. 69.
No, it's 68.7. That's what they said in the article.
69.
Like it's I think that it would be scary regardless to me. I don't know that I'm thrilled. Well, Phil Spencer's intentions being good and Microsoft being pretty good hands to be in. I don't necessarily want Activision Blizzard under their umbrella. I do think that that's maybe Microsoft getting too powerful. I think we are reaching like it, either this one shouldn't happen, or if
this
is
the last
this
one.
is it. This is the end.
Because honestly, like there aren't when you look at the landscape of who's left, there's no other. They're it. Activision Blizzard was the last big independent billion-dollar company. So now it's just this is like Hollywood situation where like you only have $200 million movies or 5 million indie movies, right?
Yeah.
Like the middle ground is very much non-existent anymore.
No, I saw.
More aptly, this is Disney purchasing 20th Century Fox.
Yeah,
and this is that I think even bigger, frankly, and that's why it's like, don't know how I feel about this, but I especially am not thrilled with the timing of it.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's the reason they can do it is because of what's been happening to Activision Blizzard, but I really wish that the employees were allowed to cultivate the new workspace that Bobby Kotick had to face the full ramifications and all the upper management who's responsible for what's been going on, that was able to be followed through before this company. I wish this company was kind of in a lock from being purchased while that was sorted out with the government case that is already being built against it, rather than this being able to transfer hands in the midst of it. It's a tumultuous situation for the people who are there, the people who have been building a $400,000 and growing unionization fund. It's rough.
It's also unfortunate that the employees will likely not see any dime of this $68.7 billion.
Oh yeah,
God. Oh no, of course not.
No, close. But even
that's the thing. That's the thing that pisses me off. Okay, sorry, Ben. I'm so sorry, but that's the thing that pisses me off. Who gets that money? Right? Why isn't it distributed across the company? That's how it should work.
Goes to a bank account
because trickle down didn't work.
Yeah. Now, to try to be a little positive again.
Well, let me finish this point that I've been trying to get out for the past 5 minutes. After Activision Blizzard got bought, a bunch of other people were naming other video game companies that are still air quotes independent, like Sega, Konami, Capcom, and they're saying who's gonna. And of course, the conversation came up with who's gonna get bought next. When I first heard this news, I can see the double-edged swords. Like, great, we might see an improvement in the workers. For the workers, we might see some improvements all across the board. But at the same time, this is Microsoft owning a giant chunk of the video game industry, and that scares me a little bit because then maybe Sony or maybe Nintendo can shiver a little bit and go, oh shit, who's left, and then start gobbling up the others, and then who knows what's going to happen. But this, to be honest, this does scare me a little bit because it's not good for one company to own this much of the video game industry.
Mm-hmm. Even if it's one like with good intentions, like Spark said about Phil Spencer, and like he is a dude who really does care, but at the same time, like he is a dude who's out there to make money for a company, and he's really really good at it.
And unfortunately, like no matter how cool a person I think Phil Spencer is, like the like fixing the worker situation and making sure it's like on point, being treated right, top notch is going to be like at least 11th, 12th priority after the purchase.
Definitely. Yeah.
One final thing to try to be positive on. There are a lot of really terrific properties that Activision Blizzard own that they don't do anything with outside of like making either games or not making games in terms of like Overwatch and stuff. Like the thing that makes me excited is it's like when Disney bought Marvel and Star Wars. It's like we're about to get a Halo TV show. Microsoft is in the business of entertainment. They're not just video games anymore. They're about entertainment. this now opens the avenue of like, okay, we can get more Warcraft stuff. We can get StarCraft TV shows. We can get more comic books. Like all the properties that are just like that were stuck in a bubble for some reason are now open. So like the chances of like an Overwatch animated show are much more believable than they were a week ago.
Sure.
And that makes me excited.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
all of those, like we can get a I think about Warcraft and I'm like, that movie deserves so much more. Something can come of this.
You know, if they decide to make a Warcraft animated show based off the cinematics of those, because I rewatched the Wrath of the Lich King cinematic quite a bit. That cinematic is just gorgeous. It makes me want to play Warcraft so damn bad.
Real quickly, Amy B is in the chat once again. Says, I guess they could set their sights on Pokemon next. Nintendo will likely buy Pokemon before that would ever happen.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I think Pokemon's safe.
That's scary. That's scary.
Don't think Nintendo hasn't tried.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Nintendo.
Pokemon knows that they're fine. I think that I think I would be in the mic more thrilled about that in this moment if we weren't living in the shadow of like what's happening with the workers.
Oh, I get it.
And I think that's the thing that just makes this so tainted and gross and hard to get optimistic even like in spite of like not liking a company having this much power and be like, yeah, but you know the cool stuff that can happen
I get
now.
it.
Like
I get it.
That's the drag down bummer of it all.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Seeing what they can do in the next few years. I mean, if it convinces me to save up again an Xbox One, it convinces me to save up again an Xbox One. Good for them.
It will be interesting to see what the reaction to this is going forward, especially in tandem with already the investigation with Activision Blizzard and the investigation that's happening over the Facebook and Instagram purchase, which is in a similar conversation level of what's happening here. And I think, fortunately, like video games have been brought to a greater like sense of a spotlight on the market. So there is a worthwhile conversation to be had about is this too much? Is this too far?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
We'll get to something else in a bit. But first, let's get to some comics.
Comic books, I read those.
IDW is in an interesting predicament. Let's just say that. The end of 2022 will see them lose the G.I. Joe and Transformers license. They will no longer have those licenses. However, they will continue to publish other Hasbro properties, such as My Little Pony.
That's been like Transformers has been IDW's bread and butter for years, hasn't it? Or am I wrong? Many years.
Yeah. Yeah. So the rumor is that Robert Kirkman wants them. They're bringing them to Skybound. So look for that potentially. The other thing that IDW is having trouble with, and this is kind of like the same thing, they're canceling trade paperbacks for a lot of Transformers now because of the paper shortage. So they're not doing a lot of trade paperbacks anymore. They're being very picky about it. For example, I had Transformers Beast Wars pre-ordered. They just canceled that. It does not exist on Diamond's website. It's gone.
Did you get your money back at least?
Well, no, I mean, I didn't put money down. It just it was on my pull list at the store, and it's just it's all because of the paper shortage. They're struggling a lot more than say like Marvel or DC would.
Gotcha.
I guess they're doing floppies though still.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know numbers. I feel like the trades would sell more than the floppies, but I guess not.
Yeah, I don't. I also thought the same thing. Like, just do the transition if you want to do that. We talked about a lot of people just doing that, but like, I guess those floppies do very well. They're just going to run up the last year of Transformers, and then it looks like it's just gone.
I think it might just be because of straight up, like, literally the part of the shortage is that they have to keep putting the floppies on shelves.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have to put the paperbacks on shelves right now.
Yeah.
So if you have to deal with the shortage and what's more important to be paying for the printing of and what's more important to do right now, it's going to be getting the floppies on the shelves first.
That's true. Yeah.
Mag is in the chat. He says something, Ben, if you want to pull that up.
You got it.
Go ahead.
So close for a crossover of TMNT and Transformers. Yeah.
Now, technically that has happened because both titles crossed over in the same X-Files event.
Oh.
So,
but the Turtles van didn't transform. Did the Turtles van transform in that one?
No, and neither did Mulder and Scully's whatever vehicle they drive.
They're Sebring.
That's a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, there was a big X-Files crossover where all the Hasbro, all of IDW is like Ghostbusters, Transformers, Mutant Ninja Turtles, all crossover with X-Files. It was wild.
I love it.
Yeah, I'll I'll be honest, I'm a little worried about IDW at this point. They're losing their biggest franchise.
Mhm.
And with all these, with the paper shortage really hurting them more than anyone else. Like Marvel's canceled like War of the Bounty Hunters was already out of print when that book just came out like last month. Like people are struggling, but like IDW is like really struggling.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. I wonder who's going to get Transformers. I'm curious.
Skybound. I mean, I guess it seems weird. I guess
It does seem weird.
It seems kind
That
of
seems weird. I'd read it.
I mean, sure. I mean, they're probably just gonna like the same
Start
style
over.
of books, just in a different company.
Different
but
name.
They'll be new and grittier.
It crossover with Invincible.
I'd watch that. Read that.
Oh my god, like a broken Transformer jaw.
There was supposed to be a Transformers DC crossover that never happened. There's some art online if you want to look for it.
Invisible jet.
The Sandman universe, Nightmare Country, is coming. James Tynion, the fourth, and Lissandro S. Theron will do this book. This is a new title coming from the Sandman universe, which is part of the Black Label. Each issue will focus on a guest artist who will create a new nightmare dream sequence. That's the other part of like the artist thing. The first issue is going to be drawn by Yannick Paquette as far as the thing. Now, this one is about the Corinthian, who is let loose on the world in order to capture another, more dangerous nightmare. A cat and mouse game ensues, one with a net of nightmares that catches not just dreams, but the people who dream them. So it's like a nightmare net.
He's got teeth in his eyeballs.
Yeah, the art's really cool. I guess James Tynion's Substack exclusive contract sure.
Well, I think was it exclusive to make comics?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, that's why he ended. That's why he was going to end Joker and like all that. He was leaving DC, and then The Last House on the Left suspiciously got another issue.
I wonder if it's like a loophole through Black Label, or like it's not technically DC, or something.
Right? It's just creator owned,
or maybe like it's just been in the works for so long that like it's finally coming out. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe he's like realized what he's done and.
More likely.
Yeah.
I was actually when this came out, I was really confused. I was like, I haven't heard of any of the Substack comics. Are any out?
Well, yeah, they're out just digitally through Substack.
I know, but like I've just not heard of them.
Well, because you can't read them because they're exclusive to Substack.
I think he means like he's not hearing anybody talk about them either.
I think they just come out like a page every couple days, so it's hard to talk about. I think it's kind of just like you read it through your email and you're like, well, that's cool, I guess.
Well, for something that was supposed to revolutionize comics.
It was just to put money in pocket, baby.
This book will also introduce new characters, Mr. Agony and Mr. Ecstasy. And the initial storyline is intended to be a thematic sequel to the Doll's House, the second arc of the original Sandman comic.
We will be reading that eventually, I bet.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah, I'm glad Sandman's still going on. Like I read like one of those books and then I dropped them off because it was too many.
And James Tynion is a really good horror writer. Fit right in.
Yeah, it's cool that like he's like their big guy. And it's cool that he's like, yeah, I'll write you a Sandman. Like, cool. He isn't like done, which is
Yeah.
Guys, that Flash movie's real.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
we saw a trailer for it.
Well, The Flash, The Fastest Man Alive is coming. It's going to be a 3-issue miniseries written by Kenny Porter with art by Ricardo Lopez Ortiz, Juan Ferreira, and Jason Howard. This is going to be a prequel to the Flash movie, and we'll see Batman and the Flash team up to fight Girder.
Girder, my favorite Flash villain.
I really don't care about this.
No,
But I am glad they're doing it because this is something I wish that Marvel was doing with the MCU.
Yeah.
Is making like comics that aren't like just what if we just like write 3 pages, but then also just like put some recap of a movie and then an old book in here and sell it as a trade and go Marvel tie-in. What if they actually told like a 5-issue story that was like, hey man, this is like what Steve was up to for like that year in between.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I wish that was happening over there, so I'm glad that like this kind of thing is being embraced over at Warner Brothers again. Like I think this is just a nice way to keep expanding their film universe. I just don't give a shit about this story.
Yeah. Is this the first time DC's done this? Like a prequel to a movie comic?
Yes.
As far as I know.
A prequel to the DCEU, yes, but there was a prequel to Superman Returns.
Like we didn't get like a Wonder Woman or an Aquaman.
This is the first
comic.
one for like the modern age of
That's
superhero
cool.
films.
Yeah, again, like I don't care about it, but like it's cool that they are doing it.
Yeah.
5 issues instead of like a single issue.
That's like a whole ass
you're
story.
like telling a story, and that's what I want.
Yeah.
The MCU wants to be.
Well, this one's 3 issues.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said 5 earlier.
I apologize. It's 3.
Okay.
It's 40.
That's
It's
still
a
more
40
than one.
issue maxi event.
That's still more than 1 and still more than 3 pages.
Yep. Those Marvel really. I have so many of those, and I regret most of them.
The Marvel preludes.
Because they don't do enough.
Yeah.
They're just the movie. Anyway.
Girder.
Earth Prime. The new
You know what they are, Brandon? You know what they are? The comics that have come out for the MCU so far, they're almost all just the Marvel Legends series on Disney Plus, but it's comics.
Oh no.
You're right. I like the Legends more.
Yeah, because it makes more sense for that than stupid.
All right, Earth Prime is a new comic book coming out, a 6-issue miniseries that is going to be set in the Arrowverse.
I heard.
Each issue will follow a show, so like a different show, and then they'll cross over in the 6. So the 5 shows, and then the 6 is the crossover. Each issue is going to be written by members of the show's writing staff. So the first issue will be about Batwoman, and will be written by the writers Natalie Abrams, Kelly Larson, and Cameron Johnson, with art by Clayton Henry. In this book, we'll see Ryan Wilder, the Batwoman, go up against a new version of Clayface.
That's cool.
So the Arrowverse Clayface.
Okay.
The wildest thing to me,
Ryan Wilder,
is that the Batwoman story, or this 6-issue thing, will also introduce a new love interest for I'm blanking on his name.
Harry?
The son of the scientist guy for Bruce Wayne.
Fox?
Yeah. Fox's son.
Oh, Luke.
Luke. It's going to introduce a new love interest for Luke that is going to be in the show, but this is the introduction, and I'm like, that's weird. Okay.
You're going to have to reintroduce her for the people who
right. I'm like, everybody who watches the show is going to read this. What are you doing?
So the second issue will be a Superman and Lois, written by Adam Mallinger, Jay Jameson, that's cute, and Andrew Wong, with art by Tom Grummett and Norm Ratmund. This is going to see Clark and Lois trying to celebrate their first wedding anniversary, but reporting and superheroics get in the way.
Ooh, shenanigans.
Also the origin of. It's a spoiler for season 1.
We've watched it.
Uh-oh. We didn't finish it.
We almost finished it. Shit,
Wait.
don't say it.
Oh, season 1 of Superman.
Don't
Lois?
say it. Don't say it.
I won't say it. I won't say it. That's what I was curious, because I was like, it's going to do something, but like I don't know how far in season 1 you guys are.
Oh, not even. Yeah.
No, I don't care about you. You're never going to watch it.
I mean, I'm sorry, but he's right, Ben.
You should, but you're not.
Good, but you're not.
All right.
Yeah, I'll probably.
Lex Luthor.
Then by the time that you would watch it, you wouldn't remember what he said.
That's true.
You're probably true.
Anyway,
you're probably right. You're probably true.
So yeah, it's an important origin for something that happened in the show. But anyway, I think this is kind of cool though. This is like what it's like the Crisis on Infinite Earths, but like comic.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
People were like, "This is going to be the first comic set in the Arrowverse." I'm like, "No, it's not."
Look at all these hundreds of other comics.
I've got many.
It might be the first good one though.
Shit.
Oh, did you? I haven't read the John Barrowman one. Did you read that one?
No.
Oh wow. Sterling Gates did a Supergirl one. That was all right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It does seem like they're like, those live action crossovers are too expensive.
I was gonna say, like,
what if we just start making comics?
Like Clayface is a guy, or like, oh, that's a real big budget episode. What if we put him in the comic?
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why the Crisis on Infinite Earth tie-in is like, we can't have the Council of Lexes, so we'll just do it here.
Makes sense.
All right. On the 30th anniversary of the death of Superman, the death of the Justice League will come.
What?
Justice League.
Wow, it's been 30 years since Death of Superman. Holy crap.
Justice League number 75 will be written by Joshua Williamson with art by Rafa Sandoval and Alejandro Sanchez. It's going to see.
What? Have there been 74 Justice League issues I have not read?
Yeah, Bendis' run.
Was it like double shipping?
Yeah.
75? That's like that's Tom King's Batman run. Where's the time gone? 75 issues? I've never read a Justice League. That's too many Justice League issues. Sorry, I just realized. Wow, that's so many Justice Leagues I've never read.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember if his run. That's a lot. That is a lot for him. He was only on it for like a year.
No, it's because they were double shipping. Because I picked up the tie-in, the middle issues 50 and 51, which were like a different tie-in issue. So I think they were double shipping. Yeah. Oh, it's too many issues.
Anyway, yeah, nobody was reading it.
Was Bendis on it from number 1?
He launched it and then he left it, and then other people have done it. Yeah.
No, he hasn't left it yet though.
This is him leaving it.
No, this is his. This is gonna be the first issue not written by him.
What has Williamson been writing then? Justice League Incarnate.
Yes, Justice League Incarnate.
Okay, he was writing a Justice League book. Okay.
Yeah, he did Infinite Frontier and Justice League Incarnate.
I'm not. There's like a whole like period of like comics. I have no idea about that.
Williamson also did the Future State 2 issues, which I thought were really good.
There you go, Future State.
He was the only. No offense, Joel Jones, but he was the only person to write Wonder Girl in a way that I appreciated.
No, I think everyone seems to agree with you on that one.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, 9 members of the Justice League are going to die, including the main ones. So Wonder Woman's dying again. Batman's not dying. Superman's probably dying. John Stewart and Martian Manhunter.
I like John Stewart, but not Hal. That's smart.
Yeah, he's the only. I saw. I was like, oh, I guess John is the only one who hasn't died at this point. Sure, but why him?
So for some reason, like my brain's like, this reminded me of 5G, of like all the heroes going away and then new heroes taking their places, and I'm like, oh, I remember actually liking that idea. So like, I am initially like okay with this idea. If you're truly going to take them away for like a year and make it all a brand new Justice League, I'm cool with that. I'm always cool with legacy, diverse characters. I'm 100% cool with that. Do I have to read the 74 issues before?
No, I don't think so.
Well,
I think this is going to be. So, like, yeah, I have also felt the same way. Like, if this sticks, this is the most interesting thing you've done with the Justice League in many, many years.
Yeah. And if you make it like, oh my God, it's a dream. Yeah, you make it like John as Superman, and maybe like Jessica or someone else as a Green Lantern. Like, yeah, this is, if they do it right, it's the dream. I just don't necessarily know if I want. No offense to Joshua Williamson, but like him to be the guy to spearhead it again.
In fairness, like, watching, what I would appreciate it because of how screwed he got over Justice League Odyssey. He really did a really good job with the Future State issue. So if this is his excuse to get rid of the original Justice League so he can do this Future State Justice League, I'm into that. Those characters are cool. He writes them well. Okay. I'm excited for that.
Bendis didn't come on until issue 59.
Who wrote?
This is the run that started in 2018 with Scott Snyder. This is still that Justice League run. This has not been double shipping. Bendis came on issue 59. It has not been that long.
Okay, so I thought
there's no way Bendis has written 75 issues of Justice League.
I was confused because I also thought they relaunched it because I misremembered that Brian Hitch's run was not after Snyder's, it was before.
Right.
Oh man.
So no, this is all since Snyder's run in 2018. This is where Bendis came on 59.
Yeah.
This is Snyder's run, which was going in like doing the death metal tie-ins and everything. If you scroll all the way back, it goes back to 2018.
Metalverse, yeah. Oh my God, they just did a big like. Oh yeah, it's just Okay.
So Bendis has only been on it for less than a year.
It doesn't feel like it.
He started March 16th last year.
It feels like it's been an eternity.
Okay, I'm glad I cleared that up because I was like, "There's no way Bendis."
That's
was
crazy.
I wasn't sure about it. I'm glad you brought it up.
That seriously did not feel right. It's like, how could he run 74 issues of Justice League already? What?
No, we read that Justice League.
Put those out fast. Yeah, I'm interested in this, and I really hope they do it well because I want to read a Justice League book, and honestly, I want to read a Joshua Williamson Justice League book. So
I'm very interested in the fact that they're committing to like a new look of the DC universe for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
And you know what? If they actually cancel, let's say half of the Batman books because the main character's dead, I'd be really into that.
Yeah,
we'll
but
see.
will they? They'll probably cancel one.
Yeah.
My only thing about it is that I'm like, how come the Green Lantern that has to die is John Stewart?
Because he's the only one who hasn't died.
Why? Why is he the one we have to kill?
No,
that makes no damn sense. Anyway,
it's his turn.
Outside of that, I also think it's very interesting we're not killing the Flash. But
he's got an event coming up. He can't. He has a movie coming out.
You can't die.
Well, Barry is on the Justice League Incarnate, so he's not in the main DC universe. So I don't think it'll matter because Wally is the Flash of the main DC universe.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying it's interesting that we're killing the Justice League, but we're not killing the Flash.
Yeah.
You think like everyone would be represented?
Yeah.
Disproportionate murders. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I don't think killing Wonder Woman again a year after she just came back to life is a smart move.
No, I read a whole comic where she was like lost in space. Like,
I know.
I also don't think it's so troubling when you've got a lot of Amazon characters that can fill the hole for the time being.
Yeah, my hope was like, they kill Wonder Woman and make Nubia like the lady, but like
could be. I mean, we don't know what'll happen.
Yeah, what's up?
Yara Flora is the Wonder Woman of the future state. So,
all
right, moving to Marvel. Captain America is getting not one but two new ongoing series.
This is the juiciest. This is the best.
Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson will both be Captain America in two new ongoing books that will spin out of Captain America #0 out in April. That book is going to be written by Colin Kelly, Jackson Lansing, and Tochi Onyebuchi, with art by Mattia De Iulis. I'm sorry. And so that they're talking about it like it's a conversation between the two Captain Americas, talking about like why there needs to be two Captain Americas.
I love it.
This is I'm super excited for this direction.
So Captain America, Symbol of Truth, is going to be Sam's book, The Falcon, not Captain America. This is going to be written by Tochi Onyebuchi with art by R.B. Silva.
Ooh!
It's also going to feature Joaquin Torres as Falcon. He was the second Falcon. This is going to be, so Sam is the public-facing Captain America, and he's going to like look into like foreign policy, the truth into like what's behind some foreign policy. And then we'll also see what it means for the world to accept a black Captain America. It's going to be out in May. And Captain America Sentinel of Liberty will be written by Colin Kelly with art by Carmen Carnero. This is going to be Steve's. And he's not going to be a lot of Captain America. Mostly he's going to be Steve Rogers. He's like reconnecting with the Steve Rogers behind the scenes Captain America. And we'll look at how America has changed and what it means for Steve to be from the greatest generation.
I love it.
This is so awesome. So the Steve Rogers writing team is the team who worked on Kang, and Kang is an awesome book.
Yeah.
So I love to see that. And R.B. Silva, a god. Carmen Carnero, who has done like 30 issues of the Miles Morales Spider-Man book. I was literally on Twitter like this week saying like, I love Carmen's work. I can't wait. Like I like Miles Morales, but I can't wait to see what she does next. And this was what she's doing next, Captain America.
Stoked.
This is such a awesome team for both. Sam Wilson's being written by a black man, which is just fantastic. It's crazy because Ta-Nehisi Coates was writing Captain America, but it was back when Steve was Captain America. So we didn't get to have a black man write Black Captain America. Now we actually get that. I think I'm so excited to read Captain America again. I'm going to get 2 books. Love it.
Yeah, that's cool that they were just like, no, they're both going to be Captain America.
Yeah.
I really like Sam's new shield too.
It looks awesome. And the thing is, like, Sam reverted back to the Falcon. Like, one of my book clubs, like, was this year was that miniseries Falcon and Winter Soldier. And it's really nice that it's like, no, like, Sam can be Captain America. We can have 2 Spider-Man, 2 Hawkeyes. Why can't we have 2 Captain Americas?
Yeah, I think that's what they're gonna like. I think that's what Zero is about. Like, we've got 2 people with the name Spider-Man, 2 people with the name Hawkeye. Let's do this. All right, and then finally on comic books, Moon Knight, Black, White, and Blood is coming.
Honestly, I thought this was a parody.
No,
like Wolverine, Black, White, and Blood, and Deadpool. I'm like, oh,
and
this
I
is
believe
real.
Carnage and Elektra also have Black, White, and Blood books. So this is going to be a new 4-issue anthology in the same vein as those. The first issue will have stories from Jonathan Hickman and Chris Bachalo. They're the first story. Mark Guggenheim is Jorge Fornes, second story. And Morera Aodell and Doten Akonda, the third story.
So I have a question, and I'm assuming Ryan's going to know this because I'm going to guess that he's read more Moon Knight than any one of us, or unless, Brandon, you have to.
No, I've certainly. This is no, sorry.
I mean, okay, so is that panel that goes around the internet with Moon Knight going down? Is like,
no,
hey, Draco, where's my money? You effing nerd. It's fake. Okay,
no.
cool. Double checking,
every
making sure.
Funny Moon Knight panel you've seen is fake. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean they can't be funny and true in your heart.
I mean, I was just double checking and making sure because when I first saw that, I'm like, oh, it's probably fake. And then I saw Ryan post, I was like, maybe it's not fake. So I just wanted to double check and make sure. That's all I was asking.
I'm in a group who every month posts the same question: is this real or fake? What Moon Knight issue is this from? And I'm just like,
Okay, well now you never have to hear me ask that question again.
The first issue will be Hickman's story. So the first story that Hickman will do is going to introduce a new Moon Knight from the near future.
Future Moon Knight. Future state.
Future.
That's out in April.
I will buy that 100%. There's a lot of anthology books, but I did read some of that Wolverine one, and it was real good. Just, different artists doing different things with color. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I thought Batman Black and White was a really good idea, and Marvel kind of took that into the next level, and I thought that was really cool.
And then they're like, let's add blood.
Yeah, it's good red. The red with black and white looks very good.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's Harley, red, white, and black.
Mm-hmm.
I'm buying time because the next thing's for Sparks. Where did he go?
Mm-hmm.
He's gone forever.
All right.
Oh, he just said he's like done with the podcast. He's like, no, don't come back. Oh,
Sparks, how could you? How could you, sir?
Well, I had to pee and get water.
All right, Ardman, Sparks.
Yeah.
Ardman. Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget was announced by Netflix. Well, we already knew this was happening, but this is like Netflix is releasing it.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken Run is also going to have so it's a sequel to the first Chicken Run. It's the big news was that it was replacing the core cast, the 3 characters in the core cast, 2 characters to the core cast, and then cast the kid.
Mm-hmm.
I got there eventually. Zachary Levi is going to play Rocky, replacing Mel Gibson.
Adrian.
I'm okay with that.
Thandiwe Newton will play Ginger, replacing Julia Sawala, who's throwing up a storm claiming ageism was the cause. And then Bella Ramsey will play Molly, the new character that's Rocky and Ginger's daughter.
Yeah,
and most of the cast is new and old.
I get Sawala being unhappy about it. I can also understand at her age maybe not sounding the way she did almost 20 years ago. That's rough. Thandiwe's cool casting, so but yeah. I'm happy that Ardman's making stuff like this. I like the original Chicken Run, but this is cool. This is cool that they're going back. I hope it's good.
So now, fun fact, Sparks: Chicken Run is still to this day the most successful stop motion animated film in history.
Wow,
That's
Really?
stunning.
To this day,
Doesn't feel like it should be, but that's surprising.
Chicken.
I mean, I like it, but I wouldn't put it that high.
Sam Fell, who directed Flushed Away and Paranorman, will direct this film from a script from Carey Kirkpatrick, who wrote the first film, John O'Farrell and Rachel Tunnard joining them. Peter Lord and Nick Park wrote the first film. Yeah, okay. Wallace and Gromit.
Is the Were-Rabbit back?
I don't know, maybe. Ardman has announced that a new Wallace and Gromit film is coming to their service as part of an overall deal with Ardman that they've made.
It's about time.
It's the first film in 14 years.
Yeah, I miss Wallace and Gromit.
That's insane. I did not know it was that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I had 3 Wallace and Gromit videotapes growing up, and I loved all 3 of them. They were so good.
Nick Park and Merlin Crossingham are going to direct the film, which will be written by Mark Burton, who wrote Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit, and Shaun of the Sheep.
Shaun of the Sheep's very good.
Yeah. Was there a Wallace and Gromit TV show?
No, what you're thinking of is that there was never a TV show, but there were like a set of shorts.
Oh, you're right. That's what
They're like 15 to 20 minutes.
I saw those more than I saw the movies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh no, Mag was in chat about Wallace and Gromit. The voiceover artist for Wallace passed away.
That's true. This is going to see Gromit growing concerned that Wallace is too dependent on his inventions, and it spirals from there as he makes a smart gnome. So,
I like it.
all right, if you'll indulge me in some Star Trek news real quick.
Sure.
there was a big like news dump that CBS did for Star Trek. They released a lot of the premiere dates for their upcoming shows. So, for example, Star Trek Picard Season 2 will air on March 3rd, which will coincide with the last 3 episodes of Discovery. So 3 episodes of Picard and Discovery will air on the same day.
Whoa! It's so much Star Trek.
Star Trek Strange New Worlds will air on May 5th, which will be the same day that the last episode of Picard airs. And Star Trek Strange New Worlds was renewed for a 2nd season, which we had not known previously, and I'm very excited. I hope that show is good. Star Trek Lower Decks has been renewed for a 4th season.
Yay!
And Star Trek... Yeah, I'm very excited. And Star Trek Discovery has been renewed for a 5th season.
Okay.
Good job, Star Trek.
I need to watch Lower Deck Season 2, and Season 2, that's the one that just came out.
You should, because it's good. Season 3 is going to launch in the summer, and Prodigy will take another hiatus in a couple more episodes. So Prodigy's okay.
Okay. I mean, Lower Decks is my favorite Star Trek thing in a long time.
That's a lot of Star Trek, though.
But that's good, though. We're getting more Star Trek. Isn't that awesome?
I mean, we'll see.
Says Ben, who's watching one.
I'm watching all of them, and I think that they vary in quality way too often for my liking.
Okay. But I remember
Lower Decks is here's the thing. Lower Decks is freaking fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
No one else hits it.
All right. But I do remember a time when we weren't getting any Star Trek. Even though
me too. I'm glad we're in this era of Star Trek. I like these shows. I'm curious how long a franchise can sustain itself on perfectly okay TV shows.
Yeah.
What did you say?
We got a problem.
Yeah, because so Ryan's putting his green screen glove, and it must have gone out of his nose ring.
You're welcome.
Ryan, for a split second, it looked like you had postnasal drip, but it was postnasal matrix.
Oh yeah, I was dripping the Matrix.
Now your nose ring's like a hook.
Anyway, I send the thoughts. I love Lower Decks. I'm excited for these shows. It's a lot of Star Trek.
It is. I mean, literally years ago, we were like, "Where's the Star Trek?" And now it's abundant.
Hopefully, it gets better. Okay, Star Trek Picard Season 2, we're in trailers now, had a trailer. I'm assuming you guys didn't watch this one.
You're right, I didn't.
So that's fine. I really liked it. I just want to look at a little bit about it. I thought it was really fun. I got really excited because of one element, but I do want to talk about, I think, Whoopi Goldberg coming back as Guinan. We got to see that for the first time. That was awesome. They're going to the year 2024. Sure. Okay. I still like these characters a little bit, but they time travel by slingshotting them around the sun. And I got so excited because that is my favorite Star Trek time travel. It's so dumb. You hit warp speed, slingshot around the sun, and when you come out the other end, you're in a different time period. I'm like, sure.
Just like that?
Just like that. So like when I saw that, in the first trailer, it's like, oh, we use the Borg Queen and we plug it in and we go back in time. Yay. But like it's they're doing the slingshot. I'm like, they're doing the slingshot. It's very excited.
I'm glad.
Actually, I lied. I did see that. I did see parts of this trailer. They aired this trailer while I was watching the Bills-Chiefs game on Paramount Plus today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Slingshot around the sun, baby. All right. Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Had a gameplay trailer.
It did.
Here's everything that's going to be in the game.
I also thought this would be a good place to put out. This was only released because of that article that Polygon was putting out, which was about the workplace scenario that this game has caused over at TT.
I hope you guys are excited for all that content. There's so much content that they're overworking their employees. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was very excited for this game prior to that because I was like, oh, they're building a new engine for it. It's going to be a different Lego game. And to their credit, it does look like a different Lego game. But like that was, oh man.
It's
not happy
upsetting
about
when you
that.
find out that like what they wanted was to work with the Unreal Engine, which they could have, and then they were told, no, you can't. You need to work on this new engine we're designing that will take 10 times as long.
Yeah.
And then they're confused why it's taking longer to make the game come out. It's crazy. Yeah.
And so crunching them to reach this April release date, I promise you, people are going to buy a Star Wars game whenever it comes out.
I think
it's already been like 3 years, right?
I think even more upsetting is like them discussing. I mean, the crunch is the most upsetting part. Putting their employees through this, they just shouldn't be. But I think the worst part is another bad part is the fact that they're wanting to push for like advancements of the ideas of what fans want, which is things like online play and all that. And they're like, no, instead work on this other thing because we want you to. No, scrap that. Never mind. Change it to this other thing. And like the fact that that was detailed so many times in the workforce just really is like awful.
Yeah.
Just awful. And that like it's cool that the game will be out. Like, yay. I certainly think it looks cool. It's unfortunate, like the pressure that's been put on the team because of it. That like crunch was designed into the build of this game, and then it got even worse. I hope that the final product like pays off for all that because they're clearly putting in their hard work for it. But I'm disappointed to know that like the team would have been happier and that there was probably a superior version of the game where they got to do a lot of the things they wanted to do with it if they'd just been allowed to use the frickin' Unreal Engine, and this crunch might not have happened.
It's awful. There was also like before, like they wanted to use their original engine, like the idea like of just being like, the original engine like took 2 weeks, you're not gonna let us do what we want anyway, so let's just do the original thing. And they're like, no, you got to make this new thing.
And I understand, like, like wanting to do change, like wanting to be like, like we want to use like the newest thing, innovative. Yeah. But like, don't be surprised when this happens, when you do that, like,
and be willing to like push your game back as much as you need to, rather than making your employees have to scramble to meet the fact that like they're still crunching, and I'm like, you've delayed it this far, just delay it.
There's like the meme going around where it's like coming out 2020, coming out 2021, coming out 2022.
Yeah,
like,
you just didn't have to announce the release date now. You could have just said, like, here's what's up, and we're delaying further, so we're not putting.
And with this big 6-minute trailer that shows you everything you're gonna do in the game, like they can't delay it now. Marketing push. If they delay it now, they're fools, which they should do, but they're not gonna do that because they have stocks to meet. And stuff.
You know what's sad? I find it more respectful than when a video game producer comes out and straight up says, "Is like, look, shit went south and we need to fix this. It's going to be delayed." I find that more respectful and more understanding than I would from like, it's like, here's this, and then an article comes out by Polygon's like, "Yo, crunch is bad over at TT." And
well, but they the thing that like is gross about this for me is that they released this trailer because they knew this Polygon article was coming. And they wanted to bury it.
Yeah, they want to try and direct your attention to like, look how pretty the game looks, to like, yo, you're like making your employees cry on their breaks. This is not good.
It's a hard situation because if like on Twitter, devs will tell you different things. They're like, listen, I'm putting all of this effort into this game. I want you to buy it. Don't boycott it. But at the other time, it's like you are supporting that industry when you do buy it. So it is a hard thing to deal with.
They're like, I put in all this work. Like, I want you to play this game. It's just, I think the important thing is to just also raise your voice for like, yeah, I'll buy this because I want to support the artist, but like also be like, I'm against crunch culture, and like I want you guys to do better. And change.
That's what 343 did, right? 343 was like, this game is not working. We're going to push it back until it is.
And unionization, rally for unionization, support everyone who wants to unionize. Let's do it.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but the producer for Final Fantasy 16 came out and said, "Hey, we were looking forward to show something to you guys, but we can't. We're gonna have to wait a little while because the pandemic got worse in Japan, and they had to migrate all their workers to at-home jobs, and they're trying to not incorporate crunch for 16."
Yeah. It added like 6 months of extra development onto their thing, but because they don't want to, because of COVID, they don't want to crunch. I'm like, that's not a big deal to us.
Yeah.
I am like, the second that I actually tweeted at the producer and at Square Enix, I'm like, take your time. I'm fine with waiting. Just don't do crunch. Just make it shiny and good. If you need time, take it. I can wait. I have a crap ton of backlog games.
I'm so glad that you are feeling that way, Ben, after the Sony release of trailers where you were really, really mad that Final Fantasy wasn't there. So I'm really glad that you come to be like, no, I get it. Like, take your time.
Ben, remember, he has listened to every single episode.
I know, but I don't remember being that mad there wasn't any Final Fantasy stuff. I was mad that Pixel Remaster wasn't coming to console. That's what I was mad about.
Ben, you couldn't stop complaining about how much of a shit show you thought that whole Sony presser was.
All right.
But it's okay.
Listen, like this, the this is the first Lego game in a really long time to really like make me excited to play it, because like
Yeah.
it does look like
It looks really cool.
It looks like a new like behind the shoulders like cinematic fun stuff.
Outside of them being Legos, like you are just like full blown exploring the worlds of Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It is.
Hey,
yeah.
and we get the Mumble voice back if you want it, which I thought was kind of cool.
That is, yeah. People are really divided on if Lego should talk or not, and it's cool that they're giving you the choice. That's really silly.
I like the burr, 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 burr.
I'm fine with them talking. I don't mind. I think it's.
I don't mind either way. I did like the original ones, but I don't mind the talking. We got a glimpse of some of the new characters. You get to play as Jabba for I think the first time in the Lego franchise.
Slug man. It's like, ho, 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 ho.
I still hope we get my favorite Lego figure from Lego Star Wars, the original trilogy, Ghost Obi-Wan. Hope we get that one.
Oh, yeah.
The galaxy exploration looks really cool. The
Yeah.
way you just select, I'm gonna go here. Okay, here I go. Boop.
Yeah.
Here I go. Boop.
It really does look like the perfect like Lego game. Like, okay, you pick your saga, you can do whatever you want in there. Once you're done with it, you can go into it with other characters to unlock more things. It's like, that's the loop.
That's the dream.
That's the dream.
Yeah.
Here I go. Boop.
Severance.
Oh,
Yeah, this looks so
this is the Apple one.
Yeah.
What do they do? What is their jobs? I'm curious.
I'm glad I put this one in. I wasn't sure.
No.
This is a good one, but that is definitely a weird concept where your memories erase no matter depending on where you are. You're at work, your personal memories are gone, and then when you're at home, your work memories are gone, and that's just like that's weird because
true separation between like work and play.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like it's just it raises questions, and like I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I mean, hold on, Ben. How you should feel about it is not good because the point is it's not a good thing to do. Let's not accidentally endorse severing people's minds from their work and play lives.
Oh God, no, that sucks.
I love Adam Scott, and that guy is normally like a comedic guy, so it's really cool to see him play like a dramatic, almost like sinister role where like his emotions are always underplayed. The premise itself is super fascinating. Like, I wonder if the hook will be good enough to like whatever the reveal is, like, is it going to be big enough to like support the whole show? Yeah. But like it looks really nice.
Honestly, they had me pretty deep with the concept. I was just like, man, this looks really good. I love the concept, all that kind of stuff.
In the elevator, they're like
yeah. But then there's one shot of like John Turturro and Christopher Walken in a garden.
Oh, and they're like
this against each other. I'm like, I need to watch this now.
What's going on with these old men?
Not only that, the name that came up that really surprised me was it's from Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what?
That was weird.
Do you remember the last time I think we ever saw John Turturro and Christopher Walken together on screen? It's that movie that we watched, the weird musical with James Gandolfini.
Oh, Romance and Cigarettes.
That he directed, and there's one shot where Christopher Walken's doing the dance in the street, but John Turturro is also doing it in the background.
It's one of the 4 DVDs I own. Hell yeah.
Our flag means death.
This looks funny.
Yeah, this looks great.
So this is partially based off the true story. Remember, I went through my pirate phase and my Viking phase during the pandemic. This is based off the true story of I forget his real name, but his name is Steed. And he was a rich nobleman who he was just rich and hated his life. So he just left his kids and his wife to become a pirate. And he's like, I'm not going to be an evil pirate. I'm going to be a prim and proper pirate. So he's just always looking fly and being nice to people. But in the line of pirate work, it's not really like the thing. So he clashes with other pirates. Taika Waititi might be playing Blackbeard in it.
He is playing Blackbeard.
He is playing Blackbeard, which is going to be great because like he and him in actual Blackbeard had a real life like fun back and forth throughout history. I just love pirate stuff, and this is like a Taika Waititi pirate comedy show, and I'm like, that's all I want.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm very excited for this. I love the cast so much. It is interesting that when you hear like Blackbeard, he's such a mythical figure in like pop culture that he almost feels like he's not a real historical figure.
Yeah, he's like no one that badass could truly exist.
Yeah,
like no, he was just a psychopath. Yeah, it translates cinematically. Yeah,
Ian McShane. All right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Cuphead Show.
Yes. Oh, I am so excited for this show. This looks so good.
That looks like that cartoon, baby. Like I don't.
It looks like that game.
Or yeah, the game. I'm curious sustain a plot.
I'm curious about that
6 to
too.
10
Yeah.
episodes. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
I was hoping that so when I first heard that they were making a Cuphead show, I was hoping it was going to be like an anthology show, kind of like Looney Tunes, where every episode is different hijinks, different characters doing crazy things. The fact that they're doing like an actual story, I'm curious, but I'm all in. I loved that game. I love the animation. One of my big draws is that Wayne Brady is playing King Dice.
Mm-hmm.
I am all in on the Cuphead show, and this animation looks so crisp and fluid, and I'm all for it. I can't say anything enough about it. I can't say anything else. I'm excited. I cannot wait to watch this.
I really like it. I do want to see it. I minorly don't like that there are frames and pieces where parts of the animation or the entire animation as a whole is no longer consistent with the tone of like the 1920s stuff. There are pieces where like it's clearly got the sheen of what newer animation looks like, and they were either compensating because of budget or something, and like that it's a little bit of a bummer that's not consistently all of the same tone. But otherwise, like I'm still really happy for it and happy to have it. But like it is a bummer when that does come up. There's a couple of flash moments. There's like the way that the fire reflects off the devil is like it's clearly like a shinier new thing rather than an interpretation as it would look in the older style. Same where there's the shot where he turns into like a big tentacle thing and the whole thing just doesn't look like old school animation. But that's all right. I can take it.
All right. Moon Knight. The first trailer for Moon Knight.
Oh, it's me, Stevie.
Did you see the Ethan Hawke, Oscar Isaac watch through of that trailer?
Yes, they're very cute.
And Oscar Isaac started making fun of his own voice.
It's a choice. It's very interesting that they decided to go that like Cockney up a version of it. If I didn't know anything about Moon Knight, I think this trailer rules, and if I know a lot about Moon Knight, I still think it rules. The thing that I don't know if you all saw the leak of what the suit looked like previously. Like this, like the suit leaked, and I was like, I don't like it. Don't like it. Now that I'm seeing it, and we're dealing with actually like Egyptian mythology and stuff, like it doesn't make sense for him to be in a pure white suit, really. So him being like mummified like a mummy really works for me now that I'm seeing it. And he can always evolve into that classic costume.
Right.
This is the show. This and She-Hulk, where I'm like, oh man, this show looks good. It doesn't look like another Marvel thing. So like if it's bad, I'm gonna be real bummed out.
That's the thing I connected to with this trailer. I do like Moon Knight. I actually really like Moon Knight. I'm trying to read more of him. But what surprised me about the show was how dark and spooky it looked. And I was like, oh, this isn't like, even the trailers for the other Marvel shows are, they feel like Marvel shows, maybe not WandaVision, but like they feel like Marvel shows. But then this was like, oh, this actually feels like it's something different. And if you actually deliver on that something different, I'm so in.
The only thing that I felt like this way about, like the way it looks, is the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness trailer.
Sure.
Because like really, this is the first time we're getting like actual like supernatural horror. Like
Khonshu was awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So cool.
Big walking stick monster. Yeah.
I love Khonshu's design and the way they like visualize him as like this hallucination in the hallway, like towering over everything. So cool.
Yeah.
And Werewolf by Night, most likely.
No, everyone thinks that's a werewolf. If you guys look, that looks more like an Anubis monster. Like he's got like the Anubis snout and ears. Like he's fighting like probably like an Anubis looking mummy monster.
Both dogs, I can see the confusion.
I just don't think they're gonna go straight Werewolf by Night like immediately. Like they're dealing with like Egyptian culture stuff. So I think they're dealing with that. But like they're all friends. They're all homies.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to it. I hope it's good.
Yeah.
Sparks, did you say anything?
I have nothing to add that you haven't said.
All right. Should we get into our topic then?
Nope. Hold on.
Oh, I'll wait. I'm waiting.
Hold on.
I'm waiting. Definitely not stalling.
I do it after he did the thing.
Oh no! I'm slowly getting ready for our discussion.
Do I wait? Okay. That's gonna be so good in the audio. All right. Sparks and Ryan are now, for the audio listeners, are now wearing sunglasses.
And Ryan is putting his Ryan's putting his prescription glasses under his sunglasses so he can
Well, because
see.
I can't see without them. Sorry.
I mean, I could put there's no UV light around, so I can't because I wear transitional, so I can't have sunglasses right now.
Oh,
It's dark.
So we are going to be talking about the Matrix Reloaded and the Matrix Revolutions. Who wants to kick the ball rolling?
Well, let's do what we did last time. I took my wrong glasses off because
We kind of slightly talked about Matrix Reload and Revolutions last time, but yeah, let's go for it.
No, a little bit, but like, I remember when I saw these movies in theaters when I was young, and I did not like Reloaded, and I actively did not like Revolutions, except for the cool mech fight. That mech fight stayed with me my entire life, even
Me
to
too.
this day.
Me too.
And then rewatching them many years later, I think both these movies rule. I think Revolutions is awesome, so cool, the best Dragon Ball Z movie we will never get. And it's just really cool to be like, wow, like it's cool to see who I was then and who I am now, and like what I value in cinema and like what I missed then. And I'm like, it's like I think a lot of great genre movies, like 20 years is the barrier of like, oh, like that's when it gets revisited and people love it. Like things like Blade Runner and The Thing, like those movies, people did not like those movies when they came out, and now those are classics. And I'm like, these movies are classic. They are some of, if not the best action movies ever made. Like truly, I love them.
I really loved these movies. The moment I came out of the theater, I was like, "Hell yes!"
And everyone
was like, "Hell no!" And then eventually, I just convinced myself to be like, "Well, I guess I was wrong." And I just never rewatched them. I for a long time before I like purged my life of the Matrix, considered Revolutions my favorite of the trilogy. And then I was told that, like, they aren't good. They're bad, actually. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. Matrix is a great movie. Now Reloaded is my favorite in the trilogy. I love these movies. I thought they were excellent. I'm so happy I revisited them. Hell yeah, Matrix, guys.
So I was kind of indifferent. Now, bear in mind, when I finally did see the Matrix, like we were all super young, but when I got out of Reloaded and Revolutions, I thought these were some kick-ass action movies that were just completely bonkers and out of this world. And Reloaded was the one Matrix movie that I actually I've seen multiple times, because we had the DVD for the first one and Reloaded, but I was constantly watching Reloaded on DVD. I was constantly watching it on Stars when it was available. I loved Reloaded so much. And to this day, I still think Reloaded is really kick-ass. A lot of my favorite lines came from Reloaded, like when Link goes, he's doing his Superman thing, and Neo flies up for the first time. Just these movies are fun. Or yeah,
because we see it in the Matrix.
Yeah, you're right. Second time, excuse me. These movies are fun. They're great, and I'm actually, the way I watched them this time, I watched them back to back, and I'm really glad I did. I was like, man, these movies are great. I don't know why people started. I don't even know why people started hating on them. I don't know if I ever did or didn't. I probably did, just to try to be one of the cool kids. But now I was like, nah, Reloaded and Revolutions are all rad. They're kick-ass. They're so much fun.
Like Kill Bill, like these movies were made to be like one movie. It's like they're one movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sparks?
I saw neither of these in theaters.
Hell yeah.
I saw Reloaded at some point that I couldn't even recall or tell you about. I saw Revolutions because a friend told me to.
And what a sheep.
Yeah. And I thought they were fine.
Yeah.
Some things from Reload stayed with me. I didn't think they were overly offensive. I did not like the ending of Revolutions. And not because of like I didn't like what the ending meant or anything. It never sat okay with me that Neo and Trinity both died at the end. Emotionally, like that always bothered me, even if I didn't necessarily understand why at the time. Mm-hmm. Probably one of the specific reasons why next week I'll talk about how much I love Resurrections. But that never worked for me. I didn't have a problem with like the ending of like what it meant, why Neo did what he did, that kind of thing, but I didn't like that's where they were left. We'll kind of get into it, and certainly like still some of the things that we talked about last week are where like I didn't catch everything. Like I definitely like the first time. I think this is true of everybody. I don't know anybody that said they watched Reloaded and like the architect scene didn't like half of it go over their head.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. On Twitter, I was like, I very much remember like not knowing anything about code or programming, and like I was like 11 going, oh, what's going on?
Yeah. It's so ridiculously overwritten.
All I saw when I was watching that movie was a dude in a chair, an old white dude in a chair, speaking nonsense. To me, he sounded like, "Oh, this is what my college professor's gonna look like when I grow up." And I wasn't wrong in some aspects, but he was just so monotone and so like, "Well, actually, blah 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 blah," this accent, and then I was like,
vis-a-vis ergo.
"Yeah," using all these words. Like I watched that part with subtitles on, and I'm so glad I did because I'm like, "Holy crap! None of this would have caught."
He is a professor of computer engineering giving a lecture on philosophy 101.
Yeah.
And like it's hard to totally engage with that the first time.
The actor does a great job. I really like that. The actor's a good actor, but damn, you nailed it on the head there, bud.
The concept, because of the way it's delivered, is too dense.
It's like, because a lot. Again, I think it's whiplash is what a lot of people felt watching Reloaded after The Matrix, because they're not the same type of movie.
No.
They are the action movies that they were, yes, but they are dealing with, in a way, they are also doing like the prequel stuff of, like crazy world building. Everyone's in cloth. Like it very much is like they're doing the prequel and the sequel stuff at the same time. So I think it was just a lot for people to handle or to take in.
I think every time that people have seen The Matrix, so like there's The Matrix, and it's a really, really attractive onion, and everybody loves that onion. And then you go to Reloaded, and they've peeled a layer of that onion away, and they're like, "Do you still love this onion?"
And then
it's Revolutions, and it's like, "Do you still love this onion?"
Yeah.
And then it's like you get to the core with Resurrections. It's like, "Do you still love this onion?"
The pit. This is the pit.
Yes. The answer is yes.
And I think that's part of it. I will say, like, my stance, like, rewatched Reload and Revolutions a little while ago, rewatched them again this week. I really like both of them a lot. I think that if I'm taking a big step away, if I'm looking at them as films, just individual films, I think Reloaded and Revolutions are both pretty darn flawed, not very good movies individually. I do think they are very clearly one whole film. And I think that maybe part of the problem was, like, I wouldn't really technically change much because I want all the content that's in those movies. But like the answer is to either release a 4-hour film or to really condense down some of your ideas and at least make a coherent 3-act structure for both, because there is no 3-act structure for both.
There is a specific point that I'm sure we'll bring up that I know they bring up on Waypoint about Smith. I don't agree with it, but I do think that he is one of the big problems of it.
I think I know which one you're referring to. We'll definitely get to it. And I think there are some interesting things to talk about. I think that my biggest, like, what is the flaw of Reloaded and Revolutions? I do think like the pacing of how Smith is interspersed between the two films and when he comes up is not great. It's a little flawed. It doesn't quite work, especially if you are taking them as individual cinematic experiences. It really doesn't work. But my big thing is that they don't have 3-act structures. Neither of them do. They are each other's whole 3-act structure. And so watching them as individual pieces, and certainly this makes sense of an audience that would come out of Reloaded and feel unfulfilled. That makes sense. There's nothing to really feel fulfilled by the end of Reloaded. You kind of can't. And I think it is fair to make a lot of comparisons right now to these films being made back to back and around the same time as when we were getting Dead Man's Chest and At World's End from Pirates of the Caribbean being developed at the same time. Lord of the Rings, but I think that's a little different because it is coming from the book trilogy, even though they film back to back. Like there's a through line of you have, because the books have it, a built-in narrative of satisfaction by the time you get to the end of the project. Pirates is 2 and 3 need each other to tell the whole story of what's going on with Davy Jones and Jack Sparrow and Will and Elizabeth. However, when I get to the end of Dead Man's Chest, I have had a satisfying 3-act structure story. And when I have At World's End, I have a satisfying beginning all the way to the end 3-act structure story. I don't have that with Reloaded and Revolutions. I need the whole plate.
Rewatching, I was rewatching Revolutions today. And it is funny because like the last hour of that movie is just a giant action scene. It's a 30-minute Zion action scene that transitions to a 30-minute Neo action scene. So the entire 2/3 of that movie is nothing but action. Whereas like that is
the thing is, like,
all set up from the
if you are coming to Revolutions pretty far away from the last time you watched Reloaded, it's very hard to care about a lot of those
Oh,
side
yeah,
characters
yeah.
in Zion
Yeah.
because they are pretty far from your mind and you are not very properly reintroduced to them.
There's a reason they put it out 6 months after the other one. It's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
dense.
It's very hard to like. I think it's very hard to take these two as separate pieces, which is why I'm glad we're talking about them as one
Yeah.
whole.
There is a beautiful like 3.5 hour version of this movie.
I agree.
I think, yeah.
I think so as well.
Oh yeah.
The architect scene is my favorite scene in the whole franchise.
Interesting.
I really, really like that scene. I think it's ridiculously overwritten.
Mhm.
But the core of what it's talking about, of like, you know, the history of like the ones, and then the reason why Neo is different than the others is because he's got Trinity, and so like he actually has the choice of which door, whereas the other previous ones didn't.
Right,
So,
because in the previous versions, the one is always the machines have always crafted the whole program to accommodate the anomaly by making it so the anomaly would inevitably always choose humanity over themselves. And that was easy. But once the anomaly falls in love and has had a different experience, which is what happens this time around, then that choice is no longer certain and easy. In fact, the architect even knows, like, we're blown, like you were screwed. You screwed it up. I can see human emotion within you. Like we're done.
Yeah.
So I
and
really
you come to realize at the end of Revolutions that it was the Oracle's plan all along.
Exactly. Which is something we hinted at the end of our conversation last week, which is that what did the Oracle do to make things different? The Oracle told Trinity, you will fall in love with the one, which had never been done before.
Yeah.
I love the like the world building in that scene is really fun too, because we learned that, again, like this isn't the first Matrix, this is like the 6th Matrix or 7th Matrix or whatever. And so that means that the history that we are living in, it is so much older than it actually is.
Yeah. So
that's
that's
what's so fascinating. We are not a couple hundreds of years in the future. We're potentially thousands of years in the future.
See, that's what's so interesting to me about it, because like each cycle of the one lasts 100 years. That's what the architect says. So like if each cycle is 100 years, there's been 6 of him prior. So, but the anomaly of the one,
5 of him prior. Sorry, 5 of him. He is the 6th.
The anomaly of the one, the anomaly of the code of the one. It's implied, and this is just how I read it, and so it might not be how you guys read it. It's implied that I felt that the anomaly came about with this iteration of the Matrix. So like the 90s height of humanity version of the Matrix, the one that the architect like carefully sculpted to be as real as possible to what had happened prior.
Right.
And so like the ones didn't necessarily exist in the other versions of the Matrix, which means that even longer time has happened than anyone has ever imagined.
Yeah. Because like I remember in the first Matrix, like there's like a plaque that or no, it's in Revolutions, I think, but there's like a plaque that says like the year 2204, something about the ship, and like, you're telling me this is only 200 years in the future?
Yeah.
And then when we get the scene with the architect, like, oh no, clear, this is so much further than we
could be in Dune territory.
For real, yeah. That is super fascinating. And the thing about that, I know a lot of people got rubbed the wrong way, is like, we have the Matrix, and it's like we have the outside world and the inside world, right? But like it focused on being the cool Matrix of the inside world. We are now Zion is our main place now, and we are dealing with real people stuff. And like, I think just a lot of people didn't want that in their Matrix sequels. In a way, like their Matrix Resurrections, they wanted a big action movie, and that's not what they got. But now that we're here, and I'm like, no, man, like humans surviving.
They wanted the blue pill.
They wanted the blue pill, yeah. Like human surviving was the whole point of the first one too. We just focus on the cool action part.
This
I think
the second film has some great action sequences though.
Oh no, it has the best in the franchise, which is crazy. I think the world building really threw people off. Like people don't want to go hang out in raves, and I get it. I think raves are pretty cool.
I think that whole sequence is sexy as hell.
Yes, it is. Definitely, like, this is a very horny franchise. And, like,
Reloaded is the horniest.
Oh my god! Like, people are banging on that rave floor in the dirt.
I can't tell you how many times I was watching this with Annie, and like the second when Neo and Trinity go into the elevator, and they start making out. It's like the horniness is. If I was that meme of the horn dog, I would have run out of baseball bats to
the whole section. The whole section when they're in the elevator, when they're coming off the Nebuchadnezzar, is like 5 to 10 minutes of Neo and Trinity looking for a place to bang.
Oh yeah,
that is what that scene is about.
They've been trapped on a small ship.
The second she shows up at the party, he's like, everyone's here. She's like, follow me. It's like, there they go.
So that's what I'm talking about. Like when I miss like horny franchises, like we talked about Pirates of the Caribbean. Like I want my franchises to go back to the Addams Family method of like when Morticia and Gomez aren't on screen, they're banging. We have to have that chemistry.
Look, like
So-
I agree. Like I want more of like the Neo and Trinity passion thing. I don't need every movie to show me the code of a woman having an orgasm from cake.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's maybe too horny. Now, that being said, I'm very glad this movie does it. I just don't want another movie to do it.
Yes, that was wild.
I cannot tell you how many times I've seen The Matrix Reloaded as a kid, and I never understood what the heck was going on until, of course, I watch it as a 31-year-old adult. I go, oh,
I was watching that.
I understand it now.
I was watching that sequence. I was like, oh, they really went for this.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, man,
They did not back down. They were like, we're going in.
Literally.
Yeah, man. The Merovingian, what a concept, what a dude. Rogue programs need a place to go, and he's your man. He's just gonna hang out with his ghosts and werewolves and vampires and shit, I guess.
The remnants of the the Transylvania Nightmare Matrix.
The characters that don't get enough cool things to do.
It's just funny because
like as cool as you want them to.
Like you get told that like, oh, there's vampires and there's ghosts and stuff. And like we see ghosts, we see what they look like, but like the vampires are just like dudes with fangs.
Yeah.
Like,
and
oh, there's
like,
Dracula in the background. Isn't that funny? I'm like,
yeah, and then of course, like when Persephone takes the gun out of her handbag, she's like, "Do you know why I keep silver bullets in a gun?" And then she shoots the dude dead. I was like, "Was that guy supposed to be a werewolf or something?"
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. So this was really interesting to me. So I was watching this movie, and like what's her name? Persephone, right?
Persephone, yeah.
Yeah. Very very nice alliteration. No, illusion. Shoo. I hope that's the right word. Whatever. The scene where Neo kisses Persephone passionately, that whole scene, I had remembered the Enter the Matrix version of that scene being in Reloaded, which is Niobe kissing Persephone.
Oh my.
Or Ghost, depending who you're playing.
Depending on who you're playing, correct. And so like I remember that scene being in this movie, and I was like, oh, was that an Enter the Matrix?
Yep.
Funny enough, I don't remember that and being in the game, but I do remember going to the chateau in the mountains and just that was one of my favorite levels in the game.
Although, do you go to the chateau in the mountains and Enter the Matrix? I thought that was just Path of Neo.
I want to say maybe. I think you do. I could be. Once again, it's been over 20 years since I played that game. I can't remember. I might be misremembering, but I do remember fighting and shooting my way through the grand hall with all the weapons on the walls and me wanting to take a sword off it and start hacking and slashing.
Sounds like
I love, I always talk about my favorite thing is like, what does it mean to be human or robots, people? And Persephone has like a grasp of like what love is, but she's never experienced it. So she's like, listen, I'll help you guys if you kiss me with more passion than I've ever felt in my life.
Well, she has experienced it because she used to have it. With
Sorry.
her
Yeah. She used to have it with
But it's
him.
over.
It's over.
It's been dead for a long time.
Just like I could see that you guys love each other. Like, please kiss me and I'll help you. If not, then like screw you guys. And he gives her like a weak one, and she's like, bullshit. And she's like, I gotta give her some time, whatever.
So
that's such a good scene.
No,
It's
so I'm
But-
glad because I watched these on HBO Max, and since the visual quality is a lot better than it was on the DVD, I could actually see Carrie Ann Moss's eyes or Trinity's eyes, and even though she's wearing sunglasses, the lighting, I don't know if you could see on the original DVD release, I don't remember it, but the lighting and the way I can see it, you can see her eyes just very faintly. She's pissed. She's like, I want to. Well, yeah, obviously, but still, it's like I just love it because normally you just see like her like grimace, but with the eyes, it's like, oh, she wants to murder this lady.
You gotta do what you gotta do, though.
Mm-hmm.
Sparks, you're gonna say something?
No, I was just agreeing with Ben.
So I do remember, and it doesn't super bother me, but there is something to be said of at the end of the Matrix, Neo is God, right? Superman's up. The beginning of this movie, the first fight scene he has is like, oh, upgrades. So it's like so his Superman stuff doesn't really matter anymore.
Well, I mean, it does because he still kicks the
he does
poop out of him.
No, but it's not like it doesn't feel like there's any like I'm at a crossroads because like. No, I guess I'm not. I don't know.
So I kind of know the thing you're going with, and like how does Neo have stakes in the fights that he gets into?
Yes.
And I think that Reloaded actually does a pretty good job of giving Neo stakes, which the stakes are really that he gets delayed away from where Morpheus and Niobe are, which is the thing is like they're the stakes, and can he get to them?
He's Goku.
Yeah, essentially,
Yeah,
and like you kind of have to use him that way.
I guess that's my thing. It's like he is kind of just like the guy who saves the day, which I guess like that's not a bad thing though.
Right, and I think they do it pretty smartly to give him the counterpoints. I do think that, and I'm going to reference it just in this one section because I don't want to pull too much from it. But Patrick Willems made his video where he's like, "How would I redo Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions to make it like flow better?" And I think he brings up a really good point of like, if you have these exiles, these monsters, ghosts, whatever, that are implied to be part of Merovingian's group, then when Neo fights them, have their older code be there, and so it's not as easy to fight them. Like he can't manipulate them the same. And I think like even better, like take that. This isn't part Patrick Willems said, but like have it be something he has to figure out. He has to recognize that it's older code. He has to refigure out how to read that and how to reinterpret it. Make it so that he's getting even stronger in how he understands how code works.
Yeah.
But make that a part of what Neo's doing when he engages with them. He can wipe agents out.
Yeah.
He can't totally handle Smith when Smith gets too many numbers, and that's his disadvantage with Smith.
Yeah.
But as far as like the exiles, when he has that fight with them, the problem is that he has to understand old code.
Yeah.
And that's a way to kind of nerf him down.
That's a good point, because like if you think about it, the opening fight scene with the agents is really just there to put the agents off of the board. The agents don't really come back in the movie until the highway chase, which there are stakes because it's Morpheus and Trinity.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh yeah.
But I think like they even kind of try to hint at like that being a possibility, but like I think they could have done more with it in the Chateau fight, because you do get the part where he gets sliced on the hand
and he's
cut, and it's like, see, he's still beatable.
True. Yeah.
But like I think you could have gone far enough to say like, oh, Neo really needs to think about this, because he's been playing without any kind of restrictions up to this point ever since he beat
Because they're playing outside of the box that he's used to.
But then there's
it's like Superman fighting against magic or something.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's not like a chapter. It's just something I thought of.
You brought up Smith. I thought that I really like the idea that like even like the upgraded agents are there, but he can still handle the agents. But like Smith, especially when the overwhelming numbers happen, like it's a struggle for him, showing that Smith has evolved to a point far above an agent, and without just even seeing all the many of him.
The Burly Brawl.
Burly Brawl is awesome.
It is. It's not super necessary to the movie.
No.
Which one's the Burly Brawl?
That's the one with all the
Smiths.
Oh yeah.
After he meets with the Oracle.
I think the Burly Brawl should end pretty much like right before the point where Neo gets pushed back and gets the pull. Because after that point, they become almost entirely CGI most of the time.
Yeah.
Before that, it's still mostly practical stuff that you're seeing, with every once in a while some CGI.
Yeah.
And I think all of it, the fight should have ended there. That's the point when he should have been overwhelmed and then flew away. And I don't think any of the action after that point is very good, even though that means we lose the good bowling pin section.
It is cool. Yeah.
Yes.
Very anime. Yeah. It is a point where unfortunately it doesn't age very well, especially when it's just like 100 rubber looking dudes, and like it doesn't look awful, but it's like we just watched beautiful martial arts and now we're just watching like rubber.
I think the problem with it is that like I think it's all the timing. I think the problem is not that the Burly Brawl doesn't work necessarily for what the story is doing. I think it's just happening at the wrong time.
Yeah.
I think that like this is another part where I kind of agree with Patrick Willems, though not necessarily about where you would place it, but like I would have changed how Smith is introduced. I would have had Smith deliver the thing at the beginning and have it be a mystery for people, and I would have changed the moment when you know that he's coming. My interpretation, I think it would have been better to find a way to work the script around to make it so that when they do the backdoor thing, and that's when they run into Smith
for the first time. Yeah,
exactly. But when he pulls Neo through the doors, then there's suddenly more. There are more and more and more Smiths, and that's the first
what
time
has
you
he been
find
doing
out,
this whole time?
That's the first time you find out that there are more Smiths.
Yeah.
And rather have the Merovingian as your main antagonist throughout the movie up to that point. I think that Smith is just like, especially the Burly Brawl, is just paced poorly because you kind of have to put it out of sight, out of mind. I also think that in tandem with that, when Bane gets taken over by Smith, should also be connected to that. Bane the person who is Bane should have been a member of the crew that was trying to help Neo get into the building.
Yeah.
And he's one of the dudes who's trying to escape. So you already are connected to that character. So you register him being taken over by Smith. You register what it means when he gets pulled through the phone, because when that happens in the movie as it is, it's very disjointed. And once Smith goes through the phone, you cut to reality to something else. Like,
and we don't see it for a while.
It's very easy, especially for first-time audience members, to not register that meant Smith was in the real world and who that was. So when you cut back to Bane later, a lot of people didn't realize who that was, and that did make the cliffhanger ending make people go, wait, what?
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
You kind of, in the Burly Brawl, there's a bit where an agent takes over a girl with the groceries, and then Smith comes over and assimilates the agent.
Mhm.
Right.
And I thought that was awesome.
Me
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 too.
too.
I love that
And
part. It's
healing
so good.
is a gift.
Right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really want to change what Smith's doing in the movie at all. I really like all of it. I would just change where it happens and how it's presented as information to Neo, because it's also like, that is one of the things is Neo flies away and then he's like, yeah, I'm just not going to really think about that for a while.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend it didn't happen.
Well, it was crazy that I just fought like 1,000 Smiths. Whatever. I'm sure it's fine.
And it's also weird, like, once he's had that big of a force, it's strange that he doesn't show up again when Neo re-enters the Matrix, because he has so many bodies already when they're encountering Merovingian, whereas if it came at the backdoor moment, then he's already started to get closer to the end where he can be more powerful, because we're not going to see him need to engage with Neo that much in the Matrix.
Yeah. Like, you're building him up so much, you still have to build him up all the way to the next movie.
Exactly.
I'm like, it's a lot to do. The action in this movie, let's reload it first. It's like, I've rewatched the highway chase scene like 5
So
times.
good.
They built an actual highway. They built a 1.5 mile highway in the middle of the desert to do this, and it shows. They destroyed like 300 GM cars. They just, I make the joke but like, they just don't make movies like this anymore, because it's just so. There's a scene specifically where Trinity is driving against traffic. She's on the left side of the lane, and then she merges in, and it's real, and there's really weaving between cars, and I got so nervous, and I'm like, holy shit, that's a real person on a car.
Yeah, even some of the cars, like some of the cars are CG because the camera goes through them, but like not all of them.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell, like, especially because like on my big ass TV here, like I can tell when like the 2003 when it's CG, but like, man, there are so many just cars being exploded, dropped, people like stomping on them, but it's like really just like a hydraulic pump on a car. Like, the behind the scenes of this scene specifically are insane, truly insane.
The freeway scene is so cool. Watching this one again, I did the link. Whew! When he when he gets Morpheus and the key maker, right?
Yeah.
And when he saves them from the awesome slow motion of the truck, like collapsing in and exploding outward, and it's such a cool scene. That like I was like, oh my god, he did it.
Yeah, man. Like, again, like the practicality of Morpheus stabbing the side of the truck to stand on it to whip the keymaker up, and then he's got to fight an agent up there. And
Morpheus going up against an agent is so cool.
Yeah, and then it's Chekhov's sword, where like Morpheus looks to the side, and then when you cut back to it, he's got the sword. I'm like, man, this is cinema, baby. This is so good. Yeah. And the fight on top of there, it's so well choreographed, and like he does like the crane kick that like land on the thing. I'm like, man, I love martial arts.
Yeah.
You get super nervous when Morpheus is fighting on top of the truck because he's like inching closer. He's like almost falling off the trailer, and he's fighting the agent. He's trying to make sure the keymaker is safe. And it's just, even though I know how this movie ends, I'm still on the edge of my seat going, come on, kick his ass, kick his ass.
It was the Weekly Planet that they made this observation and I didn't notice it. But Morpheus going up against the agent kind of signifies that he's because he's seen Neo do it. He's like, oh hell, we can all take him. And so he's more confident going up against an agent, and that confidence is giving him not the upper hand, but like a fighting chance.
He believes.
Like he believes. Yeah. It's good.
I love the part where Morpheus is finding the twins' car, and he slices the tire with the sword, turns around, and blows up the gas tank.
By the way, the ghost in the sedan when he's like, and then the agent like over the thing. That's a bad time. That's just a very bad time with a ghost and an agent right here.
obviously like the effects itself is a little dated, but like just like the constant teleportation of the ghost mid fight, really cool. Like the only time you ever see that is like in X-Men 2 or in Jumper. Right. You don't really get cool teleportation fights.
No.
Yeah, and it's done so well and so smooth in this early. Like that's a difficult effect.
Yeah,
we are getting aggravated. Yes,
I also
we
love
are.
the introduction of the concept of like stay away from the freeway because it's always going to be bad because agents can get there so easily.
Oh yeah,
and overwhelm you so quickly. But that's where they had to go. I thought that was such a good like tense.
It's always
additional scene.
They do it.
You always told me. You always told me it was suicide. Let us hope I was wrong.
Yeah. They always in all three movies like have transitions of like people turning into agents, but it's always fun to have like two dudes in a car, then a car drives by them, and then they're two agents.
Yeah.
It's super simple, but it's always effective.
Because he's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Neo having to come save the day, really, really impressive effect. Just that is such a long in the scene. The like soundtrack is ripping.
Soundtrack is really. There's a lot of good techno tracks in this in these two movies. I will not lie.
The scene where Trinity is shot and jumps and falls out the window, and Neo. The scene when he leaves the architect room. Oh, did we lose you?
There we go. No, they're there. There they are.
Oh, okay. The scene where the Neo leaves the architect room and like the explosion behind him, and then the only sense that you get of his speed because it's doing the slow motion is like the trail behind him. Like it's an effect that he'll use. It's an effect that the Wachowskis will use in Speed Racer too. But like having him static with the screen, never moving, but like the stuff behind him and like flying by is such a cool visual and like got me really like nervous. I've seen this movie before, but I was like, oh my god, he might not make it.
Yeah.
Especially when he catches Trinity before she falls on the car, and then the agent falls, but then there's just giant like hurricane force winds or even not even hurricane, like tornado force winds of cars and broken glass and whatever debris Neo caught up in his path just follows, and just complete devastation of him to get Trinity out of there. It's like, yeah, screw all those guys, I guess.
That's probably my favorite shot in all of the Matrix films is Neo flying with the tornado of
awesome.
Cars and debris and everything behind him, with the neon lights starting to streak, and he's just like going for it as hard as possible. Yeah,
so good.
I also really, really love that shot, and I'm like, man, like the Wachowskis, like they have an eye for how like superhero shit could look, honestly, because like no Superman movie has as good a shot as when Neo bursts through the explosion out of the architect's room, and then he's flying through the fire, and he like pushes even harder with his fist forward. It's like really great shot, and just we're not getting that.
I was gonna say this is the. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. No, I'm
sorry. This is the first time and the only time that I really see like a superhero fly like inches off the ground. It's such an interesting visual that I just kind of like. Okay. Did I just derail everything?
No, I was just trying to picture what you were talking about. That's all.
No, it's when he's coming out of the architect. It's when he's coming out of the architect room. He's not far off the ground.
He's flying.
No. I know what you're saying. I'm trying to picture the shot in my brain and think about it. That's all.
Well, that was the only thing I was hoping someone else would pick up the pieces and go somewhere.
I just love it's still impressive how many Smiths can be on screen, and a lot of it isn't a digital effect. It's a lot of them it's like a lot of like masks, like Hugo Weaving masks. But like the architect specifically, like when they leave that room and there's like, oh hey, what's up? Smith's here. And then there's a whole bunch more Smiths, and like, oh shit, the keymaker's trying to find a certain door. Really claustrophobic, good fight scene. With just a bunch of Hugos.
Yeah, I love the introduction of the concept of the back doors. Seraph, the login.
I love
screen.
Seraph.
The login
so good.
screen. Seraph.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I love that. That's ridiculous. Basically, Seraph. Hi, Seraph. I need to enter my password.
Yeah.
I think that's great.
You didn't enter with case sensitive.
Yeah. I really like Link. I think he's more fun than Tank. I'm happy that we got him.
Yeah.
Even for the circumstances of why we got him. I'm happy to have him.
He just walks into his house about to scream, "Where's my P word?" in front of his kids, man. He's got a one-track mind.
He didn't know the kids were in there.
No, I know. It's just
there's nieces.
No, it's just funny.
His niece and nephew. But yeah,
he's the type of guy who walks into his house saying,
"I'm
horny."
Yeah.
God.
And everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
I love the rave scene.
Yeah.
Me too.
I didn't at first, but then I became a rave kid, and I'm like, now I get it. I really like the scene between the old, I don't know his name, but the old man on the council with Neo, and he goes to talk to him about machines.
Yes, that's like one of my favorite scenes.
Because that is kind of like the beginning of what Resurrections is.
Yes, because not only that, it is the entire point of why Neo does what he does at the end of Revolutions is that conversation.
So he's talking to this old man. They're in the depths of Zion, and he's like, Neo, all these machines, we rely on all these machines. At the same time, we are like on the crisis of being murdered by all these machines. And like, what's the line? What is the point of this war? Where are we going? What do you see? Neo's like, bro, I don't know. I just woke up. But it's the first time like that they bring up the question of like, is this war like worth it? Is it like is this what we're supposed to be doing? And it's a question we really don't get the answers to until Resurrections, excuse me. It's just like it's a nice little scene that like outside of this movie, I don't think any people talk about like the alternative to the war that they're doing. He's the only guy who's like, maybe there's a different way, and it's cool.
He's the one who's saying like, what we're comfortable with these machines because we can destroy them, which means we have control, which is the same as the Matrix.
Yeah.
But like, if we destroy the machines, then like, what happens to our air? What happens to our water? What happens to how we live? And it's like the only real future seems like if we're synergized together.
Yeah.
My one thing is that I do kind of wish this scene took place between Neo and Morpheus. And I wish it was Neo asking Morpheus what he thought about these things. Like these were things Neo was already thinking
That's a good
about.
point, yeah.
Mostly because I don't like that Morpheus kind of gets more and more gradually, especially into Revolution, sidelined.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish that this was a moment of them and Zion together and Neo saying like, this is what I'm thinking about. And Morpheus being the person that he is, believes that the only way to end the war isn't necessarily peace. It's destroying the machines. But to have Neo kind of posit that and Morpheus have to maybe think about it. And that he puts full trust in Neo, so he's now like starting to change his mind about what the future actually looks like. And like, while I really love that scene, that council member doesn't mean anything to me.
He's only important for that one scene
because of that, and then he becomes the mouthpiece of like, I believe in Morpheus, which means I believe in Neo.
Yeah.
But if it was Morpheus, that could be more connected to the audience and mean something and really put Morpheus on a like Morpheus's mindset about what is going to happen is changing.
That's a good point.
And it is honestly another thing that is challenging his faith. Like, what is his faith in? Is his faith in Neo or is his faith in the one as a prophecy?
Yeah. Is it
in Neo as the person or not?
And then you got like, and then we introduced you like the kid. If you've seen the Animatrix, he comes from there.
Love the kid. Wish he had a skateboard.
No skateboard, unfortunately. That's cool.
I want him skating out with that ammunition.
I really wanted. Even though I've seen Revolutions 100 times at this point.
I want him hopping on that cart like. Woo!
I was waiting for it.
I like the. There was a scene that Morpheus did that does in this. At the end of the movie, before the Sentinel destroys the Nebuchadnezzar, when Morpheus is shaken to the core at the revelation that the one prophecy has been made up, and it's been made up 6 different times.
That it's another form of control.
Yeah,
which is all the more reason why I'm like. That's why I wish he had that conversation with Neo.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that it was something where he's like, okay, so I don't have faith in the one, I have faith in Neo, which is ultimately what Niobe's belief system is.
Yeah,
I really liked. I like the scene where the Nebuchadnezzar is about to be exploded because they got to evacuate, and we see like the bottom of the sewers they've been flying in. I think that whole set is so gorgeous. That whole sequence is really cool, and then just ending with Neo because he realizes he has the code in him. He can stop the Sentinels in the real world too.
Right, he's connected to the source code. Yeah,
that shit's crazy. That guy got force powers in real life now.
Yeah, that was cool. And that was something I didn't understand the first time I watched it, but like watching it this time, I was like, oh, I get it.
Right. Yeah, it's very much like wait, why can he do that now? And it's very easy on a first watch to not get that. And there is an amount where like, I don't want the Wachowskis to really change what they did. Like, I love that it's dense and you have to rewatch it to understand it, but it's also like, I get why people bounce off this.
Yeah.
And I definitely remember being in the theater, not liking the ending, the cliffhanger ending with Bane.
Yeah.
Even though like I like the idea of like Smith becoming human.
Love that idea.
It's really cool idea. Just like I think it's a bad idea to end your movie this way.
And that guy is so good
Oh yeah.
as Hugo Weaving.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first few times I watched it, I was like, when I was a kid, especially, I was like, this guy's just being Hugo. Is this guy actually Hugo Weaving, or is he trying to be Hugo Weaving? And this is nuts.
Yeah.
Like the way this actor articulates Mr. Anderson, it's just like Hugo Weaving Smith. It's like, really, Neil, you couldn't figure out that was Smith the whole time until the very end.
Well, because like, because it's like it's so ridiculous to think about.
Yeah.
That this virus could be a person in the real world. To Neo, like Neo does not think it's possible.
Absolutely. I think that like once he said Mr. Anderson, I do think his brain should be turning a little faster than it is.
Yeah.
I'm like,
he doesn't find out. He doesn't find out until the end of Revolutions.
Right, but I'm talking about in Revolutions when he's got Trinity by the knife.
Yeah.
He calls him Mr. Anderson the moment he walks in.
And Neo is still like, what?
Neo's like still like, what?
Yeah.
He takes like taking a really long time to get there, and I'm like, bro, only one person ever calls you Mr. Anderson.
Yeah.
The reveal,
especially in Zion. Like,
we haven't talked about Revolutions really at all.
No, because we've been very like Reloaded focused. There's a lot. We're probably going to bounce back and forth too. So, like,
but the scene where he can see Smith when he's blind is so good.
Still got the glasses on.
I love how we see the Matrix through Neo's eyes. Like when he going back to Reloaded, when he walks in and he meets Seraph for the first time, Seraph is just like this glowing entity. And then when he's finally blind and he goes, I can see you. And Smith is just this raging fire person with Hugo Weaving's face in the sunglasses. I think that's such
a good moment.
It is.
Or even the way he sees the Machine City, because he's telling Trinity, he's like, I wish you could see it. It's like it's made of light. And IRL, it's like, this is a scary, dark, damp place. I don't want to be here.
How sad is it that Smith is the last like living figure
that
he sees?
It's pretty sad.
Like human looking figure that
ties
he sees
them.
before he dies.
It's a really good point.
So I actually want to talk about that for a hot second. One of the things I'm actually very grateful to Resurrections is that it answered a question that I had when I was a kid and I watched Revolutions for the first time, because I never caught on to the fact that Neo was actually dead. I thought he was just used so much of his own energy to defeat Smith that it just knocked him out cold. I never knew that he died. And then when we see the anomaly, Neil Patrick Harris's character in the next movie, and he says, "Oh no, you were dead. I rebuilt you." I was like, okay, I know.
This time, I get that. I was also, I did feel like it was left a little ambiguous whether or not he was dead or not, and I appreciate that. I always kind of assumed he was dead because the idea is that when he's absorbed by Smith, he's now connected. Smith is now connected to the source, and by deleting the Smith virus from the Matrix, which is what they do at the end, it kills Neo's life force as well.
Well, not just that, but like Neo becomes the vessel of the source,
right?
Which is like, because I thought I had to think about it for a while, because I'm like, why is that the last shot we see of Neo? Because it's Neo on the back of the cart that's being taken away. But before we go away from it, we also see it in the same visual that Neo saw. And where Neo is the brightest light of all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's because Neo is now completely contained within the source. So that's like the whole thing is Neo's dead because Neo reconnected with the source. And when you reconnect with the source, you die.
Yeah.
It's funny that the machines, like when they use that makeshift resurrection technology to form a face, it's just a big fat baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Big fat baby.
With a very deep voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you want?
I'm Rubik.
The line where Trinity says, Do you know what's changed 6 hours ago? No, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a good moment. Her death sequence with in the sun, and she can see a real sunset is beautiful.
In potentially 1,000 years, yeah.
I honestly don't remember like I want to come back to what you just said about the sun thing, but like I don't know what I thought of the first time I saw Reloaded when he brings Trinity back to life with like putting his hand in and like moving her heart. But I'm pretty sure like it was something along the lines of like, well, that doesn't make any sense. He's just starting her heart in the Matrix. Like, why would her real body start beating? Like, not thinking the way that you're supposed to about it, and being like, well, that seemed kind of cheap.
Love, baby.
No, I really like it. I think it's really great. I love that he takes the bullet out because, like, it's like your mind is making it real, but it's not real. Like, you could just be alive.
Yeah, you could just be alive.
Nothing physically happened to you, so we can bring you back.
We'll talk about that in a comic coming up, actually.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna start your Digiheart squeeze, and it starts. It's like, there you go, you're fine.
I was thinking he massaged it.
I thought he started pumping it. Wow. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Either way,
he pumps it. I do really like that Trinity is the person who, like, the only person alive who sees what the real sky looks like.
Neo can't see it
and calls it beautiful, and like I think that's a really striking moment, especially how like bright and colorful they make it. Really
and then when we're going back down towards Machine City,
it's so depressing.
You see the scope of it and this how dark and depressing it looks, and I'm like, man,
So one of the things about the machines, like the big one giant baby, it looks like a giant sea urchin, and then the one that takes Neo away, it's like a little it's like a giant crab mantis sort of thing. Those machine designs just I mean, of course, the Sentinel itself scares the ever living daylights out of me because it's a giant squid, but also it even has like the little crab like fake.
We talked about it briefly last week, like with the Animatrix, like robots like were designed to be humans, and then when they hate humans, they turn into monsters. So now they're all like crab like and
I forgot. Was it you or what other, or maybe a YouTube video or somewhere I heard that like essentially the evolution is crabs.
That's me.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been both. You couldn't watch the video too, but yeah, crab is like the evolution, like perfection for some reason.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up something real quickly about Neo being able to use like the power of the Matrix outside with the machines. Watching Resurrections and then watching Revolutions again, because I did both. There's a when they hold hands has been recontextualized thanks to Resurrections, and that's in how he like is able to control all of that ammunition, so they don't it does eventually backfire, but like for a long time it's really cool.
Yeah,
he's using the Matrix Force, and then of course he loses him. Trinity just grabs, he's like, I got you, and then he regains control again. It's like Neo and Trinity are one of the great 21st century love stories.
You know, power of love, man, conquers all. Huey losing the news were right.
One of the reasons why they are so good is because they really do. Hold on, let me see if I can find my note I wrote about it.
They actually are banging.
That's true.
You can tell they like each other because they won't stop touching each other.
I liken them. Go ahead.
It's because it's it's Neo and Trinity falling in love with their idealized version of themselves. So while at the same time, like, it is a beautiful love story, it's the trans narrativeness like that comes through with it is this idea of self-love and recognizing like the idealized version of yourself. It's one of the reasons why I really like the way that they shoot the intimacy scene that's happening in conjunction with the rave, because once you start pulling away, you can't tell which one of them is which. And that's clearly like a deliberate choice, because in many ways, like, Neo and Trinity are in love with like, and it's not like a narcissist thing. It's that they are representational of like the things that they want to love in themselves. And I think that's really cool.
I couldn't put it better myself.
Yeah. You want to know what's one of my favorite scenes from Revolutions, when they go to the other rave, or the other like goth rave. I don't even know what they're called. The second one with the French guy,
Merv's Club.
The what?
Merv's Club.
Club Hell.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, when they go to that one, and then they're trying to make a deal with I can't pronounce his name. Merovingian, yeah. And then Trinity puts a gun to his head. Is like, how about this? You give me Neo, or we all die right here, right now. I'm like, go get him, girl.
She also calls him Merv.
Yep.
Listen,
Merv. My only thing about that one is that I kind of wish it was like a Last Day on Earth party. Like, you've got the Merovingians still like wanting to make a deal for the eyes of the Oracle. But I wish that there was some hint at the idea that the programs that are there know that Smith is starting to pollute the entire Matrix, and that it's only a matter of time before they all get taken too.
Yeah.
But that's not a part of that narrative at all.
It is oddly like not tied to the narrative of the movie. It's kind of like we're just gonna do our own little thing to get Neo to get to the story.
This is another one of those things where like Reloaded's ending as just Reloaded as a film doesn't really work, and Revolution's beginning as a film doesn't really work either. You're just kind of thrown back into the story, and it takes a little bit to like get everything back in place. I think that the whole limbo thing with him stuck in the train station and learning about Sati and talking with the programs is all really good stuff, but it's real slow going when you're just coming in on that movie.
It is definitely, yeah.
Whereas like if you're just continuing the narrative from Reloaded, I'm like, this is fine.
Yeah, it's like this. It just feels like the next scene.
Yeah,
right. But it does feel like a bit of a drag in the opening, and not only that, like a drag that's not serving the purpose of Revolution as a story, right? It's serving the wider story, but not Revolutions as a story as well.
Speaking of something that doesn't drag, let's talk about mechs. Because there is a 30-minute mech fight in this movie that is like Captain Mifune, that guy, maybe one of like the best yellers in movie history. That dude just gives it his all, no matter what's happening.
I will never forget watching that scene in the theater, and when Mifune he's in his mech, he's like shooting all of them. I actually have both armrests, and I'm going like on my armrests, like trying to like shoot them. I was a kid.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting there going like trying to go like trying to shoot down sentinels with Mifune and the rest of the corps, and it just looks so, I was like
incredibly cinematic when like Zion's gone to shit, right? We'll talk about Niobe with one of the best racing. It's not a race scene, but like her in the holocraft is like one of the coolest things ever. But
I love when they're just like, because they like the Neo and Trinity take Niobe's ship, and Niobe's like, I'll pilot your ship. I don't care. I can do this. Shut up. And the what is it, like the machine line or something?
Yes.
And that whole sequence is so cool. I really love the designs of the ships so much, but seeing them in this type of action was really cool and really well crafted. And there's a lot of tense energy, and the music is going really great. I love that scene. I love ridiculous action sequences where it's just like you just cut to people in chairs going. Arr! I love it. I love it.
Like again, like the last hour of Revolutions is just nonstop action, whether it's from mechs or inside ships or in the Matrix. But like we'll talk about it now. But like Niobe is so cool in this movie. Like she's cool in that last movie, but like she really gets to shine one in the game.
Well, it's because so much of her stuff for Reloaded is really in Enter.
Is in the game.
Like kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
It's like 40 minutes of footage with her.
Yeah. But like the thing, honestly, that makes me so excited about rewatching that scene. It's like it's not even how cool the action is. It's seeing all the characters deal with how crazy of a driver Niobe is, because nobody like they know what kind of a driver she is, but like. The captain's like, this isn't your ship, treat her with respect. And she's like, yo, she got a fat ass as she's driving through the thing, right?
Yeah.
Morpheus.
There's a line where he says, damn, bitch could drive.
Yeah. Morpheus, who is a guy who is pretty much calm, cool, and collected most of the trilogy. Even when fighting agents, he seems like a cool guy. Niobe is throwing numbers at him left and right. He's like, I'm doing my best, woman. Like you never see him like that in any other parts of the movie. And she's just so cool. And she's just like, she's like 5'3". She's like a 100 pounds like wet, but she's like so tough. And I'm like, this is the coolest driving scene in any movie. And it's not even like a car.
I love how like the captain of the Hammer straight up just like, I don't give, like she's like, he's like, everyone to the gun. She's like, Ghost, you're the best gunner. You're the best gunner we got. Morpheus, and she's like yelling commands, and she does that kick-ass maneuver to get into the mechanical line. And he's like, I didn't even know the ship could do that.
Like a cool 360 dive. Like
that was the coolest thing. Rewatching this, I was like, I don't get this from modern movies, and this should be easier now. What the hell? This is the coolest thing.
We've watched now like 4 or 5 new Star Wars movies. And I can't think of any TIE fighter scene that rivals this.
I'm not here to yuck the yum I think that Niobe's like flying is great. I will say
it.
all praise to the use of the Millennium Falcon in Force Awakens when they fly up and they do the flip so that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
jammed gun can
Yeah.
shoot down at the TIE
That
fighter.
was cool.
That is
So
in
cool.
the same realm vibe.
And
of
I-
that
Yeah, it is.
sequence.
Yeah.
And I will also say
Yeah.
the Last Jedi scene on with the Falcon on Crate, when it's in the crate caves.
Yeah,
That's a
Okay.
cool
Crystal
scene.
Caverns. Yeah, that was
But
cool
it's true, like very, very good Niobe driving stuff. I think all of that really works, and I think it's a bummer that like because I've listened to so many Matrix conversations lately. It's a bummer that for a lot of people like that stuff just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like they don't seem to care about the characters, or they think it's like dumb to just have them there. I will say that I do think it's a bummer, and I don't think there is a narrative way to fix it because it wouldn't make sense. That you have Mifune, who I think is great. Because of like the role he's playing, but again, this is another instance where I kind of wish that was Morpheus.
Yeah.
Because you kind of want Morpheus to have more to do, and Morpheus is very much
He
on the
kinda
side.
is,
And like
yeah.
having Morpheus be in the Last Stand of Zion, like that's somebody who's then on that bridge that you have cared about. Like it's a big deal that he's there.
He's not really doing anything, is he?
No, he's assisting Niobe, but like
Yeah.
there's no character tension. Like can you imagine like Niobe being the person who's piloting that ship back, and it's like you need that EMP, and Morpheus is the last person like holding the bridge, and so
Yeah.
you're like, Morpheus, you gotta do it, man. I like Mifune. I'm totally fine with the character, but again, like this is just something where like Morpheus really just starts being less important in Revolutions and never really gets it back.
That's a good point, yeah.
I think that the worst offense of that, just because we're on the topic of it, when you get to the very end of the movie, the fact that the person who has the last say is the Oracle and not Morpheus, I think is a big mistake.
Mhm.
This is a thought that a lot of other people have had. I agree with it. I think that Morpheus is the person who should get to say like the "I always believed" kind of sentiment, and that's where you end, rather than it being on the Oracle.
It's interesting that it ends on like the computer programs, not any of like our human like protagonists or anything.
Yeah, the reveal. You can still have the reveal of the Oracle and the Architect being like, this was always part of a game that we were playing, like a chess they were doing together. And then after that, get the Morpheus, I always believed.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I think you still keep the Oracle Architect conversation, but the fact that the last sentiment of like "I always believed" goes to the Oracle, I'm like, no, that's Morpheus. This should be Morpheus. This should be Morpheus and Zion like having a conversation with Niobe, where Niobe's like, "Did you always think that it would end in peace?" And he's like, "No, but I always believed
In him.
Yeah, exactly.
And like
it should be his thing, because that's the impact you should be ending with.
Yeah.
Is like this is all because of Morpheus.
I think like his final like the stuff with him in the movie, like he's like looking up after Neo saved the day and like with teary eyes, and that's like the last thing we see of like all those characters really. Yeah, that is a good point.
Because it's the Oracle's manipulation that makes it so that the one occurs.
Mhm.
Like, yes, the Oracle changed all this plan. She's the one who like set Morpheus on the path. Like, you're going to find the one. Trinity, you're going to fall in love with the one. But it's Morpheus' belief that rallies Trinity. It's Morpheus' belief that pulls Neo out. It's
Mhm.
Morpheus' belief that makes Neo want to be who he wants him to be. Like, it's Morpheus who is your character, your human person who's driving that narrative, and it should have ended with Morpheus.
That's a good point, yeah.
Morpheus could be in the scene with the Oracle and the Architect.
Could be. I mean, yeah, that'd be something. I don't know why he would be, but like you could.
Because the Oracle's like, hey, let's go have tea.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Oh, have you met my friend? Have you met my friend, the Architect?
I don't think there would be any problem with having like the Oracle Architect scene and then just cutting back for one last like 30-second moment at Zion with Morpheus. Like, I just think, in fact, when you are with Morpheus, like right before you go to the Oracle and Architect, just switch it.
So Burly Brawl, lots of Smiths, gets a little unwieldy near the end. Then we get to Revolutions, the finale.
I
Just
love
going
that song.
full-blown opera. I love this final fight, despite it like because like I thought it was going to be, oh my god, it's gonna be 1,000 Smiths fighting in the rain. It's gonna look terrible. It's like no, it's a personal fight, baby. It's Smith v Neo, and it is a big, ballsy, awesome Dragon Ball Z fight where they're pushing into things and like things break behind them. They're getting pushed into like the rubble and the smashes behind them. Like I love all that stuff.
Myth that has taken the eyes of the Oracle.
Yes, he
Which
can
is
see
what the
future.
Merovingian always cared about.
He wanted the future. He can see it. He sees it.
Yeah, the fighting and the effects of the rain fight. Like one of my favorite scenes is when Neo punches Smith, but it's all slow, and you see him punching in the raindrops, the water effects, and that whole fight scene is just so damn good.
there's a
Like
very
even when
good
he was walking down and he sees all the Smiths and it's just pouring rain in a flood street, I'm like, this is just great.
You like what I've done with the place.
there's a very good use of rain in that fight, and I think that the fight overall holds up very well, with the exception of like looking a little too dark in some spots.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like graphics wise, I'm like, this really holds up. The impact of it is very clear and concise.
I cannot tell you guys how many times I have said, "Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed you." Like all the time, like for years, I've just been repeating that over and over again. That's the only line from The Matrix I've ever done that to. Isn't that weird?
I would say it's weird because that line's been quoted for years, and it's a fun line to say, and especially in the way Hugo Weaving says it. It's just so much fun. You just like, ooh.
I'm a not like this kind of guy.
I really like. What'd you say?
Not like this. That's mine.
Not like this from the
Yeah, I really like the Smith versus Neo fight at the end. I think it's really well choreographed, and just the whole visual aesthetic of it is great.
And then like the whole speech you gave at the beginning of the episode of like,
yes,
what, you suck so much, Neo. Like you're gonna lose. Why do you keep doing this? It's because I can.
right.
Because that's free will, baby. I can do what I want.
Yeah,
and that makes him so mad.
Because Smith thinks he has free will at this point.
Yeah.
And it frustrates him that like, because he has that, he doesn't understand like why he would keep doing it, because logically to him he wouldn't, but that's because Smith doesn't actually have free will.
Nope.
Smith believes that he's been freed, but he's actually still a program running himself just to the most extreme end of what he's capable of.
He's a prisoner who now can see his cage.
which is why when it gets to the end and he says, like he's like, and then I say, everything that has a beginning has an end, Neo. And then he goes, wait, why did I say that? And it freaks him out because he realizes he's still running on that treadmill. He hasn't actually broken free.
He's not King the Conqueror.
Get away from me.
Oh man, I really like Hugo Weaving as Smith in these two movies.
It's impressive how much he committed to like the concept of what he's playing.
Yeah. The bit when he absorbs the girl Sati, and Seraph, and just like at the end with the what is the like secret ingredient is love or something, the chilling.
The secret ingredient to cookies is love.
And that's such a chilling moment. It's like right up there with want some candy.
Well, because it defines something that like hadn't been defined at that moment, which is that Smith is amalgamous to the person that he takes over when he does that, has their memories, and that's why like you get that clear thing, like that's Sati now Smith, which means that the one that we see fight Neo is now Oracle but Smith, and it makes that very clear distinction. That's a great scene. He's like, maybe you knew I was going to do that, but maybe you didn't.
Yeah.
So maybe you put that purposefully. Like
he's so fun in that scene. Oh my god.
Yeah.
With his laugh,
and the tension of just the doom coming in, where you feel like this is the last place, this is the last bastion, and Smith has taken everywhere else.
We talked about it briefly, but like when I was younger, I definitely didn't understand or care about like the limbo like train sequence, like with Sati and the parents. And now I love that stuff so much because it's like these parents just want the best for their little daughter, and like they're programmed so they don't experience love, but they know what the word love is, so they can like
no they experience it. The word is just a word. The experience is what matters, and they are encountering the feeling. And so it's like a program can't love, and it's like love is a word. The feeling is what matters, and the feeling is something we can engage with very obviously, very clearly, and that is important. Like it sucks because it's something that's like it doesn't quite work in the film as Revolutions. Again, not like talking about the wider thing, but like it doesn't quite work in the film, but it's so important because it's cementing that concept of like everything Neo's already been thinking about because of the conversation about like how are machines and people supposed to interact. This is him learning like the Oracle was a program. Yeah. Oh, there are other programs. Other programs have these emotions.
They're not all
programs
bad.
Care about people the way I care about Trinity. Yeah. Therefore, the answer is not destroy the machines, destroy the Matrix. That's not the answer. And so Neo's already working on that path, and that's really important information. It's just not necessarily delivered in the best way.
Yeah,
I do think it's bizarre that they didn't do anything to necessarily tie into the concept of like Neo being at the being in a train station for his limbo, which is also the site of the place where he started to be reborn. When he fought Smith at the end of the Matrix. The fact that like those concepts aren't necessarily tied to each other in any way is a little surprising to me.
Yeah, I guess that's the motif of a train station somewhere like you leave from.
Right, but like that's totally absent from the fact that that's where Neo has the beginning of his fight that would ultimately change him forever. Is like a little strange that those things don't have connective tissue. And that's a great example too. The Train Man has ultimate power that Neo can't stop. So this is another thing where like those older code programs it feels like they should be able to interact with Neo in a different way.
Yeah. Right, because the Train Man is so powerful there because he basically built that part of the Matrix. Like that's his domain.
Right, but technically like Neo being what he is, he should be able to break through any kind of code regardless of who designed it. And maybe he could in time. But like that same thing that like at first Neo can't, that should have been applied to all the other people who are of older code existing in the Matrix.
Yeah.
Little Sati. She can make rainbows.
Yeah. I really like this movie. I'm glad we got to revisit it.
There's a shot on the bridge when Mifune is shooting and the kid's trying to get to him, and it's a really wide shot of him coming, and he's like
so good,
and the colors and everything. I'm like, man, that's like a painting. That's a piece of art.
The after the initial invasion, when the Sentinels are coming out of the hole, you hear like a roar, and it turns into a hand.
Yeah.
And then the fingers merge into a giant fist and like punch, and I'm like, oh, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life.
One of the times where I've like experienced like hardcore dreads, like, oh, they can't win, is when the first drill comes through and they're like shooting Sentinels left and right, and then a bunch of Sentinels come out, and all these turrets are just like turns around and like destroys that control tower. And just becomes so massive. And even though they're like unloading all these bullets into these machines, killing thousands by the second, it's still too much.
Overwhelming.
And just they get overwhelmed. It's like
that's what they said. That's what they say in the first film, right? Like they outnumber us 1,000 to 1.
Mm-hmm. It's just like,
man, that's so impressive. Is like obviously like a lot of that is CGI. There's so much practical work that you don't even know unless you watch behind the scenes stuff, and it looks so good. Like that big giant tower in the middle that falls, that is a practical set that fell. When the hover, I always call it a hover car, like when hovercraft bursts through the gate, that's a practical effect. They built a small like a 1/20th scale like gate that they broke through. And like it just looks so good. It still looks so good to this day. I can't believe it. And despite it being so like colorless, it's not like colorless like for a bad reason. They do it on purpose because they live in the apocalypse, right? Like,
well, they wisely use different color palettes. And the interesting thing is, Zion in the outside world is always a cold color palette, except when Zion is being destroyed, which case it transfers to a warm color palette. I thought that was really interesting. I really like how all three films have used color.
Mm-hmm. I think like the rocket troopers are like a cool idea.
I care about them. Like I've heard people talk about like not caring about the people in Zion, and I'm like, look, I care about Link's girl because I care about Link. Yeah. So when she's going out there and trying to destroy the drills, I give a shit.
And I care about her friend who is with her, and they're trying, and she's like leaning her over.
Yeah.
That's like video game shit right there.
Yeah. That's a really. I was gonna bring them up. I really like that subplot of the two of them going through Zion.
And the fact that like she ultimately like gets to the kid, and it's her and the kid who get the gate open, I really like that.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. Like, I was gonna bring it up. Like, it's like cinematic like cheering moment is like the Sentinels are swarming everywhere. They cut to the control tower, and they're like, "We need to get this gate open. We only have one mech left. Who is it?" And then it cuts to the scene, but you don't know who it is. You see the back of the machine, and then it turns, and it's Mifune! And I'm like, it's the cinema. Like, Mifune is not a real character, but he is a dude who just looks really cool. And for me, in this scene, it's enough.
Yeah.
And that dude sells it so hard. And then, he passes, and the kid has to do, Neo, I believe. Like, it's just good action. Like, I love it.
The tower, like, after they said, who's out there? Who's still out there? And, like, that's, shortly after the tower is destroyed.
Yeah.
All those people, man.
If anyone's listening, we got someone coming through to help us. It is a bummer that by the time they do get in, and they activate the EMP, there's only like 7 Sentinels left. So they activate it, and then there's like 7 fall from the sky, and I'm like, oh, you guys really didn't do anything.
Well, there was also the ones that funnel through the tunnel that they were able to get.
Yeah, but it's They didn't do as much as I hoped.
I love
they
how
thought.
clearly you get the concept of like the Sentinels that are with Niobe's ship, the Hammer, like are telling the Sentinels inside, like you get the little like, oh shit, we gotta jam this gate.
Yeah.
It's gonna
That
be
was-
bad. They're bringing an EMP.
Because one of the guys, like the Sentinel, clearly has a moment of like, oh, they're going to Zion. Hey, buddy, over in
Yeah.
Zion, you want to like block the gate?
Yeah, exactly. I think they telegraphed that very well.
Yeah. I love the action sequences in this movie so much.
Yeah.
Anything else we want to bring up?
Yeah. I think Neo doing his flying in the beginning of Reloaded is such a moment at that time. Like the way that they filmed it, I'm like, movies didn't have this. This was wild.
This is before the next Superman movie.
Yeah. This was wild to see. I think it still holds up as really, really cool. I love Neo still telling the kid like, "Hey man, you saved yourself." Like that carries over from the Animatrix story. That's just cool. Morpheus's speech before the rave, we didn't really talk about it, but it's a great speech where he's like, I know because they have never defeated us before. We're still here. Yeah, exactly. Now everybody bang.
Yeah.
I think the rave scene is shot incredibly well. Like we talked about, like I do like the rave. I think one of my favorite things about it is that like it's just a mishmash of like people of like it doesn't matter who they are, what gender, anything. Like they're just all together. They just become like what matters is this. This is what matters because this is what machines can't do. This is what we have. This is who we are. And
now I'm just imagining like a sad pit of machines trying to dance.
Yeah.
They're like, we got no rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that. Talked about that. How to trust the program of the Oracle. I think that's a great little conversation. Like, how can I trust you knowing you're a program?
Mm-hmm.
And like we're all here to do what we're meant to do. I love like the whole point of everything to do with the Oracle that she boils down to. You've already made the choice. You're just here to understand why you made it.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's a bummer that like she was able to do a lot less because she was already sick and passing away at the time that they were filming the scene in Reloaded, which is why she stays pretty much grounded to that park bench.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's why she's not in Revolutions. Can only imagine what the Oracle necessarily like the role would have been if she had been able to play it all the way throughout.
Yeah.
I really liked the explanation for why she has a new face when we see her. I thought that was a really respectful way of doing that.
Like a new shell.
Yeah. I think it's pretty good that she lost more than she wanted to. Some bits you get to keep, some you don't. I agree. I think it's a pretty good explanation. I kind of see a point some others have made in like, if the Oracle was changed, why wasn't the Oracle like drastically changed, but instead just stays like an elderly black woman? And I'm like, it's fine.
Yeah.
The programs that are not doing what they are supposed to do are the ghosts, the vampires, the angels, the werewolves, the aliens. I just kind of wish we got to see like a little more fun of that, even like if it was like as she's explaining, like just a montage sequence of things. I think that would have been fun.
You do fight a werewolf in Path of Neo, so
yeah. They have their choice when
a giant ant.
And a giant ant.
Yes, they have their choice when they're facing deletion to either hide in the Matrix or return to the source.
Mm-hmm.
I really love that Neo congratulates Smith on being free and that he's like, thank you. I think that's really good that it's just like apparently free, like yourself. Well, congratulations. Thank you. I think that's just a really nice dynamic between them.
Nice respect, yeah.
One of my favorite lines in all of Reloaded is the Merovingian says, like wiping my ass with silk when he refers to speaking in French. I really love the underlying, like if you're paying attention, like that the whole thing with him having triggered her orgasm to go get a blowjob from her in the restroom, and that's why Persephone's pissed off. I think that's all done very well.
Power corrupts you.
Merovingian believes in feeling and lust, but he doesn't believe in love. That's what he's basically saying with the whole speech about causality as she's eating the cake. Essentially, what it boils down to is that he believes in people like giving into feeling, giving into lust, and that being a way to control, and that's cause and effect. But he doesn't believe in love. That's essentially what he says.
Causality.
Right.
Great action scene. Like great action scene in his like French mansion with all those dudes that transfers into the highway scene, which is also excellent.
Yeah.
It's crazy action.
Agreed.
So much good stuff.
She wasn't kissing your face, my love. Yeah. I love when he tells Neo, who hasn't even he doesn't even register this because he hasn't talked to the architect yet. But there's the part where Merovingian says, "Your predecessors had much more respect," and Neo doesn't even go, "What?"
Yeah.
Uh,
Keanu Reeves has a way of talking, just in general, but especially as Neo, as it's a struggle to get words out. So every word is like he's forcing a word out. I just think it's kind of nice. I like him.
Yeah.
That's what I like about him.
Just talking about the implications of the architect's loop, what that means of that Zion has been destroyed that many times, and then he gets to pick the 23 people, 16 male, 7 female, to
23 chromosomes, right?
Yeah, to go and restart Zion all over again. That's just wild. What a wild thing. And it's interesting because you get this concept, we kind of hinted at it last week. We know that Neo is apparently always the same because the architect has the previous visuals of him.
They're flipping him
so
off.
That means that he's always been the same and he always looks the same, or at least he's interpreting his visualization the same.
Yeah.
Whereas we don't know what that means of how many people repeat their existences into the Matrix. This also gets into a concept of how much are they programming them and how much is a human soul. And where does that clash with the people who are born within Zion? And they are people who are purely born and they have souls that are completely unprogrammed by the machines. It's all bigger concepts that don't really get explored in it, but it's wild to kind of wrap your head around are the machines programming human souls, or where does the line get drawn there?
That's some Animatrix 2 shit that I'm looking forward to.
Right.
If
only.
All right.
I talked about that.
I did really think that the I had a thought. Oh my goodness. It was related to the architect in some way, shape, or form. The idea that his other previous selves could have looked the same is very interesting. Because the Matrix Online kind of hints at a new incarnation of the One being born. Obviously the game was canceled before they did that. So that's an interesting way of if that was it. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm kind of losing my point.
I do. Was it going to be another?
Was it going to be another Neo
who looks like Keanu Reeves, or
yes.
What was that going to be? And I do think I think the recall now because of Resurrections comes in is that Neo recognizing his own DSI in the visuals, and that's not necessarily what he looked like at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be the argument? But that they didn't. Was that the decision they were thinking at the time, or are they saying Neo always looked that way, which would imply that all of them have lived their lives before, at least all the people who have been plugged into the Matrix.
Yeah.
Very weird. I do like the Oracle, when she's basically preparing Neo for his final confrontation with Smith and talking with him about him being the antithesis of what's designed.
Mm-hmm.
It's that she defines what Smith is the equation from the architect trying to balance itself back out, and it's balancing itself back out far in another direction.
Yo, it's Mortis.
Because Neo went inside of him, he touched him too much with the source code.
It's the good side versus the dark side.
Yeah. You are this is one of my favorite exchanges. It's very small and very slight, but where she says you are a bastard after he says the Sati line,
mm-hmm.
and he says you would know, Mom. Referring to her as one of his creators. Link's wife staying to make shells, I think, is really good. She's a part of, thank you, Z, wanting to be really part of it. Smith as Bane hating his flesh. Nothing this week is meant to survive. I do think that there's a lot I kind of wish there was somehow a way to explore more the concept of what it means that Smith entered Bane's body. How much does he actually engage with does that change how he works inside? Because he's not made of code only now. So what else is going on for him? And I wish there was room to really explore what that means.
His feelings.
And the fact that he is a Smith who is untethered from the other Smiths and from the Matrix. And what is that like? And how does I feel like there's more you could do in that realm of exploration that there just wasn't time to do.
Yeah.
But it just gets my brain juices going.
You bring up a good point, but I also want to bring up something you brought up a little earlier. Smith being the architect's code trying to balance itself out. So Smith theoretically was not something the architect or the oracle could have seen coming. When they changed the path of what this one will go down, Smith was supposedly inevitability that they just didn't see happening.
Right. So if you were to like pick and choose into it, if you were like to pick it apart, Smith is an agent. All agents are part of the code programmed to balance itself out in the Matrix for the rebels of Zion, not necessarily for the one, but that's what they're programmed for. That's where the equation works. Because Neo went into Smith when he burst him, he connected him to the source code unintentionally, just enough for Smith to gain a sense of free will, which wasn't the intention and not necessarily in the plan of either the Oracle or the Architect. Because it wasn't intentional for Smith to get that. Now, Smith getting that concept of free will isn't real free will because Smith is still a program and still going to run. He's just allowed now to run unbound by the code of the Matrix to the fullest extent of what he's capable of. But the fullest extent of what he's capable of is still limited within the scope of the Matrix.
Right. Yeah. That's a really good point. Sorry, I'm just trying to digest that. I'm trying to see how it balances off with the idea of choice being an illusion, because our choices are predetermined based on our past. You know, all the path that led us here will influence every choice we make. So free will is an illusion. That connection with Smith being untethered from the Matrix, thinking he has free will. Am I losing a thread there, or is there something supposed?
No, so that's the whole thing, is that Smith can't make a choice, nor can Smith understand it.
Right.
And that's why he loses.
He's beholden to his program.
Because it's not his choice is illusion. And he thinks he has it. He thinks he's doing it, but he's not.
Yeah.
Even though it was something unexpected by, say, the Oracle or the Architect, it's still programming code that he's running all the way through, which means he can't go past it. He can't evolve from it. It within the bounds of what this Matrix is.
Right. Anything else?
I'm looking at the last ones here. I think it's really interesting. We didn't really touch on this. I think it is a great touch that there are a lot of people within Zion who don't just immediately, even though they know Neo can fly, and a lot of people have said this, they don't just trust the one in the prophecy and Morpheus and all that. They don't just buy into it. It's not just an entire population of zealots who believe, like, absolutely, of course, this is the Messiah. I love that there's a political, like, pushback to that.
Because I'm sure it's been like 20 years of Morpheus, like, preaching this shit with nothing to happen, and then something happens, and it's like,
and people saying, like, okay, so this one can, like, fly and he can do things, like, to the further extent of what we can do, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna save us all. I appreciate that stance is there, that it's not just like you come into the Matrix Reloaded and everybody's like, well, of course, like, Neo is Superman, Neo is God, Neo can do no wrong, Neo will save us all. That there are people who don't necessarily believe. They don't, like, not all of them really try to get in the way or that kind of thing. They just, like, they understand that they have to run their own kind of plans. Like, they can't just have faith and faith alone.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, can't rely on that.
Yeah. I really like in Trinity's death when she gets to have the moment where she says, you gave me my wish one more chance to say what I really wanted to say from the roof. I thought that was a really nice little speech. I think that's a good moment between them, even though I left a bitter taste in my mouth the first time I saw it, that I didn't like that Trinity died.
Now we know they just stole her body.
There's one Smith when Neo's first walking in and all the Smiths are looking at him, and then, like, all the Smiths are, like, have, like, different facial reactions, but there's one Smith, like, mixed into the crowd there who's just like,
yes,
like, he's got the Jack Nicholson and anger management energy where he's like, yes. Like,
every 10 Smiths have a crazy one. Yeah.
I love that Smith. I love that Smith so much where he's just like, yes.
This is the movie that made me fall in love with Hugo Weaving. I think he's stupendous in these two movies.
Between this and Lord of the Rings coming out at the same time, like, what a banger couple of years for this guy.
There's a part where he and Neo are, like, in the fight and they get pushed into a building, and then they, like, have another moment where they're kind of chatting with each other, and he says the purpose of life is to end, and Neo, like, just responds by, like, putting his hand out and going whoop. And Weaving has this great moment that I'm so glad the Wachowskis let him play, which is that, like, it's completely silent, but they let it linger for like 30 seconds, which is that he sits there and he gives this moment of surprise, like, at Neo, like, still wanting to fight, like, he's kind of shocked about it, and then his face turns to elation. where he's just like excited about it, and I love that. I love that there's that much complexity in Smith on his face. We talked about the dialogue around love being as artificial as the Matrix as itself, and Neo's response, because I choose to, because Neo understands the choice of what he's chosen, and the fact that he can do that because he's already decided that he's going to have the source code come through him, and that's why he's going to let Smith take him over. And that final like clink is Smith doing the everything that has a beginning has an end, because that's actually the Oracle saying that.
And then like when like he explodes and Neo in the real world, his mouth and eyes are exploding with light. Yeah. Crazy. I'm like, oh, that dude's dead. That dude's definitely dead right now.
I also, it's probably like my favorite moment of Weaving's acting, honestly, is when he's reacting out of the fear of the get away from me bit. I think that's a really good beat. I think he does that really well.
When he absorbs Neo and he starts freaking out because it's not working.
Is it over?
I like that Smith, that like the Neo Smith, he's just like, eh? and then he's just no, it's not fair. I think they do a really good job of the visual cat doing the deja vu of the resetting of the Matrix with Sati to show you that the Matrix has reset itself like very directly. The architect does define that because of the conversation with the Oracle and the architect, you get the definition of what the peace means, which is that everybody who wants to be free of the Matrix, that's the deal, is they now get to be free. And he's like, how long do you think this will last? You played a risky game, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, but obviously the thing is they'll get to be free. And she's like, I have your word. And he's like, what am I? Human? I just like to imagine that like there's just some giant robotic face that appears over the world. Hey, this isn't real. Do you want to wake up? And then half the people are like, ah!
Well, I think that's the thing is like, it's really just everybody that we've talked about, and like we'll talk about in some of the comics and we talk about in the Animatrix, or people like the kid
who are aware,
or people who are like unhappy, people who are aware and unhappy and want to be free, people who would, if given the option, even on a subconscious level without knowing they're in the Matrix, if they were given the option, they would take the red pill. Those people now get to just be free. And
in Resurrections, they call them red pills, red pill, blue pills. Like they
exactly.
identify people in that way.
Right. The people who aren't like Cypher, the people who want to come out, they're now going to be allowed to come out, which I think is really cool. Yeah. That they established that. They do have the bit where Sati's like, will we ever see Neo again? And the Oracle's like, I suspect so someday.
Wait 20 years.
Like, ooh.
Yeah, that's when I thought Neo was never dead.
Yeah.
So I interpreted that as we'll see him we'll see him reincarnated again.
Oh.
So in the Matrix Online, Neo's body is broken up into multiple pieces like a Horcrux. And then different machine organizations and factions try to get his body and try to reassemble his body to get the one for themselves. So that's a plot that happens in that game.
Is not canon.
Morpheus gets killed by an assassin who looks like a bug monster.
Also not canon.
Not anymore.
Yeah, there's some things where you could probably make the mental gymnastics to make the Matrix Online canon, but it's rough.
Resurrections definitely puts some needles and like, oh, that didn't happen for sure. But that's fine because that's an online game no one really cared about.
Anyway, that's all of my notes that we didn't like necessarily bring up in our conversation. But I do think these are really solid films. There's a lot of great stuff to chew on. I think the biggest flaw of them is that, like, especially for people who are not willing to go like as hard as us or love film as much as us, that it's not designed to be engaged with easily, especially as singular film experiences.
Definitely, they are sequels where like it's not like you know, like a Marvel movie. Like you could see Iron Man 2 and you'd be fine without seeing Iron Man 1. Like you need to see the Matrix if you want to see those sequels.
Yeah.
All
right, shall we get into our book club then?
Sounds good. Love those movies.
Sparks, you love those movies so much. Why don't you take it away?
All right, I guess I will. Hey guys, we're going to talk about the Matrix comics, Volume 2. There's a bunch of different stories. This is basically an anthology collection. I have a list of what we're going through, so we'll just go down through them beat by beat, and we're going to talk about the first one, which is An Asset to the System by Troy Nixey, who is both the writer and the artist. What did you guys think of this one? Asset to the System is
Pull it up.
I'm also doing that. It's the one with the guy who wanted to be a cop. He's a security guard who wanted to be a cop.
Oh,
He gets caught in the
yeah.
middle of a fray between the agent and the rebel.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoa, both of you, put your guns down. And like they don't give a shit about him because he's in the Matrix.
Yeah.
It ends in this very dreary, depressing.
A lot of
manner
them
do. Where he is killed, and you see the overlay of like his letter he was writing about wanting to be a cop, while you are seeing his body exhumed and taken away to be liquefied for the living.
Yeah.
That was chilling, seeing that, seeing in the real world what happens.
Yes. Yeah.
Which does kind of put a little button on our conversation from the Matrix, where like, okay, so yeah, the concept does seem to be that if they are killed this way, they do die, even if their souls might be like something programmable, as we were hinting at earlier. Like, how much do the machines like necessarily reprogram the same people into the Matrix? He still does die in that moment.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, after I saw some are in black and white and some are not. I read a bunch of these and then I stopped reading them and I came back to it, and a bunch of them were black and white, and then they came back to color. And I'm like, have any of these been in color? And I had like a weird freak out where I thought these were all black and white, and then no, they're not.
Yeah, this is a color one. I do think that this one's really good and a pretty good, like maybe like. Honestly, kind of feels like it comes out of an answer to the conversation of like thinking about the cops that were in the Matrix scene, and like what does that mean for the people who are plugged into the Matrix? Well,
it is
they get dumped and flushed.
It's hella sad because it's like the rebel doesn't care as much as like the agent. Like they're both accomplices.
Well, which is kind of the point, is like that does seem to be the logic. Harsh as it may be, and as much as it might make us look at our heroes a little differently, the logic does seem to be that like if the people are in the Matrix and they don't have a hesitation to think that like they are in the Matrix and maybe want out, then they're the enemy, and that's what it is.
Pretty radical. Yeah.
It could, again, like, is there an amount where they understand that like even if a person dies and they are flushed down, like eventually the Matrix programs them back in, or how does that work?
Yeah.
Who knows? But like that does seem like a truth that you are plugged in, you die, you are flushed.
Yeah. There's another instance in this where we see an agent take over a character in a book that has like a relationship with another character, kind of giving like the agents another level of kind of like terrifyingness to the people in the Matrix. Like just someday the person you're talking to could become an agent.
Right. Having the horror in that moment of watching the agent take over his buddy. Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, that was not fun to read.
Yeah.
This next one's my favorite one.
Yeah, so the next one is
Path Among Stones.
A Path Among Stones by, again, Gregory Ruth, who's writer and artist, is the little girl who's talking about the shadows that are coming.
So this is a little girl going to like children's therapy, and what she's experiencing the Matrix, and it turns out like the therapist knows about the Matrix. And this goes in a way that I didn't expect, because I thought he was going to end up being the bad guy. And I think he was actually a good person who helps people get out of the Matrix in the real world. And then he got taken because people found out. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. This one was awesome, because the little girl's like, it's the shadows. I'm not supposed to tell. And I'm like, oh no, she's going to get taken. And it's like, no, this guy's out to help her. And then he gets taken. Oh,
yeah.
This is a good one.
Yeah, I enjoyed this one quite a bit. I really liked the I wasn't too crazy about the art, to be honest. But I did like it for the most part. But seeing the kind of the guy who may not necessarily be a rebel, but might just be like a good program, come in and just be like, I get it. We're gonna help you, and then the agents kind of take that over.
Right. I also am not crazy about the art. I do like that, like all of these have a kind of like, there's a grunginess to all the art.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very good. I think this is a good story of just like the imposition of the presence of the agents.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of makes them into like horror figures. Yeah.
Ben, any thoughts on this one in particular?
Not really. I liked this one, especially with the shadow, but also, I mean, not really. I don't have anything to add besides what you guys have said.
Solid. The next one's one of my favorites, which is There Are No Flowers in the Real World by David Lapham, both writer and artist.
This guy rules.
This is the adventure of Rocket, who is on the ship that has already been attacked by the Sentinels, and his leg is broken in real life. He is the only person still alive on the ship, but he's jacked into the Matrix, so he's trapped, and he's trying to call out to a different operator to come and find his ship and save him. Meanwhile, he is just stuck in the Matrix and waiting
in Arizona.
And it's kind of driving him a little nuts because he's just trying to keep himself going, and he has to keep like tricking himself into believing that he's fine because he's not fine. He's dying, he's starving, he's growing thirstier and thirstier, and that makes him long for like the person he was in love with when he was still a blue pill, when he was still inside of the Matrix. And he goes hunting her down.
You're all suckers, slaves to the machines. You're swimming in vats of gloop with giant tubes shoved up your butts. There are no flowers in the real world. And then it all culminates with him like finally wanting to like try and get her out with him because he really believes like I'm in love with you, and like I'll show you what reality is. But he finds out that she'd already had contact with an agent, so they've been watching her, and an agent takes her over. It's so sad because the final image is him getting choked to death by an agent as the phone's ringing.
Yeah.
And the agent says, "I think that was for you," as he dies. Again, another tragic ending.
I think this is a really intense narrative that shows just a lot of really great stuff. Just the concept of like, just all really good setup of like being trapped with like the cord slowly getting closer to his body, and being trapped in the Matrix and trying to find a way to get somebody to find your ship so you can get out, but having to like just make it till then. I think this is all just a really good. This would be an incredible short.
Oh yeah.
I really like the idea that the other operator comes up with, which is the idea of like, you know, your leg is broken in the real world, so just don't think about it. Like, you know, focus to make it not real in the Matrix.
Yeah, you can see when it's like wearing on him on one panel, and then in the next panel he's like reconvinced himself, so he like looks totally fine.
Yeah, but he still can't quench his thirst or his hunger because that's so present in his mind. It's him trying to like chug water while he's and like it just doesn't work. He's like and he like tosses it to the side.
Yeah, this is a very dense black and white comic too. Like, and it's telling a lot of story.
Yeah, it is.
But like this guy David Lapham, who's like done tons of black and white comics, like he's awesome. He's so good. Yeah, that's what was really.
What's the next one?
The next one is Ben. Any thoughts on that one before we move on? Just because I want to get you in here if you can.
No. So far so good.
You getting tired, buddy?
Very.
Yeah.
The next one is Broadcast Depth by Bill Sienkiewicz. Both writer and artist. This one
I have some words on because this one hurt.
Great, take it.
Yeah. So the fact originally like seeing the mom talking about Lisa and just like the very ending and the whole like the Sentinels attacking the ship and her seeing her daughter because they jacked her daughter into the Matrix. They found a way to take someone who was born naturally so they could say hi to her on her birthday, and just the horror on the mom's face when her crew is dead. Right. Now, I'm not a really big fan of the art on this one. I like the art in a few later ones that we're going to talk about later. But at the same time, just the sheer like that style of art, it doesn't really mesh with me very well, but the emotion came through when you saw the bodies. And I'm like, oh no. And she just knew, like, well, we're dead. And they're all dead. And this one is also super stupid depressing.
Yeah, that was really an interesting moment when they're trying to figure out a way to put a natural born person into the Matrix. And the operator should have known better than to connect her to her mother. Wild. I like this one.
Well, because the operator is her sister.
Oh, that's right.
So they don't know better. They did it together.
Yeah.
It's rough.
And like, she killed because of that. She killed all those people.
Yeah, it's awful. Like, and her mom like communicating that in the panel where she's like, I don't want to tell her what she's done because she's gonna know it and it's gonna haunt her and her sister for the rest of their lives. Like, I just need to tell her that I love them. As she knows she's moments away from death.
Yeah.
Awful, just awful,
bro. Yeah, like these final pages of this little girl showing up on the beach where her mom is, and it's like she's like, "Wow, my daughter, she's gonna watch me die right here, right now."
Yeah,
So tragic.
You know how? Okay, so do you guys remember that scene in the original 1964 Godzilla where the mom is holding the kids and she's saying, "We're gonna go see Daddy real soon"?
Nope.
1964.
You mean 1954 Godzilla?
54 Godzilla. That's what I meant.
Oh yes. Okay, I know what you're
In the
talking
original Godzilla film, where the mom
Yes,
is
yes,
holding on to her kids and she's trying to comfort them, saying like, "Look, it's that scene like the mom knows she's gonna die. She knows her kid's gonna die. She's like, I don't want this." It's the kind of parental instinct that kicks in, where it's like, I don't want my child to be scared and afraid of death. I want it to happen as painless as humanly possible.
Well, the kid's not going to die.
I thought the kid. No, maybe the kid.
No, the
didn't.
kid's not going to die because the kid's not there.
Yeah,
She's not physically there.
In this story, the kids aren't going to die.
All right. To be honest, I read a few of these when I was like half asleep last night, so I might be getting a.
Yeah. So the girls are at Zion, and they broadcast trace to where the ship is. But that trace also makes it so that the Sentinels pick up on it, which is an incredible panel by the page, by the way, of the Sentinels in the middle as they turn to find the beacon. But at the same time, you're seeing the mom see the octopus and the crab.
Yeah,
really good.
Oof. Either way, that was still just a sad as hell freaking part of this book.
Yeah, Bill Sienkiewicz is definitely like an acquired taste. He did like a lot of like X-Men and like New Mutant stuff in the 80s, and like he has like a very like painterly style. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like that one, as tragic as it is. I think it leaves a really strong impact at the end of it.
Yeah, I get you.
Next is Butterfly by Dave Gibbons,
Woo!
book writer and artist.
Artist of Watchmen.
This is all wordless. This is the panels of you're seeing the parallels of the agents chasing a rebel. That's and right. A man watering with a butterfly nearby, and then they cross into each other, and ultimately he helps the rebel escape, but at the cost of his own life.
So there is some dialogue. Cheng Zhu had a dream when he woke. He dreamed he was a butterfly. Right. Cheng Zhu was unsure. Sorry, this is like written really strangely.
Yeah, because it's written like straight lines.
Basically, the end of it is like he was nor butterfly nor boy. He died because he was in the Matrix or something. Really beautiful art. Like the dialogue, I can't read it.
No, I love the art. I really like Dave Gibbons in general. So this is really cool.
Yeah, mostly just a cool action scene. Yeah.
What's the next one?
Shotty?
Let's talk about Day In, Day Out. This one is written by Ted McCreever and Karen Grant, and art is done by Ted McCreever.
Right, this is the one with the woman who
Yes.
Wait, which one is this?
Going to work.
She's going to work. She's going to work, and she becomes an agent.
I did like this one.
Monster fight scene, and then she shows up all covered in blood.
Covered in like scars and scratches and like bodies around her. So cool.
They got like tanks showing up in this. Like I didn't see a tank in the Matrix.
I mean, I really like this one because of the ending and how when she wakes up, she's like, I was just going to work, which kind of puts a button on like what happens to people after the agent leaves their body in the Matrix. Is like, do they become the agent, and saying like, it's like, oh, they just go back to their regular lives, and her just seeing traumatized around like a bunch of dead people, and she's all bloody, her outfit's ripped up. It's like, that's kind of traumatizing. You are not yourself for a bit, and the last thing you remember is you just walk into work or about to get run over by a truck, and next thing you know, it's like, where am I? What happened?
It's a cool concept to see because we never see it in the films. Like anytime we see an agent turn back to a person they've already taken over, it's because they've died. But here we get to see like the living person step back in and be like, what happened?
Yeah.
I mean, Dave Gibbons' art is gorgeous, but this art style, like Dave Gibbons in this one, were some of the ones I really enjoyed because going back to Broadcast.The, I mean, yes, gorgeous art, but it was hard for me to interpret what was going on sometimes. Whereas this one's like, okay, it's nice, crisp, clean. I can see what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. I really, really liked a lot of all of it.
Burning Hope.
Burning Hope is written and drawn by John Van Fleet. This was one of the weaker ones for me personally.
Yeah, I like
this is the one with like the Western. Like they want to do like all these different Matrix scenarios, right?
No. This is the one with the little girl
where they rescue the girl
who's presenting in the Matrix as older, and an older man, and it involves Link, which is weird. But it's not. It doesn't seem to be Link, or at least like it's.
If that's Link, he's incredibly whitewashed.
It's very whitewashed Link.
It says Link in here, so I also thought that looked weird. Yeah, it's a really dialogue heavy thing about rescuing someone. And I was like, yeah, I agree.
And
I didn't care for it. I don't think the narrative flows as well as it needs to.
I
It's
fell
not
asleep a
structured
lot.
well. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
No, I was saying I fell asleep a lot reading this one.
I don't think it's structured very well, and a lot of the action of it is still somehow told rather than shown, which just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
I don't need to disparage it too much.
The King of Never Returned, though.
This one is by written and drawn by Ted McKeever, sorry. The King of Never Return is the one that you were thinking of, Brandon. This is the one where they're doing the scenarios. What it is that these are younger people within Zion who have decided that like they kind of hate the Matrix within the machines, but they also kind of hate the way that the rebels run everything in Zion.
They're like a third party.
So they're like, we're just going to steal a ship and we're just going to do what we want within the Matrix. Like, this is cool because this is very much like playing into that sense of youth and like, man, I just want to like do the cool shit that you can do in the Matrix, but without having to worry about the Matrix. Like, I basically want to play the sickest video game ever.
Yeah.
And so they steal a ship and they're going through this, but they know like it's kind of like a last hurrah, even as they don't realize how bad that's going to be for themselves. They're just putting themselves through the program.
I quite like this one. I really like the art. And I think the idea, it's the idea we haven't seen yet of like, oh yeah, there would be rogue people who don't want to live in Zion. I didn't even consider that for some reason. Yeah. Like, obviously, it's the apocalypse. You wouldn't want to be on your own, but like the idea that like, oh, we can just be our own Matrix people on our own, like never crossed my mind. And yeah, the idea of like doing different programs, like, oh, we're going to put an agent in a Western and see how I fight them. And like, really cool idea.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really like
and getting to make yourselves feel like a superhero. They do have a reference in here where they're like, we don't really want to wait for the one to do his thing.
Yeah.
I think this is a really interesting one. I agree, like this concept that like, oh yeah, we could go out. We don't have to like live by Zion's rules. We're free.
So we jumped in head first. Damn the torpedoes. Damn the Matrix. Damn the real world. Life's too short in both worlds to wait. Yeah, I like that.
I did not care for this one.
Oh really?
I didn't. I do enjoy the thought behind it, the idea of what these characters represent, but I don't think. I'm willing to cop to the idea that like perhaps the copy that I read was just not great. It was hard for me to read. It was hard for me to follow. I just didn't really connect with this one at all.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I like the concept a lot, so I think that sold me a lot. Just like this is exactly what I wanted out of these comics, so I'm glad that we did them this week. Is like all these different avenues of like, what about this scenario within the world of the Matrix? I'm like, this is exactly what I want.
Yeah, basically, I just wanted like more Animatrix.
Yeah, exactly. This is kind of let's go on to
The Matrix, an easy
one by Tommy Lee Edwards, both writer and artist. This is the one about the bank heist, where they're trying to get the cash because the cash is actually attached to a virus that upon touch will cause a problem.
I love this.
So they have to basically run a bank heist, which I thought was really cool. But they also like cross paths with a person who's already in the Matrix, but is also trying to run a bank robbery. It doesn't know what he stepped into.
And it ends with our main character getting shot.
Right? The idea,
our main character goes through the phone right after they've told the dude. Right, that's the other dude because he was being told.
Oh, the girl.
That's why the phone is hanging there. Like she tells him like you're in the Matrix essentially, and he's just left there to live with that. And will this be him freeing his mind? Who knows?
I love goggles. I'm a big fan of goggles.
Yeah, that's a really interesting concept of like the money has a virus attached to it. To kind of another system of control for the computers.
Yeah, I had to really look at it when I was reading it because I'm like, wait, why do they give a shit about cash in the Matrix? Oh, it's a virus.
Yeah,
that if it touches people, it'll be a problem. Well,
I kind of like that concept, to be honest, because
I do too. I think that's really cool.
Like once you get into the big hole of the Matrix, it's like you don't care about things like money or food or whatever. Like, yeah, you get a joke from Neo in the first movie, was like good noodles over there, but then like when I was reading this, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. And it's kind of maybe that could be the Matrix, like what we say is like money and power corrupt, is like, yeah, because you're touching a virus, you get a whole bunch of that virus, next thing you know you're corrupted. That's like absolutely. The more I thought about it, I was like, that makes so much sense, because there's a reason I put all my money apps and my banking apps, I have them on the same folder called Root of All Evil.
No, I love that. I love that assessment, Ben. This is very much one of those where, like, if the Matrix had to be a franchise like Star Wars, which God forbid I don't want at all, but if it had to be, this would be one of the spin-off movies I want to see. Like, they have to do a heist in the Matrix, and like, why?
Oh my
because
God.
the cache is a virus. And
I
I'm
just like,
holy shit, that's awesome.
My mind just went to like doing like the Cloverfield thing, where like it's an entire movie where you don't realize it's a Matrix movie until 45 minutes into
Holy
it.
shit, that'd be so good.
That'd be great.
That's why I want another video game. I don't need a Neo video game. I want a AAA video game of the Matrix.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, I don't really want to open that door because I kind of want, like, it just to stay, like, as far as films, like, I kind of want it to just stay what the Matrix is. But if you did have to open that door, this is the kind of shit I would want to see. I want to see, like, exactly what you said, like a heist movie, and then, like, partway through, you're like, wait, this is in the Matrix?
Just like an hour in, somebody turns into an agent.
You're
What?
like, ooh!
That's
Oh man, that'd be insane.
That'd be super cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Can
love
you
that.
imagine, like, that kind of feeling, like it's the end of Split when Bruce Willis shows up and you're just like, you're in the middle of the theater an hour and you're like, hold up, what? Man, movies just can't get you like that anymore.
Agent White shows up.
God, that'd be so cool.
Okay, so next up is Let It All Fall Down by Paul Chadwick, both writer and artist.
EPOs.
This is the EPOs. This is the one where they've kind of hacked into a program that actually allows them to see into the machine city. So they've kind of found a hack outside of the Matrix that is observing people within pods, and including like themselves. And it's these two characters connecting over it and wanting to spread it through an email system throughout the inside of the Matrix. So basically everybody in the Matrix would learn that this footage existed, and it would technically like awaken a bunch of minds all at once.
Yeah.
I thought this was a really interesting little story.
Yeah.
I love the idea of these characters, like, and the fact that like the agents aren't looking for him. So like the moment when like she gets caught outside of the convenience store and gets blasted through the door, and he freaks out and goes in back and waits to die, but they don't come. And then when he steps out, like everything is like it didn't happen. I'm like, oh, this is such good Matrix.
When it's at the end of the story, and like he throws a chair through a window,
and it turns into like gelatin taffy. And like taffy, and it bounces back. That's stuff I wish we got more of in the movies, like where they're like really messing with him when they come for him.
This was my favorite.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I really like this one. No, I just really like this one. I thought the whole idea of like they can see outside of the Matrix. This is a person living inside the Matrix, able to see outside. It was really exciting. It's kind of tragic in a way with what happens to the girl. It's very well written and paced. You really want him to, like, you know, it's impossible, you can't do it, but you really want him to send out this email. And then like I just really like this one. I just thought this.
And
was
then
really
the agents like they make the wall disappear, and there's no exit that used to be there, and their cars are coming in. You're like, damn.
This is definitely not tied to it, but this reminds me. Specifically this scene where like they're looking at like themselves, and I'm like there are others listed in the text too. Is that me? The way you furrow your brows, he's doing it at the same time. It's like Sati doing her like Matrix magic between two different worlds. Yeah, like this could have been like the beginnings of like how you do that.
For sure. Yes.
Yeah, I thought this one was really cool.
Yeah. Oh God, get it?
Okay, so Get It is a very quick, short one. This is by Peter Badge, writer and artist. This is very much just a cute little one where the Matrix is the film that you get to watch the Matrix, and it's a guy who didn't understand it, and the others are like talking him through it, and right at the end you find out that the two have been talking to him are agents who are glad that he doesn't understand.
And it's a good thing that they don't get it, right, Agent Lewis? Correct, Agent Davis. I'm like, oh, of course they can't get it.
That was wild.
This one was actually one of my favorites. I liked that because at first I thought, oh man, this art style is just too goofy. But the more I read it, and I was like, it kind of reminds me of a Sunday comic strip, especially because right after when you see like The Matrix, Baby Geniuses, a bunch of other movies that came out at the time, and then it's like these guys are just trying to get this dude to understand what the movie was about, and it turns out I love the twist that they were agents the whole time. Even like I want to say like halfway through, it was like, if these guys are agents, and it's like, there they are.
Yeah.
Because I can only imagine that there were people who saw The Matrix back in '99 and they didn't really understand what the heck was going on. It's like, what is the machine? It's like, you remember that giant squid thing? It's like, well, that was a monster. It's like, no, that was a machine.
Me. It was me. It was me.
It was me.
Yeah, but I like that one.
It's cute. It's fun. And the last one is Run Saga Run
Saga's
by
back,
Cary
everybody.
Grant, both writer and artist.
This was another one of my favorites. I really liked the art in this one.
Yeah, I love the art.
It's great art. That's definitely true. This is about one of the Oracle's children, and going out on her own and getting into too much trouble because she called an operator, and so engaging with agents.
There's one specific panel, and it's gonna be hard to see on green screen, but it's her jumping out of the building, and it's just all the emotions of her jumping down onto the street. It's like there's something to do in Nightwing all the time, where it's like 10 different like acrobatic moves to land. It's just really good, like anime style art, like manga, I guess.
Yeah, it was really good art, and also like kind of like Saga, how she was like sick and tired of being cooped up with the Oracle, so she's like, I'm gonna go on my own. She realizes, oh, I'm in too deep, but then she eventually gets out, but then the agents are still following her, so it's like, oh, you're not safe yet, Saga.
Yeah.
Oh, the reveal at the end. It's like, good, start the trace.
Right,
like she's out good.
Yeah, she's unwittingly leading them to It's good stuff. I think the paneling is very, very solid on this one. It looks really nice.
This like, and this is absolutely no disrespect to any of the other comics, like, because like I like a lot of them, but like this felt like the most like, this is a comic I would read on stands. Like this felt like to be like issue, like the first couple pages of like issue 1 of a comic. I'm like, oh man, like I would like more of this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like a whole little limited series 6-issue series
about Saga,
Saga and her encounter in the Matrix. Yeah, that'd be cool. Anyway, without any further thoughts, those are the Matrix Comics Volume 2 that we went through. I really enjoyed them. Thanks for taking me along that journey, y'all.
It's Matrix month, baby. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I like engaging with more what if stories within the world of the Matrix. I think is a ton of fun.
I agree.
I love the Matrix, so I was happy to do it.
Hell yeah.
All right, Ben.
Yeah.
It's your turn next week. Do you know what it is?
No, I do not.
Okay, stay tuned for that. So that'll do it, guys. Cool. This episode was much longer than I thought it would be.
Hell yeah, Matrix.
It needed to be.
The Matrix coupled with the Activision thing.
Yeah, I knew we were like, I knew I was going to talk about the Activision thing.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a big
that
thing.
legitimately is the biggest news like that we could have ever talked about, but we're not doing a podcast. So
okay, so next week finally is the Matrix Resurrections. We're gonna talk about the 4th and final film in the Matrix franchise.
Hopefully, the final.
So stay tuned for that. That's what all this been for, guys. All this has been for.
All has been for. And of course, Mag saying good night, stay safe, catch you later. You too, bud.
Mag, it is insane that you stick around this long, but we love it.
I think Amy was still around for a while too.
Thanks, Amy.
All right. Check out our other stuff. You can check out our YouTube page where you can find all sorts of stuff. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to this channel. You can check out our Fake Nerds Watch series, our Fake Nerd Book Club series, our Animation Station, a couple episodes there. Basement Arcade just released a new episode for Mortal Kombat X, like I talked about up top. So that series is going on right now, so check that out. That's available. And, of course, Basement Arcade pause menu. Recent episode, Dearest Abby, was released.
Dearest Abby.
That it was.
You can check out, of course, our Crafted by Z masks. There's still links below. And you can check out our Patreon. And you can check out our TeePublic, all of which supports us financially. We greatly appreciate it. There's some cool stuff up on that TeePublic. And I promise you, I'm getting that Patreon fixed. Zara is finally home. And we can get this back up and running, hopefully. You can find all those links in the description below, as well as our website at www.fakenerdpodcast.com. All right, thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who watched the live stream. Thank you to everyone who watches the rewind. We greatly appreciate all of your support. We love you guys. Thank you so much, Jeremy Vellucci, who did all the music you've heard today, and all of our intros and outros for our other podcasts. You can check him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards, and you can find his podcast, Suburban Proctologist, on iTunes, and of course, Facebook.com/Suburban Proctologist Official, or Instagram at SubProc Podcast. The show's coming back. He's ramping up some production on that show.
Good.
Thank you to Mike Matola, who does our logos. The one that Ben is poorly pointing at right there. Yes.
I try to do this every week and I fail every single time. The way. Never mind.
You can find him on TikTok and Instagram at Mike Matola, and hopefully back on the show. Little sizzle for the future. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all at Fic Nerd Podcast. FicNerdGuys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. I also write for Kaiju Ramen. I'm the editor there. If you guys want to write for Kaiju, do that. I also write for Screen Rant. So check out some of that stuff too. Ben?
Yeah, you can find me learning Kung Fu at BenMagnet27 on Instagram and Twitter. I also write for Old School Gamer Magazine, both the website and now the magazine proper. Also, once it gets launched, it's going to be writing for GoNintendo.com. And I'm also writing for Fusion Magazine out over in England. But don't worry, that's going to be coming to America soon. And I gave myself my first assignment for Fusion, and that's going to be me playing and essentially reviewing Banjo-Kazooie. Because like Mario 64, I never played it in the heyday.
Can you title it Reviewee of Banjo-Kazooie?
They got him.
Oh man.
You know what? I'll fucking do
funny.
it. I'll fucking do it. I'll do it. If I remember to call it Reviewee of Banjo-Kazooie, I'll do it.
I'll text you. We're almost out. I shouldn't be losing it this hard. Subscribe to us. Oh shoot, Sparks.
You forgot about that?
All right, bye.
Sparks.
You can find me trying to understand the choice at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
Ryan.
Wait, hold on. I wrong glasses. Hold on. You can find me asking if I really want to taste it at DJ Tony Snark. That's a Peacemaker reference.
All right. Subscribe to us on... That's everyone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music, and Podcasts, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. Greatly appreciate it. Like this video. Subscribe to this channel. Until next time you see us, stay fake nerds.
I believe.